that you wanted me, calling me all the time. Like Blondie, check out my Chrissy behind, it's fine, I love the time. Like sex on the beaches, what else is in the teachers of peaches? Oh, what? Sucking on my titties like you wanted me, calling me all the time. Like Blondie, check out my Chrissy behind, it's fine, I love the time. What else is in the teachers of peaches? Like sex on the beaches, huh? What? Huh? Right? What? Huh? What? Right? S-I-S-I-U-D. I stay in school, cause it's the best. I-U-D. S-I-S. I stay in school, cause it's the best. I-U-D. S-I-S. I stay in school, cause it's the best. I-U-D. S-I-S. I stay in school, cause it's the best. I suck it up my titties like you wanted me, calling me all the time. I'm running, check out my Chrissy behind, it's not all of the time. Well, did you the teachers of beaches? Let's take out the beaches. Oh, what? I'm fucking paid away. I'm fucking paid away. Fucking paid away. I'm fucking paid away. I'm fucking paid away. Fucking paid away. Fucking paid away. Fucking paid away. Fucking paid away.
Okay, here we are. The end of the story. The end of the era. The end of the What Block is upon us. How's it going? Welcome, 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 welcome. All right. Weird times, okay? Weird times. Even weirder fucking stream lengths. How's it going? Oh, man. Okay. Gotta say, nice and tidy for it to come out today. If it had come out tomorrow, I would have been shit out of fucking luck. I'm not gonna be streaming tomorrow. Thank God. Okay, we've got Falchi's response. We've got Cloudy's response. We've also got 2 lawsuits to talk about as well. I'm calling that 4 fucking segments, okay? We're at the fucking coal. We've got stuff to be able to talk about today. I'm looking forward to it. How is everybody else doing? Man, how is everybody else doing? Oh, of course the bum isn't streaming tomorrow. Listen, I fucking warned you guys, okay? Today's gonna be, or this week's gonna be fucking rough for me. Little bit dicey. Little bit fucking dicey. Okay. Man, be prepared to pause for screenshots because Falchi speed runs through it. Well, I'm glad there's a lot of screenshots. I'm glad there's a lot of substance. You got no mention in the document.
Full stream today, or are you blue balling us?
There will be a full stream today. Thank you for the £2. Thank you for the $2. I appreciated it. I appreciate it a lot. No. There will be a full stream today. Don't worry about it. Okay. I got no mention in the document, really. Fuck. I hope you won't think that I'm lying when I say this, but I had legitimately not even considered name searching myself in the Google Doc. Do I name search myself in the video, or is that a little bit too... Nah, fuck it. That's a little bit too narcissistic, innit? Wait, Morale got mentioned 4 times. How many times did Beckett get mentioned? Hold on. Beckett. Okay, Beckett got mentioned once. Yeah? Morale got mentioned 4 times. Beckett got mentioned once. I didn't get mentioned at all. Okay. I have existed in this story. I have been here in this story. What? Oh my god. Jesus Christ. I have been here. The only reason why the fucking interview got out was because of me. Not Morale. FYI. FYI. I think Morale had to clarify that in one of his streams the other day. So fucking annoying. Holy shit. Okay. We don't resent it. We don't resent it. We're fine with it, okay? Yeah, nobody's taking it too personally. Does Falgi mention me in his video, though? Oh, my fucking god. No, I'm fine giving Mara his flowers, okay? I'm not precious about that. I'm not precious at all. I'm happy giving him his flowers. Morale was the catalyst that started an awful lot of this. There was stuff going on in the background, right? There was stuff going on in the background. I don't know if Morale knew how fucking perfectly timed a lot of this stuff was, to be honest. You know? He doesn't even mention Himpy's dogs. To be fair, I mean, he gave a response to that shit when he was talking to Himpleton, right? I don't think I'm going to actually go through all of the Himpleton stuff. And I maybe have got a slightly contrary opinion on some of it. But we'll talk about that. Fuck it. We'll talk about that first, okay? Now, I don't think I'm going to go through the entire call. Actually, fuck it. Is Himpleton around? Can he send me a recording of the call? Okay, that might be the way to go with it. Okay, can you send me a copy of the call? Because here's the thing, right? I think the response that some people have had to this is to say that, whoa, Falgi's looking for docs information? That's crazy. That's like, you should never do that. I'd be careful not to make a rod for your own back with that one, to be honest. Now, obviously, right, docs information you come across occasionally, okay, for purely research purposes, you unfortunately have to use it, right? It's like a necessary evil. Asking for that stuff, in and of itself, isn't bad, necessarily, okay? You need something else. You need something else that Falgi didn't have, which in my opinion is a reason to ask for that, right? You need to have reasonable grounds to, like, need that docs information. With Himpleton, I just don't think you get it. So it doesn't become immoral in and of itself, but it becomes incredibly fucking suspicious. You know what I mean? Because there has been things in the past where people get, and I've seen this, okay? Or you hear about this. People just getting so into the mode of, like, I'm a researcher. I'm an internet researcher. I can find out whatever the fuck I want to find out. What's this guy's name? What's this guy's address? Right? So people get way into the fact of, like, ooh, I can get an insight into these people's lives that normal people wouldn't know. And so they want to find out their fucking information, right? Do I think that Falgi would ever publicize that? I don't think so. Trying to amass it, though, sus as fuck. I would say a huge fucking red flag. But, yeah. Yeah, that's probably about it. Did he learn to edit? Well, we'll find out with his response, okay? Hold up. There we go. Falgi call. Nice. Falgi still threatened to dox Himpy. Okay, now, I don't think that is true. Okay? To be extra super duper clear, which is why I wanted to make that clarification, I don't think that's true. I don't think that Falgi ever did threaten to dox Himpleton. Right? Okay? Which is why I feel like people are talking about this as if it's like a 9. Right? People are talking about this as if it's like a 9 or a 10, when this is like a 4. I understand why Himpleton's upset, but I don't think that Falgi ever threatened to dox him. He jokes about it. I believe he jokingly asked for the docs. He can't even own up and say that he actually wanted to find out the information, right? I don't think he couldn't own up and say, yes, I did ask for that, actually. I was curious to know it, because he knows it's fucking optics poison. And so he lies pathetically about it to try and, like, make it seem as though it's no big deal. When actually, no, it is a red flag. It is weird. But did he do anything, like, directly immoral here? I don't think so. We'll see, though. We'll go through the call. Also, Dickers, I'm from the UK, too. Why are you wearing a jacket now? It's getting hot as heck here. Listen, Violet, it's fucking chilly, okay? It's chilly. It was nice. It was nice and warm. It was bright. It was gorgeous. Now, it's overcast and shit and depressing, okay? It's back to normal British weather. Anyway, I am malicious and will assume the worst. Listen, if that's your position, more power to you, okay? More power to you. Just be accurate when you're talking about it. Fuck it. Real quick, we'll fucking ease into it a little bit. We'll go with a little bit of a starter, a little appetizer, okay? Let's have a look at the call that Falgi had with Himpleton regarding Himpleton's docs. Hell yeah. Wait, why are you leaving this bit in the fucking call, dude? You know, the word... Oh, fuck me, man. I'm not an addict. I'm not an addict. I'm not an addict. I can stop whenever I want. I don't feel need. I don't feel like I need to. I just want to. However, I mean, I just heard him do it, right? I'm just suggestible. I'm not addicted. I'm just suggestible.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Sorry about that. I was just finishing something. I didn't see that you had called me.
No, you're fine.
Oh,
You're
the
fine.
demon's just got a whole
Sorry
lot
for taking a little
quieter.
bit.
Okay.
No, you're fine.
What do you mean skip ahead by like 20 minutes? That's the entire call.
You got dick.
Thank you for the £2.
Okay,
Thank you for the $2.
Too big for your boots.
Falgi needs to leave like Creepshow art.
Yeah, I find it hard to fucking disagree with you. Okay, thank you for the 2.
So I kind of figured you could just like tell me like your personal, like how this happened. I guess that's how we could. Start.
In regards to what, so I understand. Kind of. I'm not trying to play coy. I'm just.
No,
trying to
I understand. So I heard that you kind of had like that you were requesting information on me.
Like in the guise of a story, yes. When you were first in your dramas, but not to personally do any type of life ruination. If that's what you think.
I've got it. Oh, man, fuck. Listen, okay. I want to start all of this out by saying that I'm sympathetic to Himpleton, okay? Whenever the discussion comes up that people are looking for your docs information, or people have been trying to find your shit, okay? I understand being sus. I understand even schizoing out a little bit, okay? So 100% on board, I get it. However, man, I watched Himpleton's stream talking about this, and I feel like he went a little bit too fucking far, you know? Under the guise, like a disguise, like a lie, like a cover story. Under the lie of a story. Is Falgi admitting to lying it? No, I think Falgi means in the context of covering a story. That's what he's talking about. Man, okay.
What do you mean, like in the guise of a story?
During the time of your dramas, I was just looking into you more. That was really like mostly it. Seeing if there was anything else there.
Okay. So what? It was just my dramas that caused you to want to do that?
Yeah, I didn't know anything else about you aside from that. And some of your drama stuff was like at the time, I believe, I think it was at the time, if I remember, part of the drama was that you were snaky towards like Xylee and Beckett, from what I remember, for how it was portrayed to me.
No, I definitely was.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, oh, man, I've. Am I gonna? No. I promise, I'm not in the kind of mood to be contrarian with literally fucking everything today. However, okay, we're gonna go back into that. I mean, snaking Beckett and fucking Xylee. I mean, it wasn't that bad. Himpleton was just a little bit of a fucking moron. You know what I mean? Like, somebody gave him advice to do something. He's like, yeah, I should. And then when he goes to actually cut off the person, which is the advice that he got, I guess, he just kind of, like, he had no fucking balls, and he couldn't tell the person that he was going to do it himself, okay? So he said, bigger creators are forcing me to do this. They're breaking my thumbs, romantic goblin. Listen, I want to keep you in my inner circle, okay? But I'm being forced by bigger creators to cut you off, right? So is it snaking them? I feel like it's having, like, no fucking balls. It's having absolutely no fucking balls. and like causing problems for other people. You know what I mean? But is it a betrayal? You've had a private conversation where somebody's giving you advice, and then you're portraying it as them forcing you, and then you're giving away that somebody's been shit talking in private. But I guarantee, okay, that Beckett and Xylee would have said that shit in public as well.
And I could explain that, like, because
that's the snaky stuff that he did, to clarify.
this got brought up in
Like, I've been pretty fucking consistent on this stuff as well. Like, even when I first started streaming, it was after all of the fucking Impleton drama, for the most part, right? But I'd even say in conversations with Morale at the time, like, Himpleton seems like a little bit of a fucking schizo, maybe a little bit like a weirdo loser. I've warmed on Himpleton since, okay? But I never thought that Himpleton's drama was that fucking bad. It just seemed like he'd, like, showed his ass a ton, you know?
something where I made
You
a
got
joke
dicked.
regarding it,
You're
and
getting
people
too big for
thought
your
I was like,
boots.
Yo! Rojo Remixes, welcome to the channel. Welcome to the channel. Thank you for buying your own membership. Thank you.
where I made a joke regarding it, and people thought I was like dead serious, and I wasn't. And I just flew off the handle a little bit with the joke. It was not anything serious. As you know, when I found that other account that you had and had stuff with your family, I let you know. So like,
What?
It's so fucking weird. I mean, and this is where the fucking lie starts for Falgi. Like, the way that he kicks all of this stuff off is so fucking retarded. I was joking about it. Listen, Himpleton, okay, buddy, listen. I did ask people for your docs information, but it was a joke. Listen, I was joking about it. And, you know, I did... Okay, so I did actually go out and try and find your doc... I did a little bit of digging to try and find your docs information, but I told you when I found it. Wait, was it a joke or was it not a joke? What are we fucking doing here? I thought this was all a joke. Why the fuck are you looking back into his back history to try and see this, if there's personal information there? Feels like you're taking the joke a little bit too far there at that point, no? It's starting to get a little bit serious. Obviously, you're fucking digging. The way that you might have presented it at the time might have been hyperbolic, okay? But no, the attempt to find Himpleton's docs was sincere.
What was the joke?
I don't remember specifically. I think that if I remember specifically, I was just like, apparently I was like flying too close to the sun, from what I understand. It's been so long that I personally don't remember the context.
Okay. So it had nothing to do with Mishi?
I don't remember specific. It's so far back, I don't even know.
Okay.
Okay, so the context behind this, apparently, part of the motivation for why Falgi was so turned on trying to find Himpleton's docs
You
information
got dicked.
was because...
Okay, bro, you're getting too
Hello?
big for your boots.
It's gonna be getting so much worse. Pray for me.
Thank you, Slug, for the 2. I appreciate it. But the reason why Falgi was so turned on by the idea of finding his fucking personal information was apparently Himpleton called somebody a lolicon because they made NSFW-like porn of Amy Rose, who is canonically a kid, I think, right? So Himpleton went out there and called this Mushu person a fucking lolicon, and that was the action. It was so severe. Himpleton didn't realize at the time, okay? But he signed his fucking death warrant at that point, and his PII was being searched for. That was what he did, apparently. What? Like, the vibe that I get from Falgi is that he will dig and dig and dig and dig and dig and try and fucking milk a drama to be, like, on the team, right? I'm gonna be honest, okay? I see this as Falgi trying to suck up to Beckett. Beckett's been pissed off by somebody, Himpleton. And so he thinks, oh, okay, I can dig and dig and dig into this guy, and I can fucking bury him, right? I'll try and find out all this fucking information to totally bury the guy. The story's fucking over, bro. Himpleton showed his fucking ass. He was like an embarrassing F-slur for like several fucking months. Now he's back. Who fucking cares, right? Why the fuck are you trying to dig this fucking hard on a retarded take that he gave one time about Amy Rose porn? Bro, leave it the fuck alone, yeah? But that's it, 100%. 100%.
Like I could.
Dick, is you're at risk of getting giga nuked with defamation lawsuits because of Ethan's dumb precedent he's setting. and you were covering this raped Joker Cole. Listen, it's all on the docket. We'll get to it all, okay? In time, DK, all right?
I tell you right now, it's so far back, I don't even remember.
Okay, because yeah, I had to be I had to be caught back up on who Mishi was, because back in the day I could be pretty fast and loose on things. Not like I am anymore. And
yeah, and
go ahead.
Sorry, you go ahead.
No, you're fine.
No, and like I said to you, it's immature. Like the joking and stuff, and even though it was just immature, straight up.
So you never asked anybody to get docs information on me?
I can't remember specifically. I'm not even gonna lie to you there. I don't have anything. I looked everywhere. Like straight up, I looked everywhere.
So
like I have looked through.
You don't remember having like a fireside chat with Diesel?
I know, if I remember specifically correctly, Diesel just told me that was like a lot of those statements were inappropriate, that we don't joke about that in the space. And like I moved on from it. And I've never done anything like that.
I mean, I just don't believe any of this shit, right? If you've got like your content daddy, Diesel is Falji's content daddy. He's got two. He's got two dads. He's got Beckett and he's got Diesel. One of them has sat you down for a fucking fireside chat to wag their finger and tell you off, give you a smacked ass and tell you're a very, very naughty boy. And now you can't remember any of those details. Brother, you would remember that shit, especially if it strained your relationship with an incredibly important collaborator in the fucking space. You would know what the fuck that drama was about. You are intimately familiar with it. I can't remember. Piss off.
No, nothing like that.
Okay.
Because again, I don't have any of your stuff. I'm being very clear on that.
Okay. Because what I heard was from that you approached several people and told them that you were concerned.
Dick, as I sent you a video that is highly relevant to this drama. You think it isn't, but it is. Okay, hold on. Guys, we've got to take a brief pit stop to be able to get some of the deeper lore to look into this this Himpleton drama, okay? Dude, this guy is in his fucking 30s and he's got a fucking... What is this? I'm not enough of a loser to be able to know what this little character is here. Fuck! Nataro? My brain is breaking right now, and I can't remember what it is. It's not Nataro. It sounds like Nataro. Naruto! Fuck me! Naruto. 30-year-old man. 30-year-old man with a fucking Naruto pajama set. Okay, thank you. What the fuck? This guy's got no fucking flow at all. What the fuck? Like, I'm assuming that he's hitting all the right fucking moves. Is it just because it's chibi that I think this dance is shit? No, I think this is embarrassing no matter who the fuck is doing it. What is this originally from? Like, I could imagine Lollicon's going crazy over this shit if it was like a 5-year-old girl doing it. But why is like a 30-year-old man doing this shit? Holy shit, put a black light on that area. Dude, I'm telling you, all of this, it would fucking blind you, okay? You'd have to have on those little fucking, what are those little fucking glasses that people in the Arctic have, so the snow doesn't fucking blind them. Those are the glasses that you'd have to have on to shine a black light on this guy's fucking clothes. Hasn't been washed in fucking months, guaranteed. Okay, nice. Well, now we've got that important little sideline. Important little bit of lore, okay? We're gonna go back to what we were watching before. Right, okay. Let's look back in.
concern for my well-being, and that you felt like I was going to do something irrecoverable, and because of that, you needed my information, just in case.
I don't remember the context of it. Maybe that was the I personally don't remember the context. I thought that in the context of it was a joke. If I did that and said that, if I thought that you were going to harm yourself, then it's been so long that I don't remember this.
Okay. Yeah, it's I don't know. Okay. And so you're
sorry, go ahead.
It's fine.
It's just so I will say what fucking I will say what's caused this in my mind, okay? If I want to do a mind read on Falgi, he just can't be straight up with somebody and actually take the fucking licks. You know what I mean? I don't think that Falgi's mind could deal with the fact that Himpleton on YT does not fucking like him. And so he has to do this song and dance where he pretends as though, I don't know, he can't recall any of this information, right? And he can recall a good amount of it to be able to have the conversation. But if he says what he fucking thinks has happened, he knows that Himpleton is going to go, I don't like that very much. I don't like you, actually. The psychic damage that would do to the Sicilian mind is beyond your fucking comprehension, okay? To a normal person, that'd be like having your fucking dick chopped off and shoved down your throat in one swift fucking motion. I'd say I just don't think Falgi could fucking do it.
Yeah, I mean, like the people that I've talked to, I don't think any of them understood it.
Though he really likes to say straight up. Falgi likes to say the word straight up in the exact same way that Otterly Noah likes to say that things are valid, okay? It's like an avoidance speech pattern to be able to, well, avoid having a conversation.
It was a joke, and from what I've gathered, it was brought up multiple times. So that, I think that's the part that's kind of confusing me.
Okay. I mean, I can only go on what I remember. I've never talked about it. I've never discussed any of your stuff, ever. If that was the case, like, obviously, I apologize. But, like, seriously, like, if that's how people feel, I'm not gonna like stop them. Yeah, Diesel spoke with me, and like, I didn't do anything. I don't have any of your information. I looked. I seriously looked. And like I said, when something I did find came my way, I let you know.
Mm-hmm.
So,
do you remember putting that screenshot that you, like the screenshot of the message that you sent me, do you remember putting that in your research server and then right under it saying this is now a gay op?
No, but if I did, I apologize.
What? You still have access to that now? You still have access to that fucking server?
You did.
Why would you apologize? Why would you immediately fucking apologize? If it's a joke, why would you apologize, right? You could literally just say to Himpleton, yeah, I did. Yeah, I was joking around. Like, do you think that I gay up to you? What did I do to you? What, you're being, like, sensitive over a joke right now. He could say that. I'm not saying that's the case, okay? I'm not saying that's the case. But he could easily fucking say that with the facts available. But if I did, I apologize. This guy is so buck-broken by this fucking drama. He can't actually stand on his two fucking feet and be upfront about what the fuck happened. I don't remember it, but if it did happen, I'm very sorry.
Okay.
Why? I wish Himpleton would ask this fucking question. Because that is like the kill shot when somebody's apologizing and they've got no fucking clue why they're apologizing, right? But they're apologizing just to try and acquiesce Himpleton and maybe hope that he doesn't go public with this information. You're sorry? Oh, interesting. Why are you sorry? Just curious. Just curious why you're sorry. He would not be able to fucking answer that question. There's no fucking way. Also, yeah, Sis Godiva has fucking got it. Yeah. This is extremely fucking internet adjacent behavior. I cannot remember that, but if I do remember that, I apologize.
Yeah. Because I think I can't even tell you.
Oh, this is the message. Okay, Himpleton just sent me the message that he's talking about here. Unknown attachment in November 29th, 2024. Hey, listen, I believe this account may be attached to you. And if it is, please gain access and delete the shorts that include old videos from your childhood that people may eventually stumble upon. We don't have to see eye to eye on stuff. Bro, what did he do to you? Who the fuck are you? We don't have to see eye to eye on stuff. This is all over the fact that like Himpleton pissed off Internet Daddy Beckett. That's the whole reason they don't see eye to eye with each other. You upset my dad. We don't have to see eye to eye on stuff, but I don't want to see your personal life genuinely affected by it. Himpleton says, thank you for the warning. I legitimately forgot those were there. And don't worry, I understand not liking me or whatever you may feel towards me, but genuinely thank you for letting me know. Now, I think this is over. Himpleton said this was a video where he's like a young kid and he's kind of like out of it and delirious and he's saying like retarded shit because he's on painkillers and just coming out of surgery, right? It's like one of those fucking videos. And the only information in there is his first name, which is like already public. Did Falgi know it was public? I could imagine sending this to somebody out of like, oof, I've never heard their first name before. Okay, I'll just let them know, right? Yeah. Not that bad in and of itself. In fact, gaily presented, but yeah, fair play. That's a good thing to do. That's a good thing to do for somebody.
Tell you the context of it, like straight up.
Yeah.
I can tell you the context of it. I'm not gonna. I'll just apologize up front. I don't think that I was gay.
What a weird message. It sounds so fake concern. I mean, listen, okay, Falgi's getting his licks in this drama. That's kind of the appropriate way to handle this stuff. Yeah. Like, especially, people don't talk about it in the forefront, right? Because A, it sounds incredibly gay to say that you've done that. And then B, you're pointing to the fact that somebody's docs information is out there, right? But it's relatively common if people are doing research and they stumble upon docs to say, hey, by the way, you should ask for this archive to be taken down. You should ask for this to be taken down. You should go and get access to that account and delete some of this shit, right? It's like good practice to do.
Stopping you, or I may have made the joke because you gay opt jar or something like that at the time, but it's still inappropriate. It's just inappropriate.
Yeah, you went into further detail. I mean, you had a whole thread called "Fuck Himpleton," and then after, yeah, you did.
That's fine. That's fine.
And then under it, you said somebody said that.
So he even remembered the motivation? Yeah, he cannot remember. He cannot remember the message. Dude, he knows that message is probably fucking real, okay? He knows he probably did send that message, because like you say, he can remember the motivation behind the joke. This is going to be a huge fucking issue for Falgi. This might just be, like, baked into his personality. And if that's the case, it's like, it's so fucking over. Just have the fucking balls to be straight up in a conversation like this. You'd come out looking infinitely fucking better. And I'll be honest, Himpleton may have never actually ran with this, right? If Falgi was completely upfront with it.
I was addicted to K-Hawk, and then you said that the crew is activated now, and that it's all hands on.
So just to let you know, because I'm looking at it here, I did not title it "Fuck Himpleton."
Okay, so you weren't the person to title it "Fuck Himpleton"?
Nope,
okay.
I did not. I can show you that because I did not title it that.
Okay. Okay.
Would you like me to show you that?
Point.
I mean, sure.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be like mean. I'm trying to be as transparent as humanly possible, and I want to show you that I'm being transparent.
I'm being transparent as humanly possible, which is, of course, why I'm giving you information that makes me look like a nicer guy. Who cares? Who cares? It's such a teeny tiny point. Literally, if you stood up and just said, yeah, we did have a thread called Fuck Himpleton. I don't think that I named it, but yeah, what about it? Oh, my fucking God.
With you.
Yeah, that's fine.
Alright, let me just...
I feel like Falgi at this point, because this happened a couple days ago, I think, he's just been, like, anally bludgeoned again and again and again. And now his asshole is so loose that anytime he gets into a call with somebody, He's like anticipating the anal penetration. Do you know what I mean? And so the entire time that he's having these chats, he's like running around trying to shield his fucking anus so that somebody can't fuck him again.
Get it real quick.
And it comes across as slimy. It like genuinely fucking does that you can't be upfront with somebody about this shit. It comes across as incredibly fucking slimy.
Edit. Just because I just don't want to show my entire screen. So, just to show, for transparency's sake, the quote, fuck Himpleton, in the server, which...
Why is everything about anal with you? It's not that everything is about anal. It's just like a useful metaphor to go for sometimes, you know?
There's a third-party person that's going through it now. It's not me. It ain't.
Somebody get this man a white cock. Somebody get this man a chastity belt. For defense and also to stop the fucking gooning. There's multiple purposes to it.
Attached to me. Screenshots. Where is it? Is this it? Yes, I believe so. Just let me know if you got it. Yeah. See, I did not title it that.
Ooh, Killjoy. Killjoy named it that? Ooh, oh no. We really care. We really care. Oh my fucking god.
Okay, so that was Killjoy.
Yeah.
How's it going, Impleton? You're right, mate.
I am a commentary channel from Israel and this is my call.
Thank you for the $10. I hugely appreciate it, mate.
I did not title it that way. I didn't even...
If you want to call in a little bit and chit chat about this call and then some wider fucking drama, feel free, by the way.
even name it that way.
Okay. Okay. And so, you know, so you don't remember asking Killjoy to find my docs?
I don't believe so. I don't know if this was in a voice call or if this was in messages. I just don't. So, but again, listen, I am trying to right wrongs if that's what they're claiming, even if I refute it. I don't know if you'll believe me on that, and that's, I guess, okay.
Oh my fucking god. This man is made out of fucking jelly. I swear to god. It's like, what is this guy's position in this call? Who is this man in this call? You could replace this guy with a fucking ChatGPT fucking AI session, and nothing would fucking change. I could refute it, but I don't think you would believe me. Is it true, or isn't it true? If it's not true, what the fuck are you apologizing for?
I can look again. I can look through this.
I could say it's not true, but I'd lose.
Thread if I have to. It's not a problem.
Yeah. It was allegedly in like voice chats.
HR LLM? No. What this is just somebody who is trying to sound HR, who's never actually had an experience with another human being ever, right? Or somebody who's just like, I don't know. I don't want to say beaten as a child, but what else can I say? It's somebody who is trying to feel as though they're very, very good at HR and very, very good at managing other people. When sometimes, like, to actually have, like, a good eye-to-eye relationship with mutual respect with somebody else, you've got to just say it as you fucking see it. You know what I mean?
Because all I have in that thread...
Literally, I just said in each call, he's lost his confidence more and more. I'm not sure if this is Falgi losing his confidence. There might be a component of that, I agree. But I do wonder if Falgi just feels like he's turned on when he's in the fucking winning team, right? Do you guys remember the call that he had with Rose Malay? When, like, Rose Malay is trying to speak and he's trying to pivot, and then he's just, like, singing over her again and again and again and again. Like, when he feels like he's gone on the winning team, and he's got a bunch of other people, like, backing him up, right? And everybody is moving in the same direction, then he's got a ton of fucking confidence. When he feels like he's on his own, and he's got to fight his own battles, or there's some kind of contention there, suddenly he, like, loses it. He, like, completely bottles it. Rose is trying to take a victory lap right now. Yeah, and I'm trying to not fucking acknowledge her, Tyrone, okay? We need to stop feeding into this girl. She's not decent content. No matter how raped you are for something to fucking talk about on stream, it is never worth engaging with Rose Malay.
So all I have in that thread...
I think she made a fucking video and it got, like, 12 views, I think. I'm pretty sure it's, like, 12 views that she got. Saying, I'm right about Uplock.
And, again, so I'm in the Fuck Templeton thread. There are 32 messages. The only thing I have regarding that screenshot is...
Wait, what? Hold on. I think she put out the video, and then it looks as though it's, like, flipped. Sorry, it's, like, totally flopped. Nobody's been interested to watch it, because honestly, I mean, let's be real. We've seen this movie 10 times over before already, no? So nobody's fucking watched the video, and then she's gone and deleted it. Like, I think the viewership was, like, in the double digits. It was pretty fucking bad. It was a horrendous flop.
That I posted the screenshot.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have the message underneath. I'm not saying that, like... I'm not saying that I did or didn't. I'm just letting you know that I'm looking here, and all I see in this thread is that specific post. Is just the...
Be careful, Dickers. She will strike. That's a very, very good point. That is a very, very good point. For once, okay, how ironic is it that I love being raped Rose Malay is now the fucking predator. She's prowling around, striking other people. I mean, what it's character growth at the end of the day, you know? You've got to support it a little bit. And Dickers, did you see the Himpleton stream, or did you just get this handed to you? No, I watched the Himpleton stream as well, yeah, so I know a little bit of the lore and clarification, yeah.
Post of that. If you'd like, I can make another attempt to look for it, but that's all I've got.
No, that's okay. Okay. Yeah, the welfare check thing felt strange. You know, because multiple people attested to it. To the extent where, it's been said that there was a fireside chat with even Diesel about it. And it doesn't. I don't think it makes a ton of sense. I wasn't. Of course, I was manic. Of course, I acted pretty crazy. I never deny that. But I didn't make any direct threats against anybody, or just threats, period, towards myself or others. And looking at me pretty publicly, it would be easy to find that I was living in, I all of this was public on my channel. I was living in sober living. I was in contact with mental health professionals pretty much every day.
Yeah. At the time, I didn't know.
Wait, what? At the time, Himpleton was streaming from a fucking halfway house when all of this shit went down. I was not plugged in enough to know that lore. I'm not gonna lie. But I mean, these are your internet researchers, ladies and gentlemen, The people who were designed to actually dig into the story. Falgi can't even watch Himpleton's live streams to be able to figure out he's in a halfway house. And so he has to ask somebody else for his fucking docs to call a wellness check. Holy fuck.
Know that. I actually just didn't know that. Straight up.
Okay.
I didn't know that you...
This was a huge running joke when covering me. Really? Fuck. Memory does not serve then. I don't remember this at all.
were in sober living.
W. Himpleton bettering himself is always a W. Yeah, I mean, Himpleton is currently where Falgi is praying to God right now that he can be in a fucking year. Could you imagine going back in time and telling Falgi that when he's covering Himpleton, A-logging him, and complaining that he's betrayed Becky and Xylee? Yeah, in a year's time, buddy, okay? You're gonna be wishing that you were where this guy is. You're gonna be praying to God that you can have the same redemption arc as this fucking guy. I think that's what Beckett said again and again, right? Well, you know, I don't want to write off Falgi completely. I mean, fucking Himpleton came back. If Himpleton can come back, blah, 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 right? Yeah.
I didn't know. I legitimately didn't know any of that. I don't think I would have ever known that until much later, like much later.
So were you being serious about the wellness check thing?
I don't know if I was. I'm going to be honest with you. The conversation is so old. If multiple people are saying it, I'm not really gonna like. I thought, or at least I'm under the impression that the initial thing was a joke, and then the fireside chat was, "Hey, we don't joke about shit like that." If it was something else, I do apologize.
What the fuck do you mean, if it was something else? Because I could see that as a fucking defense, right? I could see that as an argument that Falgi would put forward. This was only ever jokes. I don't know what you've been told about this fireside chat, but it was just because I was joking about it at the time, and people got uncomfortable. What the fuck do you mean you can't remember? What? Have you got no clue what Himpleton's calling you to be able to talk about? Because I know for a fact, okay? Well, okay. Without saying too much, I know for a fact that the call that Falgi is in right now is not an impromptu call, okay? He knew this call was going to happen. He knew, fuck me. Okay. Lost a couple frames there, a little bit of a stutter, but okay. Falgi did not come into this call not knowing what Himpleton wanted to talk about, okay? The subject was fucking known, and this call was planned. This was not like, oh, let me just call up my pal Falgi for a little bit of a chin wag. No. This is not impromptu. He knows what he's calling in for. And he's still got none of the fucking information, really? You don't want to speak to Killjoy to just say, like, hey, by the way, what's this Himpleton stuff all about? What did I say to your recollection? Or ask Diesel about it.
Straight up. Just straight up.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. That is a good point, Himpleton. I do have to fucking agree, okay? I love how people say that when at this point he's magnitudes worse than I ever was. I mean, I said that at the fucking beginning. I don't know if you were here, but I mean, like, all that Himpleton did was just show his ass several fucking times and look like an embarrassing F-slur, right? He sneaked Beckett by trying to blame Beckett for, like, cutting somebody off when he actually got the advice from Beckett, right? That was maybe the worst thing that he ever did. And it maybe hints towards Himpleton being, like, somewhat untrustworthy, I guess, right? He's not on the team. He can't take advice. He has to blame things on other people, right? But that's legitimately the worst thing that I can remember Himpleton doing. Himpleton wasn't cancelled for, like, doing something evil, right? People thought that he was kind of embarrassing. People thought that he'd shown his fucking ass one too many times. The jar stuff is maybe a little bit of a mark, right? Seems like a little bit of gay opping that happened previously. But it's like, it's reasons to be sus of Himpleton. That was what happened a year ago. Reasons to be suspicious. A few fucking red flags tossed in with all the embarrassing shit. Nothing bad. Nothing evil, right? Nothing like Falgi.
And so other than what you informed me of, do you remember if you found any other docs information on me?
I don't have anything on you. I looked. I seriously looked.
You don't have anything. Okay.
I don't. I don't have anything. The only thing I have that I can see from this message, and maybe I can look up at messages from 11/29/2024, was that. I don't think I even... I can look in the entire server and let me just see, because I messaged you then, but I don't believe...
What did I fucking tell you? No, this call was not had impromptu. He knew that it was happening ahead of time. Himpy, on the 7th of this month. Hey, we need to talk. I've been sent some pretty concerning stuff about my own info and docs and why you requested it. I want to sort out the details from the primary source and have a private call about it. Please let me know a time that works for you. 6 hours later. Hey, while I cannot do a call right now, you still deserve an explanation. Hold on, wrong side. You still deserve an explanation about those comments from around the time of your dramas. I want to make it clear that I have not stood by those statements and positions for a long time. My statements did not align with my intentions. When I messaged you on Twitter with your third channel having your family info, I meant that as a heads up. At the time, I was incredibly immature in the space, and I said some out-of-pocket shit that I did not mean. I own that. However, I have far moved my position on you as we spoke, and the sensitivity of information like that. It was why I reached out to you over Twitter about your third channel, but I can only express deep regret and apologies for that. I do not stand by anything I said over a year ago about you or the actions that took place. I'm being purposefully transparent because I want to improve, something I've clearly been lacking on. HR bullshit yet again. Yes, HR bullshit yet again. It's just way too fucking overwrought to be considered sincere. Jesus Christ. You don't even know what Himpleton's complaint is. Save it for the fucking call, yeah? Anyway, but this shit was all scheduled beforehand. This was not an impromptu call.
I have said it, or I have anything else. I looked through all my files. Straight up.
Okay. Yeah, I guess just
You
what
got
confuses
dicks.
me.
Okay, bro,
Shut
you're
the
getting
fuck
too
up.
big for your boots.
You think so?
I work in corporate. This was written chat.
This was written Okay. Written by ChatGPT. I don't think so. I don't think so. Possibly. Can somebody put this through a fucking AI detection software real quick?
About that is that video that you sent that I ended up privating out of, abundance of caution, of course. Just has my first name in it. And that was and is public. So I think that's...
Again, I wouldn't have known that either. I didn't know that.
Okay.
I legitimately did not know your first name was public at the time either. And like I said, I don't have your stuff. I'm being very real about that.
I'm glad.
Oh my fucking god, look at Himpleton's face. He wants to fucking kill this guy. He wants to fucking kill this guy. I have never seen somebody look so smug and happy with the fact that somebody else happens to be currently going through a total fucking reputation rapening. Oh, holy fuck. You can tell. It's like a complex emotion, It's like a complex emotion. You've recently found out something that makes you fucking hate somebody else. But they're currently being raped anyway. And so you can just sit back and enjoy the fucking show. You know what I mean? It's like a mixture of hatred with like pre-delivered self-satisfaction, Oh, it's a glorious feeling.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't think there's much else to be said, but do you have anything else for me?
I'm sorry. Honestly, genuinely. I just apologize if I hurt you in any way. That's basically like bar none. The idea that like the wellness stuff, like I don't remember. I'm not going to stop other people from saying that was the case, and that's what that was the fireside chat. But again, like I said, I do apologize about that. I just wanted to clear the air with you. I know that probably means nothing, but yeah.
Okay.
Is there anything you want to say to me?
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be honest. Before I found out about this, I'm somebody who, because of my own experiences, I'm usually for if people take a long break after stuff that's happened, and things they've done, if they end up coming back, if they've shown markable change and all that kind of stuff, then I usually tend to be supportive at the very least, even if it's from a distance. After finding out about this, I can't say that I feel that way anymore. I feel like this is incredibly, I don't think irresponsible is the right word. I think it's incredibly, invasive and overstepping at best, and malicious at worst.
Yeah,
and,
I think that I would agree with that as well.
hope the best for you.
Yeah, that's fine.
All of that.
I don't, I fully recognize that I have my own faults. And that's, like I said, the fuck Hippleton thing. I apologize for that. While I didn't make that, I should have not even had that around.
Oh, shut the fuck up, dude. It's like, it is the height of insincerity when you just start accepting things that you clearly do not believe to be fucking true. You had a Discord thread titled "Fuck Himpleton." Are we really fucking apologizing for that? Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? I take sincere accountability for that. I did not title it, and yet I should have stopped it from happening. Who gives a fuck? Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Falgi says yes, what the fuck? Well, I think that literally, okay, Himpleton could say it in that moment. Throughout the course of this drama, I think that I've figured out that you enjoy your girlfriend being, like, gangbanged by 20 black men. And Falgi would go, yeah, I'm taking accountability. Yeah, it's true. He just acquiesced to whatever the fuck he was saying.
Leaking sex tapes. That's just, Steven's just being a silly guy.
Wait,
One
really?
of the best moments is about to happen. You're gonna lose it when you watch it.
Okay, same with the 5. I was just about to click off and come and call you, mate. So, okay, let's go back in.
Hope the best for you.
Yeah, that's fine.
All of that.
I don't,
Okay, we'll go in for the last 4 minutes here to see if there's anything else we can mine out. Apparently, the best bit is to last.
I fully recognize that I have my own faults. And that's, like I said, the fuck Hippleton thing. I apologize for that. While I didn't make that, I should have not even had that around.
I mean, you didn't. I'm gonna be honest. You didn't. From the messages that I've seen, you didn't seem opposed to it at all.
Yeah. At the time, I'll probably be real. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fine. Like I'm not defending my past self. I'm taking accountability for that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. My thing is, just be honest. If this hadn't been discovered, and if this hadn't been, I guess, reported on, like the this research server, would you have even talked about it?
I don't believe so, because I had planned on sunsetting it sooner rather than later, because I wanted to move on from it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I mean, I think that's
Wait, that part. That's the part.
To be honest.
Okay. That's fair.
It's like,
if none of this drama happened, would you have spoken publicly about a fuck up that you did a year ago? Hippleton. Mr. Accountability, my ass. Dude.
if you're planning on taking accountability.
I mean, if somebody believes in accountability, do they have to fucking air all their dirty laundry publicly? I'm not sure if I buy into that, okay? But I'll let you have your fucking schadenfreude. You're allowed to be petty, 100%. You have that fucking right, okay? I'm not gonna take that away from you. I do love the hate. I have to respect it.
I feel like part of that is for stuff that people aren't calling you out for.
Okay.
I just gotta say, throughout this entire fucking drama, like, occasionally I do remind myself about how personally offended and, I don't know, upset this guy got when Internet Adjacent would, like, lie to him. You know what I mean? Or try and be snaky and try and fucking get around shit. And this guy would act as though it was a personal fucking insult that somebody had lied to him over the course of a commentary drama when they'd spoken to him in a fucking Discord call. And now he acts like this? Come the fuck on. Oh, man. The performativity is extremely fucking gay.
Yeah. I'll take accountability for it. Again, I don't... Yeah.
Like, I'm just saying, like, to me, what it seems like is you're kind of, addressing things as they come at you rather than taking accountability for, like, the things that actually happened. Like, it's just what people happen to catch you for.
Okay. Okay. I'm not even... I'm trying to... Okay.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not trying to argue with you. Because I don't feel like that's necessary.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I have anything else.
Okay. I am for what it's worth. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
No,
Yep. I
guess
appreciate.
I will. I will add that. I will add that to my own response then. If you.
I'm not asking you to. I don't.
No,
what,
no, no,
whatever
no.
you put in your response is what you put in your response.
No, but I think you bring up a very good point. Okay.
Wait, hold on. I have been told by somebody who has watched the uplock response. I skimmed through on 2x speed. Apparently, Himpleton just never gets brought up at all. No? Okay, listen. That's a feather. We'll put it in the back of our fucking cap. We'll okay, pin that for a fucking minute, and we'll wait until we go and watch the fucking call. The man that I want to speak to right now is Himpleton himself. Hold on. Is he around for a voice call? He said that he was going to be. Oh, come on, you piece of shit.
Sorry.
Hello.
I'm sorry. I was getting water. I'm sorry.
No, it's cool. It's the man himself. How's it going?
Oh, God. I mean, can I just be honest, Dickers? I'm very happy.
Yeah. I can
you know.
see it on your fucking face during the call. I know that. Listen, okay, I've taken the piss out of you for recording all of these calls with face cam before. Honestly, it fucking made it with this one. It was so fucking funny.
Listen, it's just good. It's a show of transparency, Dickers. People get to see how I feel, And you know, if you're paying close attention, I think you nailed it when you described my facial expression there. I genuinely the entire time had to hold back so fucking hard because I just wanted to absolutely rape this guy. But I knew that if I just vague posted, he would just churn himself around in circles and knots. And, that's exactly what happened.
No, I appreciate you being straight up with me. I appreciate you being as transparent as possible with me. I appreciate you.
Well, yeah, I mean, dude, I came into that call. I mean, I told multiple people beforehand, and I even said it on stream. I was like, well, listen, you guys need to understand if you're why aren't you acting mad, blah, blah, blah. Literally, I was vague posting on purpose because I knew that he didn't know how much I knew. And so because of that, I wanted to see what he would say. And that was the whole thing, was catching him in these lies. He gives 3 separate reasons for, why he did this. And it's so funny because he would say stuff like, it was a joke. I remember the joke and it was really immature and it was silly and it was bad and terrible. And then, FBS Diesel had to have a fireside chat with me about a joke, which I'm like, yeah, that seems very likely that he would have an entire fireside chat with you about a joke. But then that moment comes up where I'm like, so what was the joke? He's like, I don't know. And I'm like,
and he can't remember it.
You know the joke vividly enough to know all these details about it, and then I just want to know what the joke was. But then then I gradually, as it goes on, I introduce that shit of okay, well then I also heard it was a welfare check, and I also heard it's because of Mishi, and I also heard that it's because of Beckett, and then all of this other stuff, and every time he's able to give details around the events, but then when pressed upon them further, it's literally internet adjacent. You talking about internet adjacent made me laugh because it's this is the internet adjacent call where, unless he is directly presented with proof, he's just going to skirt around it. And he does that thing a couple of times in the call that's so funny that internet adjacent did multiple times with me, where he says, well, I don't remember if I did that, but if I did,
but if it's
that's
true,
bad, and I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And it's like, dude, you are such a weaselly fuck. Oh my god, I can't believe I ever associated with you. You little
the thing
freak.
Is, you know that he knows that it's likely fucking true. So he can't remember 100 fucking percent, but you know that he likely knows that it's fucking true. Yeah.
Right.
No, I think your affect during the call comes across as fine. You can obviously tell that you're pissed off, but you're keeping it bottled up a little bit. Catch more flies with honey than you do with the vinegar. Blah blah blah. But yeah, no, I think you come across as totally fucking fine. Okay, so what I wanted to pick your brains about was so the reason for this, you've heard several. Have you heard several from different people, or is this all coming from Killjoy?
No, this was from several different people. It was from Makari, it was from Killjoy, You know,
Getting sued for leaking sex tapes.
I have
That's
heard this from several
Steven's
people.
just being a silly guy.
You know,
If you have seen the TP
from what I know too, you know, Beckett was completely lied to about this as well. Where
What was Beckett told?
From let me see. I want to make sure to actually pull up what he said to me rather than misquoting. Give me a sec. And for the record, before I say this, I do not blame Beckett at all for not coming to me beforehand because of what I'm about to tell you. So, Beckett asked Falgi about all of this because he heard about it as well. And he asked about him on the 1st of April. And Falgi just acted like they were gathering info, like normal research stuff. And they happened to come across that video that he sent me in the DMs, the Twitter DMs. Yeah. And then Falgi immediately sent it to me. He acted like it was this virtuous thing. And like all he did was just send me the info. And they were looking into me for a stream kind of thing.
Uh-huh.
So I say this in my stream, like I have confirmation from multiple different creators, not all of which I will name, but I'll certainly name Beckett, because I know that he was going to talk about this anyways. You know, he lied to multiple people about this, and I know that one for a fact. You know,
I mean, so it sounds like a lot of this stuff happened in voice calls when he was like requesting this stuff.
Correct.
In your opinion, what was the motivation? Because you give it from like overstepping and what did you say? Overstepping and being too kind of like invasive versus being malicious. I mean, where do you actually stand? What do you think's going on?
I think it's completely malicious. I genuinely think it's completely malicious. In my stream last night, FPS Diesel confirmed to Beckett, who relayed this to me, that it was about the Michi stuff. And I want you to remember, this Michi person, I talked about them once. In a shitter stream that probably had like 13 viewers and terrible audio quality. And like, I don't even know why anybody watched me back then. But like, you know,
this was a person who drawn like NSFW material of Amy Rose. And you called them like a lolicon, right?
From what I remember, it was NSFW material of Amy Rose. It was definitely some kind of Sonic porn. And I'm pretty sure it was Amy Rose because then I brought up the fact that their canonical age is 5. And I can't even remember if it was jokingly or not. So I'll just say that I said it seriously. You know, I'm like, oh yeah, she's like a lolicon or whatever. Right.
Yeah.
And apparently this caused some kind of freak out with Falgi. And I mean, in those DMs that are those messages from that server that I read out, like, I mean, it genuinely seems like an inherited beef thing where he's just like very pissed off about, you know, like stuff that I've said about his pals, like, you know, the fact that I snaked Beckett and Xylee, the fact that I was quote unquote a dick to K-Hawk. Like, I mean, you know, it's that is what it is in my opinion. And I think that I think he knew that even his like associates like Makari, because Makari was the one who told me about the welfare check stuff. So I think that he knew that, you know, his associates would not be okay with this explanation of asking for docs info for, you know, pretty much any reason. And so then he invented this reasoning of the welfare check where he's like, oh, well, I'm just worried about him. Like, you know, I just think he's going to do something irreversible. Like the exact verbiage used was unrecoverable. And, you know, so I think that that's kind of how it developed. I think it started out as this thing against me because of Michi and because of Beckett. And then slowly over time, it developed into, you know, him just giving more excuses until finally, I think the final excuse was the joke thing where, oh, it's just a big joke. It's just a big joke, which is a defense that he's tried to use before. If you know, you've been doing a lot of this coverage, so you would recognize that. Like, he's tried to do this before. He's tried to play these things off as jokes. He's tried to be like, well, these are things set in private settings where, you know, I'm not recognizing the fact that, like, you know, like this might get publicized, so I think that it's safe to joke around. And it's like, no.
Okay. Do you want me to give you like my read on the situation and what's going on?
Yeah,
because
sure.
I kind of disagree with the malicious angle. So
Well,
I think that
before you do, Dickers, let me just I do want to just specify because I think it's important. Everything I just said was complete speculation. Okay, we just know that he gave these excuses. I don't know anything in particular. That is just my personal like head canon. Right? Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. So, I mean, my read on it is like, as much as Cloudy might like bitch and moan and complain that bigger creators treat Diesel like a little bro, unfortunately, he just acts like a little bro, right? So he develops beefs with people based almost entirely on who Diesel is fighting with and who, like, Beckett is fighting with. And I think you can see this in the treatment between different people. So, for example, Cy Scribbles, he's got an unending beef with Cy Scribbles. Malcolm, he's got an unending beef with Malcolm. He had a really fiery beef for. Cameron F305, Diesel kind of stepped away from the situation after a little bit when he realized that he'd slightly fucked up the story to begin with. And Falgi is totally happy to work with Cameron F305 on the fucking Scarlet Reaper stuff. And so who he hates and who he likes is 100% directed by what his big bros think about people. So I think that he particularly fucking hated you because of the Beckett stuff, right? I also think that Falgi is obsessed with the kind of influence that he can have in, like, shitter commentary spaces. So, I mean, the whole tagline that he said about the Op Block several times is that they make channels 50 times larger than them scared because of how good their research is, right? So I think that he thinks that you've been raped into the dirt over the drama like 18 months ago or something, and he can add to that a little bit more and rape you a little bit more. Right? Because I think that he thinks he can, like, you know, he's got insane research skills to be able to do it. But I also think, and I can imagine him saying, like, oh, yeah, let's fuck with this guy. You know, if this guy's going to do gay ops, we're going to do gay ops. And I can't imagine him saying that as a joke. What I can also imagine is that Falgi feels as though you're crashing out. And so, well, we're researchers. We can get the information. We can get Himpleton's information. We can do a wellness call on him to make sure that he's okay, right? But I think a lot of this stuff comes down to, like, him feeling as though he's exerted himself on, like, putting a little bit of influence out there. That's me personally, okay? The read that I get on Falgi isn't somebody who would put out docs information. If only for the reason that his internet daddies wouldn't be happy with it. Yeah.
To clarify, though, when I say malicious, I don't mean malicious as in he is going to get this docs information and immediately, like, publish it. What I mean by that is... I think the reasoning for requesting the docs is malicious, right? And your theory of, like, the little bro thing, which I completely agree with, by the way. I've been saying inherited beef for a very long time when it comes to this stuff, like on my stream and stuff. But I still find the reasoning for asking for the docs information from KJ to be malicious within itself, and that's kind of what I'm saying.
Wait. Because the way that I would think of, like, using the word malicious is that he's hoping to do something bad to somebody else or fuck somebody else over. What did you think that he was going to do with this information? Because my opinion is that he's just, like, I don't know, like a dragon with treasure. He feels as though it's cool to be able to have this information over somebody else because he and his team are such good researchers. That's my read.
Maybe. Maybe.
Because I guess, do you think that he would have done anything with that information to, like, harm you or fuck you over?
I genuinely, at this point, because, and you know, I understand that I have a bias here, so I'm not going to be able to fully, like, give an objective take. But with how much he has lied to my face, with how much I've seen him lie in other calls and stuff like that, I genuinely do not know. I don't think so, but I find myself questioning everything to do with his character and who he is at this point, to be completely honest.
Yeah. I mean, I said at the fucking beginning, right? Whatever I'm going to say about you or your opinions on the stuff, I understand getting a little bit schizo and maybe a little bit more skeptical than other people when it's your docs information being discussed. So I 100% fucking get it. Yeah.
It's one of those things where it's like, and again, I just kind of go back to the, like, I understand your, like, theory of, like, the dragon hoarding treasure, but I kind of go back to the question that I was asking many times, you know, behind the scenes and on my stream, which is why there is no good reason to ask for it. There's no good reason to ask for it, period. I just, and I would say that, to be clear, I would say that even if it wasn't me, right? It just doesn't click to me. It doesn't make any sense. There's no situation in which I would ever be asking for PII from someone from a researcher. I've even clarified the welfare check thing. Like, I've called, like, full transparency, and I said this during my stream. I've called multiple welfare checks, just in like the YouTube sphere. I've called 3 wellness checks. I've called 2, and then I facilitated 1. Every single time I've done that, it has been because somebody made a very direct, actionable threat against themselves in their life. Okay,
like a Brony Fando level event. Is that what we're talking?
Exactly. And like in that case, because I've had a friend, a friend back when I was a teenager, commit suicide. And so because of that, I would so much rather have people be mad at me than I would risk someone dying, someone losing their life. But in those cases, I've done it responsibly. I've gone to people who know the person and know their information, and I have worked with them to figure out how to do this wellness check. I haven't, I would never go to a researcher and be like, hey man, I feel like maybe this guy might kill himself at some point, maybe. So like, can I just have the docs just so like I could have it? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
I mean the explanation doesn't even
works.
make sense. Yeah, but the time that you've done like the deep dive internet research to be able to put the pieces together on somebody's like real name, real address, they've probably already topped themselves. You know what I mean? It's kind of It's kind of retarded. Yeah, I agree.
Well, and of course, and this is the thing that a lot of people are saying and agreeing with here. Of course, all of us, even if you're not like a deep researcher or anything, I think all of us have probably run into PII in our lives when we're looking into covering something. That's not an issue, right? It's not an issue to run into PII naturally. It's kind of a side effect of the stuff that we do. That's fine. I don't give a fuck. And I understand it. It's the requesting it, right? It's the directly being like, I need this,
Well, if you want me to go into my take, I feel like you can ask for that kind of material, but you've got to have like an articulable reason for why you have it, right? So I need to find out this person's PII because I want to look into their criminal record, right? Just that, and you'll never post the PII. You might talk about the criminal record. I need to look at this person's PII because they claim they're a lawyer. Are they really? But you're never going to put out the PII. Do you know what I mean? And so I feel like... Because I've been thinking about this over the last few days. Yeah, but I think you do have to have a legitimate reason. Otherwise, asking for that information is like a huge fucking red flag. An enormous red flag. I think somebody says in chat, Aniona, given that Fauci is all for doxing when the person did something bad, i.e. the Sly Boy stuff, I understand why Himpleton's worked up over this. Yeah, I mean, Fauci has had some pretty fucking dicey takes over dox information. That's fucking true. Yeah. If somebody is bad enough, he can't say, apparently, that they shouldn't have been doxed, which is extremely interesting. Extremely interesting, yeah.
Hi, DK.
I guess just how bad did he think that you were? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's literally just like a... I don't know. I don't know. It's obviously not a risk that I'm willing to indulge in, you know what I mean?
No, 100%, yeah. Nor should you, but yeah. Yeah. Anyway.
Did you see that Rose Malai's making the rounds, the victory laps right now?
Oh my fucking god. Yeah. Man, I think I didn't even see it myself. Somebody sent me a comment on one of my VODs that Rose had left. I was like, oh my fucking god. It's just so fucking boring to talk about it at this point.
I was right about the uplock.
Bitch, you didn't say anything about the uplock. You had a personal fucking beef with him. You didn't say shit about him. Oh my
Where's
god.
my fucking cease and desist, Rose? That's my question. Okay.
Wait. She might... Dude, could you imagine... In 2 months' time, you find out that Fauci is working with Rose Malai as the researcher to find your fucking information to be able to serve you with papers.
Dude, the Sinister Six is gonna start coming after me. They're all gonna form together and they're gonna sue me. It's gonna be awful. No, she said it, and I included it in that tweet that I made about the whole wanting to strike people for watching the dog pack stuff. Yeah, she literally said, "I'm drafting up a cease and desist letter," and I sent her my email, and I'm still waiting. It's really sad.
That should be good. That should be good. I wonder who she's going to get on as legal advice on a team. I hear ChatGPT is going for incredibly cheap rates nowadays. It might come down to that.
I mean, you know that it's great when you hear I'm drafting up a cease and desist letter. That's when you know, not my lawyer, but I am drafting up a cease and desist letter. That's when it's great.
You'll receive it in a few years, okay? She's got to go to Harvard Law first, get her head around a lot of this stuff, but just you wait, okay? It's coming in the mail any day now. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Yeah. Anyway, I appreciate you coming on, and I appreciate you sending me the private call as well. Is there anything else? Otherwise, I think we're going to move into the Falgi response.
Worth noting, chatters were right when they said to you that he did not mention it a single time. Like any of the stuff that we talked about. From what I heard after my stream last night, it was pretty explosive, and he just wanted to drop what he already had and fuck off. That's what I've heard.
Really? Okay.
The other thing that I will say real quick, because I forgot to say it earlier, is I do recognize that my point is very petty when I'm like, he's Mr. Accountability, but then like can't take accountability for that. But like my whole point in that is that particular aspect of everything, at least in terms of everything I've seen, and I do recognize I'm a little biased, so I'll ask you, like, don't you think that like the asking for docs information stuff, don't you think that that's probably the most severe thing that he's been accused of in this situation? Or do you think there's something that's worse?
I'll be honest, I don't think so. So I think that like running around and being involved in like burning KJ's reputation, that's probably fucking worse in my opinion.
Yeah, the reputation.
Also the way that he's like treated his like other guys, the other fucking co-hosts of the Up Block, that betrayal is probably worse in my opinion. Like I don't think that the asking for the docs information is immoral in and of itself. It's like a big red flag. Do you know what I mean? It's like a warning sign that something weird might be going on. But in and of itself, I don't think it's immoral. Hopefully that makes sense.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense to me. I mean, I think the other than my obvious bias here, what's kind of dictating that opinion is a lot too of him moral fagging over. Can I say that? I'm so sorry. But like,
we disavow that language. We disavow that language.
I'm sorry. I say it all the time.
Moral flagging.
Listen,
moral flagging. Yeah,
I'm half gay. I have the past YouTube. It's fine. But no. Yeah, moral flagging is what I said. Over like doxing takes, like with how hard he went over Aiden. You know, like I think for me it's like just a giga hypocrisy point on top of the fact that it is. I don't know. I just view it as severe as somebody who, you know, is very against any form of spreading of PII for potentially not great reasons. So, I mean, that's where that's coming from.
Yeah, I think you kind of have to squint your eyes to see that hypocrisy. But, I mean, I don't think it's really worth arguing over. But yeah, I think we both agree fundamentally. Falgi's just kind of done and will be for the foreseeable future. Actually, hold on. As somebody who's gone through the fucking grinder himself, what do you think? You are the expert opinion in the commentary community right now on redemption arcs. What do you see from Falgi here on out?
He's completely fucked. He's unwilling to take any form of accountability. You'll see it in the video. He's completely unwilling to take any form of accountability. In my opinion, even if he comes back, he's going to come back at massively reduced numbers. Like if we look at like my controversies versus Falgi's, a lot of mine, other than Jar and the Beckett stuff, which was, you know, people will argue. I mean, Jar is unarguably malicious, but then the Beckett stuff, people will argue was malicious. I don't even want to get into it, but
yeah,
this is a repeated pattern of malicious behavior towards his team, and that's the kicker too. I think that's a big factor and a big kicker. It was his insider guys, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that he was stabbing, And that to me, I think, is going to be irredeemable to so many people. So he can take a break as long as he wants. He can grease himself up and eat meatballs as long as he wants. But I think that that's going to haunt him. And on top of that, him continuing to date him continuing to date Cloudy is going to haunt him. 100% it is going to haunt him. People are going to be afraid of him because of that. like Cloudy is a malicious, like, psychopathic freak. Okay. And they're a perfect couple, frankly. But
I mean,
yeah,
I don't want
think-
to harp on it too hard as like a really strong point, but I do wonder, like, how the fuck have you come out of this drama with all of this stuff being like born to light? Falgi claims that he had no fucking clue about any of this stuff. Did he? Didn't he? If he didn't,
Classic.
Is this not a huge fucking revelation that makes you fundamentally rethink, like, the character of the person you're dating? Because to us, it's retarded fucking internet drama, but to him, that's his fucking girl. No?
Well,
Like,
I won't spoil it.
Speaking personally, okay, even if it was just my friend, I would be fucking rethinking them a little bit, you know?
I won't spoil it, Dickers, but just wait till you see what he says about it. Okay, like truly, you can't make it up, dude. It's awesome.
Okay, nice.
But yeah,
listen,
that's
you've
all
whet
to
my
say,
appetite.
I don't think there's any comeback. There's no comeback. Enjoy the response. Okay, thanks for having me on. I appreciate it, man.
I appreciate it, man. I'll chat to you later. Have a good one, all right?
Yep, you too.
All right. See ya. Okay. There we go. There we go. There we go. Nice. A little bit of a call in with Himbleton. Always nice to have a chit chat with people. Hold on. Just got a DM. Yeah. You'll need this for the response. When he talks about paying Ash, he lies by omission. I think I know exactly what you're talking about, and I appreciate you sending it over to me. All right. Gok raid. Okay, perfect timing. Absolutely perfect timing. Hello, kickers. Raided with 344 viewers. He now has 345 viewers. Okay, thank you very much. All right, nice. That's perfect time, actually. I'm sure that everybody already knows a lot of the information regarding the Falgi stuff, okay? The situation has been talked to fucking death. But before we go in for the fucking response that he's given today, I think it's probably important recap some of it, okay? He's had some hand, him and his girlfriend, working as a twosome, to fuck over people that he previously worked with, whisper campaigns to ruin people's reputation. Not just like fucking them over interpersonally, but also totally ruining them in the fucking space. Like, I think for Killjoy, right? That was supposed to be his fucking business. That's how he made a little bit of fucking money on the side. And it's become a whisper campaign to the point where people are thinking pretty fucking widely he's a doxer, to the point that he's getting kicked out of spaces, right? So it's getting pretty fucking severe there, trying to blackball somebody else, trying to blackball morale. Not really actually that bad, but pretty fucking embarrassing. Trying to blackball, goddammit, Malcolm as well. Trying to make sure that people that he's fucking working with, his own fucking friends, can't hop on stream unless they stop doing work for Malcolm. And then presenting it the entire fucking time as though he's actually on their side. He's actually looking out for them. And the undue evil influence that Malcolm is going to have over them. Okay? There's a lot of aspects. There's a lot of winding fucking corridors to this drama. But let's get into the response, okay? Falgi's got a shit ton, realistically, to fucking answer for. We've been waiting for this response for a week. And I'm not going to lie. I'm looking at the runtime of the video right now. And I'm wondering how he responds to all of this in 6 minutes. Anyway, let's have a look. We've also got Cloudy's response to talk about after this, which is surprisingly a little bit more in depth. But anyway, let's hear from the man himself, the creator, the Don, Oplog, Falgi. Let's go.
I know this video is long overdue, and I want to make something very clear at the jump of this video. This video is about accountability and clearing up any misconceptions that I can. This video is not...
Whoa! Right off the fucking bat. Hold on. Dude. Ash, have you seen what you're able to do? Holy fuck. The student has become the master. Do you see that fucking editing? Holy shit.
I know this video is long overdue, and I want to make something very clear at the jump of this video. This video is about accountability and clearing up any misconceptions that I can. This video is not about placing blame on anybody but myself. I take...
Dude. with responses and like when you're taking accountability, do you not want to seem as like transparent as possible? Just like talk to the camera, give your response, talk through some of this stuff. You just like whoa, flash it in and out constantly. Fuck. Okay, hold on. I feel like an asshole now. Thank you to JG Free for the $5. If you've seen the TP warehouse that burned down, that smile was the same smile Himbleton has on his face that employees had on their face, I bet. Thank you for the 5. Thank you for the 5. And thank you to Critical Rad TV for the gifted membership as well. Hugely appreciate it, mate. Cheers.
Full responsibility for my actions, my personal events, and my words, and that is how that's going to be. First and foremost, I know my initial response was inadequate, and it shouldn't have happened, and I apologize for that. Talking about the start of the channel, this channel started in 2024 with some diesel mods, and as it progressed and we started gaining more and more momentum and things like that, it did become its own channel. People like, for instance, KJ and Ash would begin to join the channel as Ash. They would do editing and then eventually hosting and then thumbnails, as well as KJ, who would do research. I want to make something
dude, already at the fucking top. I think this might be Falji's idea of how the channel has come to be in the current day, right? The problem is that that is not actually how the channel came to be. The channel came to be based on a group that was started by other people. Falji joined later, and Falji created the fucking channel, right? That is how this stuff started. Him position it as though, like, day one of the uplock is when the channel was created. That's, like, not true. That's not true. Falji has slowly crept up and, like, taken control of the fucking channel. He did not start as the fucking leader.
Very clear. Ash and KJ were paid. On the screen here, you will see Ash's payments for the time that they worked with me. Ash was also paid for not only just thumbnail work, hosting, and any type of editing, but as well as D&D maps that were supposed to be for our D&D game, and this was the total that was received. KJ, by his own request, had...
Right, okay, so that's the little bit that he fucking skips over there. He just, like, breezes past that, doesn't he? He breezes past the fact that these people were paid. That was never the fucking complaint, right? That was never the fucking complaint. The complaint that was that Ash had to fucking chase down their payment. But, whatever, okay? I'm not gonna lie. Ash, I don't know if you're watching right now, alright? I can't really get that fucking het up about it. I can't bring myself to, like, care that much. Oh, he was late with payments. Oh, dear. Oh, my God. Let's kill this guy. Oh, bro, I actually can't. Listen, okay? If people are late with payments, it is what it is. We're in, like, small shitter commentary. Nobody, despite even the people that act as though they're treating this shit like a business, invariably fucking fail, right? Yeah. No, but the problem that I actually do have with it is that Falji is claiming as though he's, like, taking accountability and being straight up with this shit. And he can't even say that the complaint is that he was late with paying these people and they had to fucking chase him up over it. Right? Wait, what? Okay, Morale says, Dickers, no. He was saying donos went to editors and then wasn't paying editors. It wasn't late to payment. Ash wasn't even being paid. Okay, but I thought that they had an agreement that she would be paid. He said something on stream about, oh, this stuff goes to editors, and then Ash had to chase it down, right? That's the evidence that I've seen. That's the narrative that I've seen so far. But this is what I mean, though. He can't even be straight up with what he's even fucking talking about.
Had asked donations to his throne. You can see the total amount here. In the beginning, when...
Wait, hold on. Yeah, you can see the total amount there. Killjoy said for a long time that he didn't want me to be able to leak the fucking payments that he was receiving from Falji. Jesus fucking Christ. $400. $400. For how many months of work? I believe it was 6 months. Over 6 months of work. And he only got paid $400 for it. He's taken the channel in a more professional direction, guys, okay? He's taken the channel in a... Listen. He's taken the channel to places that it's never been seen before. $400.
Had asked donations to his throne. You can see the total amount here. In the beginning, when...
Yeah, exactly. And then he's complaining at the same time that these people would rather play D&D in their spare time than fucking work for him. Bro, work? Work? I'm pretty sure this is how the fucking space works, right? But does anybody really pretend as though they're running a business and being really professional with it? If you paid this person by the hour, they would be legally considered a fucking slave, dude.
Ash was helping the channel. It was under my understanding, even when they said it in call, that some editing and thumbnails were done as a friend favor because they liked the channel. Over time, Ash did ask to be compensated. You can see the message here when I reach out to them after that voice call conversation. I wanted to make sure that they were compensated for their labor because they were working for the channel and they were.
Okay. I think this is where I'm supposed to bring up a screenshot. Hey, just to speak privately for a moment, from channel rev, it's been percentage based regarding the channel, so it's never really been a flat rate because the channel doesn't have a consistent revenue source to do that with. Moving forward, I will be more proactive as highlighting that plus the money for maps. Oh, highlighting that plus the money for maps. I appreciate you letting me know. And Ash says, I understand. Right. So this is a DM that Morale wants me to be able to bring up. Morale asks, did you get paid for the op block stuff? Ash says, I eventually got paid for editing and thumbnail art, but it wasn't until after I confronted Falgi about it, since he'd made a claim on stream that donos go to editors. When he said that, I wasn't being paid. This was near the beginning of the 2025 March-ish. It's been a while. Right. The problem is with a lot of this stuff, okay? Rape Falgi? Yes, rape Falgi. 100% rape Falgi. If this was a fucking issue, why is Ash giving the, I understand, love heart? It's like, I had this stuff with the fucking, some of the micro drama regarding editors that other people tried to bring up. If you're not bringing up the complaint to Falgi at the fucking time, I find it fucking hard to be able to get that passionate about it now. Do you know what I mean? Like a year later.
Make sure that they were compensated for their labor because they were working for the channel and they were doing great work. And that kind of comes up into the call that's been released regarding the firing of Ash, KJ, and Q. It's completely my fault. I was not upfront with my friends. I was not honest with my friends. In my mind, I'm thinking I'm sparing their feelings, but in reality, I'm not doing that. I'm hurting them more. It's something that I will have to live with the rest of my life and move forward with. But over time...
What the fuck? He's talking about it like he's fucking killed a man. He's talking about it like he's been found out to have raped a child. He's gonna have to live with it for the rest of his life. That Discord call. That Discord call when I fired my friends from our channel. I'm gonna have to live with that for the rest of my life. I'm gonna have to take that guilt to my grave. It's so fucking overwrought. It's so performative. It's so overplayed. How does he think that anybody's gonna fucking take this seriously? He's been so fucking unserious with it. It's unbelievable. Holy shit. Jesus Christ. Also, the problem is, right, he's being overwrought and fucking over the top with it. But at the same time, he's not even saying what it was. It wasn't his mistake in being hurtful. He wasn't trying to shield other people's opinions. He was trying to fire them and then be a little bit wiggly about it, right? And dress it up with a little bit of fucking corpo speak, a little bit of HR language to make the pill go down fucking easier. When in reality, he's fucking firing them. They're gone. They're out. It's not your channel anymore. Look at me. I am the got blocked now, right? That was the whole fucking situation in that call. Jesus Christ. It was not a communication issue. It was a fucking action issue. It's the things you did. Holy fuck.
My sadness started turning into resentment. And that's not...
Does anyone care? Does anyone fucking care? Does anyone care? There are so many different threads to this fucking drama, and we are a quarter way through it, and we're talking about how sadness turned to resentment.
Not appropriate. It doesn't match the person I am on camera and the person I try to be. Everyone has personal events, and when they leak, it's terrible. That's still not appropriate. Things that I've said, either jokingly, offhandedly, could still be taken very seriously because they hold serious weight. And...
oh, is that his response to the Himpleton stuff? The joke that he told? Again, so fucking non-specific. Man, I'm sure that a lot of people have realized by this point that given the fact that Falgi's response dropped and then Cloudy's response dropped on the exact same day, these guys have, like, coordinated their stuff, right? So you've got, I'm going to leak, or I'm going to fucking preempt it, okay? You've got the Fauci stuff, where he gives no details, broad fucking brushes, says that he's taken accountability, but misdirects, doesn't really describe it. You can't really pin down what he's fucking apologizing for. Do you know what I mean? And then you've got the cloudy document, okay? And the cloudy document that less people are going to read, right? Because it's from fucking Cloudy. It's not from the man himself, the owner of the fucking channel. The cloudy document is where all of the detail has gone into, and where everything is discussed in more kind of like explicit, information. The way that they've done this stuff is so fucking slimy. They should have released a fucking joint statement. If they want to say they're different people and they take accountability for different stuff, that's fine, right? It is what it is. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, that's fair. But putting the fucking cloudy document, having the cloudy document be where you actually talk about all the stuff that you did, which is going to be lost to time, and it's going to receive less attention. So fucking slimy.
It's just
Cloudy thinks as well, this is another section of it, I would bet that this is Cloudy's idea as well. Because she said again and again and again that she thinks that she's so good at optics. She's not. She's like obviously transparently fucking manipulative.
Appropriate to do so.
Yo, thank you for the 2. JG3. Wait, hold on, let's get these alerts.
Wishing a nod on Malcolm a joke.
Thank you. Was doxing Himpy and wishing an OD on Malcolm a joke? Well. He asked for Himpleton's docs. Clearly not a fucking joke, is it? And then wishing an OD on Malcolm. I mean, that's a joke, and I don't really care about that, to be honest. I've got to be real. I've seen some people being whipped into a fucking frenzy because Fauci said that he hoped that Malcolm has a bad trip on acid. Like, can I bring myself to care that much? I cannot bring myself to care that much.
Oh, it's not the person that I want to be. A little bit later, I had heard things regarding the KF account that caused this Makari breakup that was becoming active again. Makari had also stepped forward and given over her server. I passed this off to FPS Diesel, and I will say this right now, it was incredibly inappropriate because I didn't know if it was or wasn't him. The allegation that it was KJ. Reading back, it looks stupidly coy. It looks like I'm trying to destroy his reputation, and it's exactly what I didn't want to happen, but it's exactly how it should be received.
What the fuck, dude? I feel as though like they've written an initial document where they've talked about all of this stuff and gone into it in fucking detail. And then when he gives it to response to camera, they just start going through with a big black marker and fucking redacting all of the sensitive parts. What am I even listening to? If you come into this stuff not really knowing the full expanse of the fucking drama, what do you think's fucking going on? Huh? So the thing that he's talking about is that this KF account had information leaked to it from private opblock spaces, okay? Now, with recent information, it looks like Cloudy has screenshotted it and probably sent it around to other people. And that's how it's leaked, okay? But at the time, given the fact that Makari pointed the finger and said, Cloudy, Fauci, I think it's you guys that fucking leaked this. Makari, the girl with a brain tumor, ended up getting fucking fired and kicked out the group by Cloudy and by Fauci. And then, later on, this was used to smear KJ as like a leaker who can't be trusted with research, and also with doxers somehow.
Stupid, inappropriate, and vitriolic. It wasn't right. I wasn't being honest with how I felt. I wasn't being honest if I felt hurt and things like that, and that festered in all the wrong ways. Addressing blackballing claims, I want to just state now that I never directly participated in any of those, but I recognize that people around me did in some capacity. I've seen the messages from Cloudy. I've seen the DMs, and I'm not particularly happy about them. They upset me, but they upset me in the way of she did something wrong because she thought that she was protecting me.
What? She did something wrong because she thought she was protecting you. From what? What is he even talking about with the fucking blackballing stuff? Because I would say the blackballing stuff is Malcolm, which Fauci did, saying that Ash can't fucking work with him, right? Like blackballing somebody by like fucking with their contractors, right? Then secondarily with the blackballing, it's morale saying that people can't bring him up on stream, can't reference him on stream, because they don't want their brand to be associated with him. And then, what else is he talking about? Is he talking about the Killjoy stuff? Or, like, ruining people's reputations? Because that was more so cloudy. I agree, but, okay.
And I didn't stop her from doing that.
What? Like, none of the stuff that she did with Killjoy was about protecting Falgi at all. These people had been in private group chats shit-talking Falgi, and so she thought she'd get some fucking digs in, because she's a petty, vindictive bitch, right? That's how that fucking worked. None of it was being protective. Oh my god, the sweeping is insane.
This is not a breakup. This is me addressing what I did wrong in our relationship by not helping my partner. She didn't have to do all that. She shouldn't have done that. And that's on me. She has her own things that she has to apologize for, to take accountability for, and that's what she will do. But I do want to make it very clear that it's my fault. It's my fault for allowing her to do that, and it's my fault for making her think that she had to do that to protect me. Finally, I want to say I'm sorry, specifically to Ash, KJ, Q, FPS Diesel, Becca the Cope and Seed, and anyone who's ever been associated with the channel.
What the fuck? Excuse me? Excuse me? What? What?
Specifically to Ash, KJ, Q, FPS Diesel, Becca the Cope and Seed, and anyone who's ever been associated with the channel.
Am I fucking chopped liver? Excuse me? What? Okay. Total dick as erasure. Total dick as erasure. I won my apology. What the fuck? I swept for the maid dress for fucking 6 months, and now this guy gets burned, and I don't even get a fucking apology because of it. I deserve my fucking dues. Do you know how hard it fucking feels to fucking sweep for somebody wearing fucking fetish outwear on stream and say, yeah, it's weird, but, you know, we overlook these things with people. And now I don't even get a fucking mention. Fuck that.
I want to apologize. My inadequacies, my rhetoric, and my actions or inactions caused hurt, caused damage, and it's not something that you make up with one specific statement. To the audience, I want to apologize again for inadequacies within my first response, as well as apologize for the way that I've acted. You have every right to feel disgusted. You have every right to feel angry. You have every right to feel confused and every right to feel hurt. It's on me. It was always on me. It doesn't matter if I was a direct participant or not. My actions or my inaction made these things occur. And I'm sorry.
Fucking God. Okay. Okay. So we're at the very fucking end right now. And I've got to be honest, I don't even know what Falgi's done by his own words. No? Dude, what a fucking dogshit statement. This is so fucking insulted. A, that people have had to wait for a fucking week for this shit to come out. This could have dropped on day one. It would have made absolutely no fucking difference, okay? So the drip drop of fucking information makes no fucking sense as an excuse. Like, dude, just be straight up with what you're fucking apologizing for. You're apologizing for both your action and inaction. Holy fuck.
Where do we go moving from here? For now, the channel will be put on...
Like, the only concrete thing that I see that Falgi has apologized in this statement for is the way he communicated with people and jokes that he made. Bro, this is so much worse than Impleton. This is so much worse than Impleton. Yo, thank you, Brett, for the £5. Critical hit, game controller. Thank you very much.
A hiatus. The reason being is that I need to take the time to better myself offline. Bar none. I need to take the time to do that, and I need to take the time before I could ever come back to content creation to make sure that I rectify and make amends for the wrongs that I've committed. Making amends is actionable change.
Oh my fucking God. And now we're talking in the fucking therapy speak. This is literally getting to the end of a drama and saying, I'm going to therapy, basically. Like, It's not true. That's not the reason why Falgi's taking a fucking break. Falgi is not taking a break. Hold on, Donor.
Falgi apology tour starting with Dickers, most aggrieved, when.
That's what I'm fucking saying. Thank you for the $5. I appreciate it. But, like, okay. Oh, fuck it. I forgot what I was saying.
Change. The action needs to come after.
Oh, shit. I know what I'm fucking talking about. Okay. So, I mean, what Falgi's basically saying here is the usual equivalent of, like, oh, I'm going on a break. I'm taking therapy to atone for my actions. This guy's gonna go to on a fucking pilgrimage, okay? This guy's gonna go and kiss the wall. He's gonna travel to the top of the fucking, like, fucking Machu Picchu to be able to get over this stuff. Like, that's not happening. The reason why Uplock or Falgi is taking a break is because the drama is too much, and he wants to fucking decompress from it. Don't act like you're going into fucking self-imposed exile over this stuff. It's all the way through. All the fucking way through. It's like vague, non-specific, performative fucking slop. Like I said a few days ago, right? I think it was a conversation that me and Beckett were having on stream. And I basically said, like, at this point, whatever, like, response that Falgi gives... Hold on, I'll pause just while I'm fucking giving my spiel. Whatever response that Falgi gives is gonna, like, sow the fucking, the flower bed for whatever comeback that he wants to do. Because at this point, there's no coming back from the fucking drama, right? There's only the slow, difficult, painful return, right? That's the only shit that he's got left. And this is honestly so fucking awful. Like, I feel as though it would have been good, because it's done, like, you know, there's embarrassing stuff in here, there's, like, snaky stuff in here, there's duplicitous stuff in here. The thing that really needed to happen at the end of this response was just being straight up. Being fucking honest over the stuff, and actually saying how you feel about how things have gone, and, like, what you fucking done. We've got none of their stuff. It's, like, so fucking... It's, like, insulting that people have waited a fucking week for this response. Holy fuck. Wait, hold on. Thank you for the $5, your local cryptid. A horny catboy was this guy's downfall. I just need everyone to remember that. Very, very true. Thank you for the $5. We need a waking up with a cold sweat emote. Can we get... Hold on. Can we get inside out on that? We need that pronto.
They're putting in the work. So that is what's going to be happening with the channel. Thank you guys so much. What I would like to say is please, 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 please do not harass any of the mods. They had nothing to do with this. And I really just, it's on me. It's on me and Cloudy. So please just don't do that.
Who's harassing the mods?
Thank you for your time.
Who is harassing the mods? Who is invested enough in this drama to actually go out there and harass the mods? Oh my god. Totally fucking worthless. HR, PR, slop. Jesus Christ. Thankfully, okay, we can get now to the actual response to the drama, which comes in the form of Cloudy's response, okay? So I kind of, like, spoke about this a few months ago, right? So Falgi's come out and basically kind of, like, dribbled into your fucking ear and tried to say that he's super sorry and, like, give the impression that he's taken accountability. For what? Huh? What was the original drama over? Yeah. What's he taking accountability for? Right? Now, we've gone over Falgi's thing, okay? We've gone over Falgi's thing. It's basically fucking perfumed, but it's got no fucking flavor to it. You know what I mean? That's the best way that I can describe it. So all of the information and the actual drama response is hidden now in Cloudy's document that she put out at the exact same time. So we'll go into this, we'll take a look, okay? And we'll see what these guys actually think about the fucking drama. Because apparently, we're not getting it in fucking Falgi's statement. Alright. This is from Cloudy. This is titled, My Response. Oh, that's snaky from them both. It's snaky as fuck. I'm not gonna lie. It's actually some of the most despicable shit that I've ever fucking seen. You've got a girlfriend who helps you out with your fucking channel, so when you put your response out, you don't talk about shit and you put it all in hers. Super fucking snaky. Knowing, of course, that Falgi's, Cloudy's fucking Twitter document, or Google document that she puts out on Twitter, is gonna get, like, 10% of the fucking viewership that Falgi's actual YouTube video is gonna get. Right? Holy fuck. These are people who, like, have done drama, right? They understand what people want in a fucking response. Oh, I'm just repeating myself. It's so fucking annoying. Okay. My response from Cloudy. This statement isn't for excuses, just accountability for what I've done and how I hurt many people. I want to make it clear that most of these issues are my fault and to apologize. Wait, hold on. I mean, it's the easiest read that I have ever done in my fucking life. But can I scroll up? Can I scroll up and screenshot my DMs? Hold on. Yesterday, 7 p.m. Let me fucking pull this shit up. Oh, it's all my fault. A lot of these things, they're all my fault. Let's have a look at what I said yesterday. I'm interested to see what happens with the Thunderdome call. Prediction. Cloudy jumps in front of the bullet and tries to blame herself on... blame everything on herself. I don't think Fauci would go for that play, though. So his response is either going to be... might be super influenced on whether it comes out before or after Cloudy makes any further statements. They'll obviously coordinate whatever response they put out. But at some point, Cloudy's going to realize that she's got a lot less to lose than her little boy. It is the easiest read that I've ever fucking done, okay? I'm not acting as though it's a huge fucking prediction that I've got correct. But I just want to say, okay, I fucking called this shit. Most of these issues are my fault, and I apologize. We are ordering a total fucking fatwa on the fucking Cloudy Jomha jokes. We're not doing that shit anymore. We're not doing that shit anymore. It was funny for a fucking while, and unfortunately... our fucking humor has been abused. Okay. I have not purposefully gone to creators and told them that KJ is a doxer, a bad worker, or personally tried to get him demodded elsewhere. Very interesting framing. Haven't gone to creators to tell them that. Interesting. However, I will explain and apologize for how me even talking about this story and DMing Rena every single mean catty complaint ever could have still gotten out and hurt his job and others' job opportunities. Now, to be extra fucking clear, okay? Because Cloudy did this in Beckett's call, and I picked up on it then. She's saying that she's only DM'd Rena to be able to shit-talk KJ. That's interesting. That's very interesting. That's extremely interesting. Because Rena is the only person who's leaked their fucking DMs. Isn't that weird? That the only person that's leaked their DMs with Cloudy just happens to be the only person that she shit-talked Killjoy with. Fascinating. But not quite. So, I only told one of the Cope and Seed staff that I was demodding him since we shared closer communities, but it was not a bid for them to remove him as well. What's it for then? Because so far as I'm aware, she demodded KJ and reached out to Beckett's mod staff. And it was for the first time ever, right? She reached out to them. They didn't reach out to her to ask what was going on. It didn't come up in idle fucking chatter. She reached out specifically to say that she was demodding them. And it was not a bid to get them removed as well. Shut the fuck up. You hated this person. She was talking. Do we have them here? Okay. So this screenshot. Perfect. KJ thinks I worked with Cope mods to get him kicked out of mod there too. Lol. They never liked him. And he scared them by doing something that they won't tell me. I'm willing to bet it's doxing related, says Rena. Most likely. Beckett was mad as fuck. Keeps Killjoy around, despite his team saying it's a bad idea. I've got to look over that Kiwi account one of these days again to see if there's more to connect. Right. Interesting. So, it seems to me, tell me if this is a bad read, but it seems to me as though Cloudy is bemoaning the fact that Killjoy isn't being kicked out and demodded from other spaces. No? In fact, I would go so far as to say that is the only read that you can have over this screenshot. But you didn't message them as a bid to get them removed from other spaces as well. I'm sure. I'm sure. Okay. So I'm talking about What could be so bad if he got demodded? Beckett's hardline is doxing. As I say in the screenshot, I do ask, but wasn't told. I just assumed. This was my mistake, and it looks terrible because I'm being bitchy on purpose and I'm sorry. Yeah, sure. The conversation literally moves on after. I need to stress that my DMs with Rena were always meant to stay private, and while that's no excuse for my behavior, unless screenshots of me venting and being upset were shared to creators, I did not purposefully go to creators to get Killjoy or Ash fired or kept from work. I mean, that's strictly true, right? But that's not the whole story. So Cloudy would be in Rena's DMs. For people who haven't read through some of this stuff, right, or haven't been sent fucking excerpts of it, Cloudy would be in Rena's DMs and tell her, go and say this here. Could you mention this there? Could you possibly go and spread this around a little bit? These guys were working together as fucking mean girls. You know that things that she's saying to Rena are gonna, like, spread around the fucking space. That's a large reason why she shit talks other people to Rena to gossip and go and fucking seed shit. Anyway. Okay. So when it comes to morale, I was told, behind the scenes, he was someone to be kept away from because of his behavior, which is why I asked to have his Fujis kept off the op streams. The shitters were in chat, and I could have communicated what I was told as well, I just didn't. What were you told? Who by? Huh? Who by? Who by? Oh my god. She did ask, but she didn't ask, by the way. It was Falgi, not her. This is a lie. So she did both, right? Cloudy asked after Falgi asked, right? But yeah, she's like hopping on the fucking bullet to try and take it for him when she's actually the one who did this shit. Fuck me. What are Fuji's? Oh, so like when I called Himpleton earlier, and he had his little character that like popped up on stream around here. That's like a Fuji, right? It's like a little Fuji tech. Little stream avatars that like bounce around when somebody speaks. That's what we're talking about there. So one of the people who co-streamed with Falgi hopped on and had a little morale character as their character that like bumped up and down when they spoke. And then that was a huge problem that had to be spoken about behind the scenes, right? That's what she's talking about. Okay. So my vents and insane overbearing whining were just supposed to stay with Rena, but I've no idea if she took the times I complained about the group or channel issues to other people. I have not seen any proof of it, but I did not personally go to creators and tell people not to work with them. Don't care. Okay. Said the same thing 3 times over. Nice. Either way, I'm incredibly regretful of my actions. I may have been hurt or hurt in the past, but if I couldn't handle it, I should have completely backed off and let somebody else handle things. True. I thought my vents and thoughts would stay with the people I told, but there was no way to ever make sure of that, and I'm deeply sorry. I handled things incredibly poorly and immaturely. I told people outside of the situation that were close to me to either vent or determine what was true or not, but I was still angry, and I can imagine how that came off, especially without me saying I'd been corrected about the wiki leak later on. Alright, I've got to be honest, I don't really give a fuck about this. Okay. Nice. Let's get on to some of the fucking drama topics. I don't know. I don't know if she's being intentionally fucking, like, drivelly with this stuff. To try and make the document as boring as possible. So that people can't be asked to fucking read through it or watch fucking streams about it. But Jesus Christ. She said the same thing 3 or 4 times now. I feel like I'm reading a high schooler's fucking journal. Okay. Interpersonal drama / Makari situation. So this is the girl with brain cancer that she fucking bounced out the space. Okay. Well, no. She and Falgi. Okay. Do not let me hold me accountable, okay? Anytime that I say that something was just down to Cloudy, please fucking correct me, okay? Nice. I feel as if I do need to explain the interpersonal drama and and apologize for everything else. I will try to shorten it as much as I can. I had a server named Touchgrass Anonymous. It started as a friend gaming server and became an Upblock research server over time. During March of 2025, there was some tension in the group with how Falgi was leading the channel. Scheduling times, what stories were being run, ignoring uploads, etc. During the month, the Cloudy HR joke started, because it fell onto me, Falgi's partner, to talk to him about smaller issues I was being told about. A lot of things I'm going to discuss were done in voice chats, so all I have, if anything, are screenshots of after calls happening. Okay, I mean, that just seems like a straight up lie. I'm just going to say, I've got no evidence of this, but I don't believe Cloudy, and so I'm jumping to my own conclusion. I think this is Cloudy going in there to actually tell people off. Okay? The communication is not going from the rest of the guys through Cloudy to Falgi. It's Falgi's issues that he's got with them, and she's going in there to, like, tell them off, right? And try and manage them. That's my read. That's my read. From what people have told me, that's my fucking read, but there we are. So on the 6th of April, I was made aware of a Kiwi Farms leak in the Touch Grass server from Saint, and I got very paranoid and panicked about it. FYI, the leak that they're talking about probably came from Cloudy to begin with, okay? So all of this is going to be lies, probably. Okay. So it wasn't so much what was leaked, but that there was a leak at all. There is very sensitive information in the server, and I got incredibly paranoid about anything anyone does or says in the group. I didn't tell anybody, because I genuinely had no idea who it could have been. Okay. So, interesting. So, Cloudy was apparently incredibly paranoid at the time, because somebody else leaked it. Definitely not her. Absolutely not her. But she didn't tell anybody else at the time, because she didn't know who it could have been. What, and you venting to people and saying, geez, man, with the leaks, I'm feeling kind of paranoid. Apparently nobody could be trusted with that vital piece of information. Not even Falgi? Really? Okay, interesting. On the 14th of April, a large text post was dropped in the research server by Makari. Basically, this is where she points the finger and says that it might be Falgi, okay? Summary is that the group has some grievances, and there is confusion on whether the channel is headed, and if it's meant to be taken more seriously or not. Oh, yeah, this was the long rambling post that she did. Complained about the channel as well. Okay. So it was dropped late at night, and after a small back and forth, we rested it until morning to talk. The morning call, I feel, was productive, but the whole group couldn't attend as far. So there was a plan for later on in the same day to have a big call with all of us. Okay? Dickers, there is an Efsler who bought a piano today. Thank you, my hawker. Big Aaron, I bought a piano today. Interesting stuff. Okay. Look. I know this is Google Docky time, okay? Little bit dry, slightly dry, but this is the end of the fucking drama, okay? This is the official statement of Falgi and Cloudy as well, okay? Let's just get through it. Let's lock in. So, later, the same day, Diesel reaches out to me about needing to talk to the whole group about the text post, and I tell him in the call about the Kiwi Farms leak. He tells me Makari told him already about it, and that they were blaming me or Falgi. We brainstormed about it being Makari, but we have no proof. I say stupid things in that call for no reason, other than grasping at straws to connect Makari to the account. I talk about the long post with the entire server. I talk about the long post with the entire server still needs to happen. Huh? Oh, okay. The talk about the long post, the talk with the entire server still needs to happen. So we just wait until after that day's Upblock stream. Holy shit. This woman's gone to fucking university. No? This woman's in her fucking 40s, in her 30s, has gone to university. And this is the standard of fucking writing we're fucking dealing with? Holy shit. Okay. So, I do not have a copy of this call, nor can I remember everything about it. I will try and summarize what I can remember. It is interesting that she's just glossing over the fact. Yeah. I felt personally slighted because Makari was insulting the way my boyfriend was running the channel. And so I just tried to say that she was connected to it. I had no evidence. It was 100% spite-based. Yep, totally. The girl with brain cancer? Yeah, absolutely fucking stitched her up to kick her out the group because she upset me and my boyfriend. Okay. So the night after the stream, the whole research server is on a call with Diesel. And from what I can remember, Diesel explains Makari's points in their paragraph calmly, ultimately saying that it's a group channel, but since Falji's the face and owns the channel, that anything falls back upon the channel falls back to him. I'm talking to Diesel in DMs, asking if the Kiwi leak should come up. The leak is brought up. I get emotional when Diesel says it's Makari accusing me. I remember there's a back and forth and why she didn't bring it up sooner, since she knew before I did. And Falji tells her she can't be part of the channel anymore. I know Diesel says some things about not wanting to be around somebody who talks like the account. I can't remember how the call ended. Oh my fucking god. I can tell you how the fucking call ended. Give me a second. Okay, I've talked around this, but I've not shown it on stream before, because I was asked not to. But at this point, I mean, she's like directly fucking lying. So I feel like it's quite important. Okay. Where is it? Where is Falji directly saying why she was fired? Give me 2 fucking seconds. Fuck me. Okay, perfect. So, this is Falji. Very, very weird, okay? Extremely fucking weird. Because apparently this is a huge group call that people are having. And Falji says in there that she can't be part of the channel. Now, if that's true, and that's how the conversation went, I haven't leaked this yet, okay? So I don't know if people know that this has gone around. Why is Falji spelling out the reasons the day after why Makari's getting kicked off the channel? If he's saying it in that call, why is he reiterating it later in more vague language? Just a point to consider, possibly. Maybe Cloudy's recollection isn't that fucking honest, but this is Falji the day after. Just to let you all know, Makari was removed effective immediately from all sensitive areas of the Discord due to repeated actions that compromised the future of the channel. What a fucking F-slur. Safety of information. Yep, because he's trying to directly say that she's involved with the KF account, despite having absolutely no fucking evidence. And ethical violations. Now, I've tried to suss out what the fuck ethical violations could possibly mean, because so far as I'm aware, Makari has never raped a child. So I can only surmise that ethical violations means speaking very nastily about Cloudy and Falji. That's literally the only thing that I can put together that it can possibly fucking mean. Ethical violations is when you're very nasty to Cloudy in front of Falji. Okay.
You got
So-
dicked. Okay, bro, you're getting
Hello?
too big for your boots.
Was this whole thing just a vehicle for their kink, being untruthful? Don't kink shame guys.
Thank you for the 5 New Zealand. Very true, very true. Okay. Nice. Let's get back to it. So, I know there was a chat after the Makari firing of Killjoy looking into the account right after, but I did end up going to bed. Next morning, I sat with Killjoy, looking over the Kiwi account to see if anything matches to see if anything matches anything. Q joins, and I say that I know Makari had a server. Could he please look for the leaked information to see if it was forwarded or something? Hold on. Wait a minute. This is a fucking direct lie. Wait. We listened to the call that she had with Beckett a couple fucking days ago. No? The way that she explains why Makari got fucking shanghaied from the channel to begin with was that somebody else told her initially that Makari was involved, and she ran along with it just because she trusted other people. Now this information is being told to her after it's already been discussed, after Makari has already had the fucking finger pointed at her by Cloudy. Nobody else put this thought in her head. She came up with it itself, by her own admission, completely fucking spite-based, and then maybe other people came in and looked into the information later on. Okay? That's maybe a little bit more honest. Dude, this girl lies so fucking hard. I just guarantee that she's got no clue what she said to Beckett. That's actually it, right? This is like a relatively complicated drama with a relatively complicated timeline, and she can't keep her fucking lies straight. Totally fucking wretched. I mean, so long as Cloudy's got any association with Falgi, I honestly don't want him anywhere near the fucking space. Even ignoring the shit that he's done, right? Even ignoring the shit that he's done. Okay. So, Q looks over 2 of Makari's servers and says he sees the leak from Makari's friend. I ask if he's sure, and he says yes. I do not remember there being a screen share. I do not remember seeing it with my own eyes, and my mistake was made when I didn't ask for a screenshot to show as proof for everyone else. That is my fault. I can take the blame for not asking. Motherfucker, you were pointing the finger because you fucking hated the girl. Shut the fuck up, your fault was not asking. Totally malicious freak. It was incredibly stupid of me. I should have made sure that there was proof, not just for myself, but for everyone in the server. I do not have any excuse for it. And I'm sorry, because this choice hurt people. It's my fault I couldn't remember, and it stuck in my head that I never saw anything. But I literally didn't do the bare minimum of trying to prove something. Still, he said we saw it, and I made this post in the research server after. Okay, so this is the initial message when Cloudy's saying, yeah, okay, you're getting fucking fired. Right. So, afterwards, I say that while that is done, it does not explain the weird interpersonal stuff going on with Falgi, and I getting ignored or dismissed a lot. The call is Killjoy, Ash, and Q, and myself. And through tears, I was told that in Makari's server, they would sit around and talk shit about Falgi. Through tears. Through tears. There's no fucking way that she's trying to claim right now that these people were crying. They were breaking down crying. Shut the fuck up. These people were breaking down crying, admitting to you that they were talking shit about your fucking boyfriend. Or is she saying that she was crying? Is she saying that she was crying? I can't fucking remember. Oh my god. Do I believe that Cloudy is hysterical enough to cry after hearing that? Yes. Do I think that Killjoy, Ash, and Q are all estrogenic enough to cry about it as they're confessing it? I am told that encouraging channel work was me pushing people away, and that I was expecting too much. I remember saying that it was okay, and I'm sorry, but it hurt really bad, and frankly, I never got over it. I got increasingly paranoid, snippy, and mean, and I was venting and telling Rena any complaint I had about anything. It was obsessive and gross behavior, beyond just being a mean girl. As I said earlier, if I couldn't handle it anymore, I should have stepped completely back, but I didn't. I tried to help where I could, and I managed the op Discord. I did mention in random VCs that I was going to adjust roles, mods, and perms to give everyone their own channel roles, so they didn't feel obligated to do more than they wanted. This is just a straight up fucking lie. This is a total fucking lie. When she brought those people in for what it was, not a reorganization of the Discord, okay, but a fucking firing call, as Cloudy herself kind of admits if you listen closely enough, right? She knew what was going on there. She herself admits to Beckett, yeah, okay, nah, they didn't actually know, thinking about it now. They had no fucking clue that they were getting fired from the channel, sure. I thought I had a green light, but clearly, I didn't communicate it well. The firing mod call happens, and I stand by it being a bad call. It was terribly handled. Oh my god. Falgi, you can start to see the fucking coordination between these guys, can't you? It was poorly handled. It was badly communicated. No, it was fucked up to do in the fucking first place. It doesn't matter if you said please and thank you after the fucking firing call. It's not how it was handled, it's that it fucking happened. What? Oh my fucking god, these people are genuinely fucking insufferable. The earlier shit-talking of Falgi is why I have an attitude about Ash working for Malcolm. I was paranoid of it happening again, and I felt lied to, but I didn't clarify. Wait. Cloudy is trying to take the L for Falgi saying that Ash can't work for Malcolm and be on stream. He did that himself. Cloudy can't take the fucking L for that. Those are words that came out of Falgi's fucking mouth. Dude, I've got to say, okay? These statements have been released in conjunction, okay? So whatever sliminess Cloudy's doing in here, Falgi is also fucking doing, right? This is an awful fucking response. This is worse than nothing. I could have done more. I took it out on them instead. When Q asks me if there's anything he can do, I immediately say no, because I have the memory of him in tears, telling me just encouraging his own channel made him feel like I was pushing him away. I didn't want to make it worse, but I wasn't kind about it. That doesn't even make internal fucking sense. It doesn't even make internal sense. So, when Q asks if you can do anything with the channel, you say no, because last time you told him to do his own stuff, he felt like you were pushing him away. Is that not pushing him away even fucking more? What? Because Falgi's lie that he tried to tell about this is that he just thought at the time that Q was trying to ask if he could do anything for the Discord. Right? And now Cloudy is being more precise. No, I knew that he was asking anything to do to help out with the fucking channel. Holy fuck. This is a lie, by the way. Q cried about stresses from his own stuff. Yeah, that's what I've heard as well. So, I thought I was genuinely trying to make things easier and give them more freedom. But after everything that happened, it just became a cut-off firing call. Tried to deny this a few days ago, by the way, until she spoke to Beckett. And I did take a lot of the brunt of that. Wait, why? Sorry, hold on. Wait, why? Because you've got less to fucking lose. That's why. I do take a lot of the brunt of that. Why? You're not the fucking manager of the channel. Cloudy is barely speaking for the majority of this call. I'm not going to listen to it again. I can't be fucking arsed, okay? But Cloudy is not the person speaking for the majority of that. She speaks for maybe 5 minutes in total. Falgi's the driving force. Falgi's the owner of the fucking channel. These decisions are being made by Falgi, not by you. I do take a lot of the brunt of that. You shouldn't, if you're being honest. I should have been better at explaining things, or just asking what was needed. I ran with my feelings, and that was incredibly childish. People leave the op Discord, not kicked. People leave the op Discord, not kicked, and I give a very brief explanation to the current op mods, keeping the focus on my fuck ups. Okay, that includes a few days later when my real life friend, who used to own the research server with me, kicked anyone they didn't recognize out of it, making fresh wounds by pure accident, because she mistook me, being very emotional, as needing to make space. Shut the fuck up. Oh my fucking god. It's so fucking disgusting. What, so the person who was involved with the uplock didn't recognize any of the other co-hosts of the fucking uplock? Is this what we're supposed to believe? By the way, okay, so to contextualize this a little bit, when Ash and Q and Killjoy are complaining about not having research that they've worked on, not having access to it, I believe this is what she's fucking talking about here. So her IRL friend owns the server and knows none of the members of the op block except for Cloudy and Falgi. Shut the fuck up. Okay, and they just happen to, like, kick all of these people for what reason? What reason at all? It just happened to coincide with the fucking firing call that your friend just like, I'll kick everyone I don't recognize. Why? Why? Total fucking lie. It's not even a clever one either. Okay. Making fresh wounds by pure accident because she mistook me as being very emotional, as needing to make space. I apologize and re-invite folks, and I give the server to Falgi and strip any power I had in it, and asked my friend to leave it. It feels like you've got your fucking hand caught. You know what I mean? You're down there doing some fucking manipulative shit, doing some fucking dirty business, right? Trying to cut other people out the space, and as soon as you're called out for it, fuck it. Okay, give it over to Falgi. Give it over to Falgi. It's interesting how these guys fucking act with it, right? As soon as they're the one who actually get caught out doing something bad, like, oh, okay, I'll give it over to the other person now. It's exactly what Falgi's tried to do with Cloudy in this document. I have never discouraged any of the op mods to stop talking to anybody, but I understand the awkwardness of a situation which make a divide. I take fault for that as well. Damn. Okay. Halfway through now. Nice. Okay. This is some kind of cope thing she made up? Yeah, all the way down. That's the entire document, 100 fucking %. Okay? Wait. Okay. Hold on. Pause. So you know earlier in the fucking document where Cloudy is talking about why she got the nickname of HR Cloudy? Uh-huh. She tried to claim it was because people were going to her instead of Falgi to air out their fucking grievances. Let's have a little look at an example of HR Cloudy, shall we? Hey, you got a second? Yes. Okay, I don't actually like playing HR, but I know Falgi asked you to not use the morale Fuji on his stream. Please respect what he asked for his channel. Somebody came into chat trying to get Falgi to say something racial over it. And that's made it too uncomfortable for me not to say something too. You can do whatever you want and be on anyone's stream on your time tonight. On your time. Tonight was just a lot for me, and I couldn't let it sit in my chest, and I hope you understand. Oh my fucking god. Racial? Yeah, racial. They had a commentary viewer who came into their chat and said something racist, and they assume that Ash using a fucking picture of Morale as her Fuji tech was the reason why. That was the magic racial tone that attracted the fucking racist comments in commentary.
Dickers, Cloudy is a queer puck. You must be misreading something. There is no way she can be at fault.
Holy shit, thank you for the 100 Swedish krona. I hugely appreciate it. Thank you very much. Alright. Oh my god. So Falgi passes the blame to Cloudy, and Cloudy passes the blame onto her unidentified friend. Huh. Yeah, it's very, very interesting. It's extremely interesting. Okay. So, now we get to the apologies section. Alright. I never wanted any of this to be content, but I needed to be very clear about why I became so grossly hostile and bitchy. Became? Okay. It was my inability to communicate clearly. Most of these situations can be told as me not handling my emotions when I feel slighted and then I can't let go. Just admit to having BPD already. What? Hold on. Nowhere. Really? 0 out of 0. 0 out of 0. Really? Okay. Wow. Not everything's BPD because some people are just assholes. Okay, slightly true. But I've never had a stronger fucking read on somebody. I'm telling you, okay? Try histrionic. That's more Falgi's thing. Histrionic personality disorder. That's got Falgi written all over it, in my opinion. But, okay. So, This doesn't excuse any of that. I'm embarrassed and regretful, but that is nothing in comparison to the misery and hurt I caused. The obsessiveness, picking on every little thing, the paranoia, assuming the worst, asking Rena to pick on people, screenshotting private shit that had nothing to do with anything at all, so I could try and soothe my feelings. An ego. Wait, asking Rena to pick on people? Huh? I thought you just used Rena as a fucking sounding board. I thought you were just, like, doing girl gossip with Rena that you never expected to get out there at all. What? If you're gonna write shit like this and, like, publish it online, okay, just do a fucking spell check first. Do a fucking grammar check. Why is this entire thing encapsulated in fucking commas? Holy shit. These people are supposed to be commentary people, by the way. Like, they're supposed to have some kind of communication skills. You would assume. Apparently not. Okay. That's what I'm going to blame my fucking dyslexia on, okay? That's what I'm going to blame my dyslexia on. It's very poorly written. Talking about things that wasn't mine to talk about. An incredibly unhinged, gross behavior. It hurt the community. It hurt creators. It hurt people I call friends. And it hurt my partner and his opportunities. And there are no words that it could express how deeply sorry I am. Shut the fuck up. Oh my god. Also, Cloudy's got the exact same problem that that Falgi had, right? Incredibly unhinged, gross behavior. We're talking about this stuff like it's a 10 out of fucking 10. And what have you accepted so far? Shit-talking people privately with Rena that you never expected to get out there? What are you admitting to doing? Anyway, just something to fucking chew on, okay? Just something to chew on. When the apology is a 10 out of 10, and the things admitted to are arguably a fucking 1 or a 2, there's something brewing underneath the fucking surface there. Okay. Falgi was unaware of how I would speak to Rena, and we do not read each other's DMs. I was aware of the sex thing, just not the contents of it, because I do not read or check my partner's phones. I've been in an open/polyamorous relationship for a long time. My boundaries are different, and I never hid that. I won't be discussing Falgi's private life, and it's disheartening that it came out at all. Okay? Okay? I would just say, if your girlfriend is leaking shit to people, for them to go and leak to influence the fucking space, if they're that kind of fucking person that you've identified, probably don't get your boyfriend to knock them up. Her words, not mine. Yeah? Probably dissuade him from that person, you know? But, okay, never mind. I guess they just never thought that that fucking mean girl shit would get turned on them. How fucking retarded you have to be. Okay, so Rena was not a fan. She was a friend of mine. The logs go back 3 years. We talk in DMs, VCs. I don't care about Rena. Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on a second. What? I won't be discussing Falgi's private life, and it's disheartening that it came out at all. Why have we got the ovulating DM? Why have we got the ovulation DM in this document? Help! I'm ovulating! Lamau, you don't understand. It's so bad I'm sweating, and I'm falling for morale. Rena, no. I'm gonna kill myself. Don't go where I can't follow. Why have we got the ovulation DM in this Google document? If Falgi's personal life was so disheartening to come out. I'm not that bad. Morale. There's been a lot of discussion about the ovulation DM. Has any creators actually said that? Morale's not that bad. Morale's not that bad at all. Anyway, we'll move past it, okay? We'll move past it. The mommy thing is something she started calling me as a joke. I've done it back. I've had other people call me it. I don't personally care if it's being used as a way to prove I'm trying to use her for kink. Then it's just not true. Okay, whatever. Don't care about any of this shit. Okay, nice. Wait, is there an apology in here towards Rena? Huh? Either way, it's terrible behavior, and it wouldn't have mattered if she leaked. if I wasn't speaking in such a disgusting way. Even as close friends, I'm constantly negative and bitchy and mean, and there's no excuse for me to act like that. This isn't an apology to Rena. This is just burning Rena as a fucking, as a fellow traveler. No? This is under apologies. What are we doing here? Okay, right. So that's the apology to Rena. Very, very heartfelt. Okay. I'm sorry that Rena was such a bitch with me as well. Yeah, okay, nice. Wait, is that the longest apology as well? Her shit-talking Rena is the longest apology that she gives. Everybody else just gets increasingly smaller fucking paragraphs. Oh my god, wait. Vlad and M1 don't even get their own paragraph. They get a... They managed to get 2 paragraphs. But they only share 1 chapter. And then Zane gets a single line. Okay, this is great. I love this. This is so fucking petty. Okay, she's learning a lesson, guys. She's learning a lesson. Okay, let's lock back in. Killjoy. I was absolutely terrible to you, and there's actually no words that can convey how sorry I am. It was brought to my attention by the person who showed the Kiwi Farms leak in the first place that you could have been the leak, and it made me hostile. Huh? I felt guilty about blaming Makari, and instead of asking or doing anything rational to handle it, I just became bitter and upset. I did have 2 different people, Rena and somebody in my real life, go over things, and both told me there was no proof it's you. I did not think it's you, but I can see in the Rena DMs that I didn't make sure to say it's been corrected or that I don't think it's you. I didn't tell op mods, random chatters, or creators. It doesn't matter, because the correction did not come out with it, and for that I'm sorry. I wasn't careful with Rena or others at all. Wait, hold on. Let's just, pause for a second there. So she's admitting at some point she did think that Killjoy was the Kiwi Farms leak. However, other people went in and they said they couldn't find any evidence. And then she never corrected the record. Okay. So she's kind of fucking winding around it, but she is admitting that, yeah, absolutely. She's the one who fucking spread that shit. And then she learned there was no evidence, and then never went back and corrected the records. Can we just be, fucking honest, okay? This stuff did not come about because Cloudy became convinced that Killjoy was the fucking leak. Because realistically, Cloudy was probably the fucking leak. Okay? But Cloudy is using this Kiwi Farms thing to be able to axe people she doesn't fucking like. Which is why both times she's required absolutely no information to 100% be convinced that it was them doing it. Yeah? Holy fuck. Okay. This is just it's so boring to go through this stuff and just point out the most obvious fucking lies. It doesn't matter because the correction did not come out. I was so angry and bitter. There was really nothing else you could have done. And I should have just walked away and I didn't. You did try hard to connect to me. And I didn't even try and accept it. It hurt you and yours. And I'm sorry. Okay. To Ash. I was so convinced that you told me you weren't working for Malcolm, that instead of asking again or clarifying, I acted like an insane person. My fear of all the Makari/leak stuff was so strong, I let it ruin the good you did. Assume lies, and I acted like a huge bitch. I did not go to other creators to stop you, but I see how my attitude was terrible. Now, this is the really difficult part of this. Because as we said earlier, Cloudy isn't the person who had the involvement with Ash. She was overbearing and bitchy, especially over the Morale stuff, over the Malcolm stuff too, but Falgi was the driving force there. Falgi was the one in the call when Ash said, Can I jump on stream? To say, I don't know. You still working for Malcolm? Right? He was the fucking guy driving this shit. Apparently, Cloudy pretended that she didn't know that Malcolm was working with Ash. And so she goes, Ash, You're still working with Malcolm, excuse me, to fucking pile on her. To do a fucking 2v1 in the HR call. But why the fuck is it Cloudy responding to this stuff and not Falgi? This is so fucking pathetic, unironically. If Falgi wants to come back in the fucking space and make amends with people, he needs to re-record his fucking apology. He needs to re-record his stream and actually include some of this stuff. Because the way that it's been handled right now is so fucking pathetic. It's actually insane. This is all being fucking swept for and funneled through Cloudy as if she's the one who did this stuff. It's not fucking true. Holy fuck. I whined to Rena like a child instead of trying to communicate and said horrible things about you to her. I was angry about so much that included Sai because it all blew up. I felt like only Falgi was getting the brunt of it and I was upset for him too. Still no excuse. It was mean in a way no one deserves. None of it was your fault at all and I'm sorry. Okay, fucking hell. Listen. Alright? This is the fucking offer that I'm putting down. Alright? Because I've gone through 10 pages of this stuff, and I kind of can't fucking bear it anymore. Beckett said the other day on stream, or Beckett said the other day on Twitter, that given the fact that he's got no interest in litigating any of this stuff on stream, he doesn't do on-air confrontations. He said that I would be a good alternative if Falgi wants to have it. At this point, after reading through the response and seeing what Falgi's put on there, I don't fucking buy it, okay? All of this stuff is getting funneled through Cloudy. All this explanation is getting, like, fucking funneled and laundered through Cloudy as if she's the one taking the L. She's not the one taking the L. The Q stuff and the Ash stuff, or the Ash stuff in particular, that was all Falgi. Cloudy cannot take the L for this. And if Falgi actually wants to take accountability, as he says, and actually wants to make amends with people in the space, he needs to have a conversation with somebody and actually go through and be fucking real about this stuff. If Falgi wants to hop on stream, okay, he's got a fucking open invite to be able to do it. Right? He's got an open invite to be able to do it. If he wants to do it tonight, I'm prepared to do it tonight. If he wants to do it some other day, that's fine too. But the response that I'm fucking seeing so far is, like, pitifully fucking inept. It doesn't fucking cut the mustard. It really fucking doesn't. So there we are. Okay? Hopefully they come back as anti-commentary people. Nah, we've got all the anti-commentary people. They've all been swept up. They've all been swept up by Queeman in the war against Yurio. So they can't join that camp, unfortunately. Okay? The anti-commentary people are on our side against Falgi. Okay. I blamed you for Makari for a long time. This is talking about Q. And I can remember seeing into the Discord and seeing proof of the leak myself. Don't fucking care, okay? All of the Upblock members, by the way, that Cloudy's apologizing to, so far as I'm aware, all of this stuff is disingenuous, because the only reason that Cloudy hates them is they were shit-talking Falgi, right? And anything short of that is a fucking lie. Okay, Diesel. You brought me around and expected better of me. And I'm sorry to not only be a disappointment, but to act like you never showed me kindness or deserved communication as well. I hurt you and your friends, and I acted like a huge bitch. No matter what had happened to me, I will say again that I should have backed off until I wasn't okay, or just left if I couldn't get over it. I threw it all back in your face, and I'm sorry. Makari, I want to make it clear that I should have seen proof that it was your friend, or tried harder to talk to you. I didn't at first because I was hurt and stubborn. I'm so sorry. I didn't do better. And while I know you accepted my first apology, I'm doing it again. I'm sorry. Wait! Hold on. Makari got an apology from Cloudy? I've not heard about this. Really? Okay. What an interesting thing to just drop in the public statement. FYI, guys. FYI. Makari already accepted my apology over this. Maybe because it wasn't your fucking decision. Maybe because it was Falgi's. She fucked Makari over the most, and it's the shortest one? No, she fucked KJ over the most. She fucked KJ over the most. But yeah, she fucked Makari over as well, and it was 100% born out of spite. So what apology can she really fucking give? You know what I mean? She's got to try and type something out that makes it seem as though it was an honest-to-God mistake, and not a totally fucking malicious attempt to, like, cut somebody out of the space. Could you do any fucking better? I couldn't. Liv. Oh, this is the person who was caught gooning in VC. Okay. Okay. How the fuck does Liv get a longer paragraph than Makari? Okay. So the girl dying of brain cancer that got axed out the fucking space because she pissed off Cloudy and her boyfriend. She gets 3 lines. And Liv, the person who got caught gooning with a fucking vibrator in the diesel Discord VC, she gets 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lines. All they did to her was follow her around different servers and be like, heh heh, you've got a wet pussy, ha 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 ha. I bet you're gooning. It's so fucking stupid. Okay. But that's the shit that she's apologizing for as well. Okay. Apologies to Lio Convoy. Wow. Really trying to get everybody possible on side, huh? To Lio, I'm incredibly sorry for talking about your business to somebody I knew you disliked very much. I don't have a reason or excuse. I'm just sorry it wasn't okay. You've only shown me kindness and didn't ask for anything. Put that back. And I didn't do that. I'm sorry. What the fuck is she even apologizing for? Okay. Lio, ticked off the list. Hidden. Don't care. Potato. Fucking Discord mod. Who the fuck? Okay. Vlad and M1. Oh, yeah. Cloudy said something about, like, moving on M1. Yeah, they need an excuse to be able to move on M1 during the Gilded Poo sexing drama. Don't care. Zaint, I'm sorry for calling you autistic. Fantastic. Okay. And there we get it. Okay. So the last apology, and then the conclusion. Let's go in for it. This is to us, guys. This is to us. Alright. To the community. I shit-talked random chatters out of annoyance, or to try and be funny. In either way, it wasn't okay. No one deserved that at all. These are my hang-ups and my issues, not anyone else. Nobody made me be in charge of the Discord, and I should have gotten somebody else to be in charge if I felt like it was too much. It was just plain mean to people who didn't deserve it at all, and I'm sorry to all of you. I also should have never had somebody on my mod team who would fight people, let alone shit talk, and I never should have gone along and or started it too. I'm very sorry if it didn't matter we were friends. Rena didn't even want to be a mod, so this is my fault entirely. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Don't care. Moving forward. I will leave commentary completely. I cannot betray trust this way. The way I have and stay. It is not right. I have not decided if I keep doing content. Does anybody care? Oh no! No! To all the Cloudy fans out there, we're not sure whether we're still gonna get the fucking bangers anymore. No! Dude, there are about 10 people in a Cloudy fan Discord somewhere. They're on the brink of suicide right now at this revelation. I have not decided if I keep doing content, but if I do, it'll be after a long time, and I will be doing things for myself. If Falgi decides to continue anything, I will not be a part of it. Yeah, that'd be a lot easier to fucking buy if you guys weren't obviously fucking involved in each other's shit when it came to this apology. No. If you'd been able to stay out of each other's business and actually given your own response to the stuff, that would maybe be more believable. As it stands right now, yeah, okay. I cannot handle it at all, and I have hurt him with my actions as well. Trying to protect him became twisted into something gross, and I have no excuses. I will not be around if he continues any type of content in the future. Aside from some private talks, the last thing I'll be doing publicly is Slug's interview, as a thank you for putting all the work into censoring DMs and being kind. Then I'm staying offline for a long while, in general, since I can't be healthy with it. Slug is getting the fucking interview. What? There's an exclusive interview on the line here with Cloudy, and Slug has been the one to be able to fucking nab it up. There's a lot, I'll be honest, okay? There's a lot riding on Slug right now, and if he fucks it up, I will probably never fucking forgive him for this stuff. What? He's got the exclusive interview. Slug Entertainment has the exclusive interview.
Okay, bro, you're getting too.
Some
big
of
for
my
your boots.
socials I've already handed over to a trusted person to keep me off of them. Thank you for reading. Okay. 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 No, thank you, John Shorts, for buying your own membership. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the channel. Okay. Hold on. Let's have a gander. That's my mans. What on earth has given people that fucking impression? I'll send Falgi a message. I'll see if he wants to hop on. Yeah, what more can I fucking do? What more can I fucking do? We'll see. Let me just put on some fucking filler music real quick, and then we'll get back into it, and we'll move on to doing something else, okay? I hear that Diorio's Discord is speculating on which way I'm gonna go on the Ethan Klein lawsuit drama. Apparently, the way that it's being framed is whether I'm gonna take Queeman's side or Diorio's side. Unfortunately, I haven't watched any of Queeman's coverage, and so I can only take my side, but we'll see what it is, okay? Give me 2 seconds while I type this shit out, and then we'll get back to it, okay? Nice. Okay. Okay. Fantastic. Ooh. Okay. Man. Quartering did his final response. I don't know if you saw that, Dickers. Did he? Wait, really? Hold on. He actually went live and did it. Was that on Twitter or was that on his fucking YouTube? We will be interested in watching that. We will be very interested in watching that. Okay. Feel free to send it to me in DMs, alright? Wait, did my stream just fucking glitch out for like a good 10 seconds then? Okay. Apologies if it did. Apologies if it did. It was a long tweet. It's in your inbox. Oh, fuck me. Okay. We'll do that at the end of stream. As it stands right now, I actually can't be fucking asked to read anymore. Jesus Christ. My poor dyslexic eyes, they need a fucking rest. Okay. I'll keep that in mind, though. I'll go and look in the inbox later on. Okay? Nice. Nice, nice, nice. I'll go and forward that stuff. Just to be totally transparent, okay? So, I've just got a message Falgi. I've given him, like, the broad outline of my fucking opinions on the response so far. If he wants to call in, he is totally welcome. Alright? I'm pretty sure that he was probably anticipating somebody to invite him to call in. But yeah, the response so far is, like, totally fucking slimy. Just to be able to try and, like, escape. I don't know, some kind of, like, critical evaluation. And the way that it's been done is, like, actually fucking gross. But, there we are. So just making it publicly known. I've asked Valji to see if he wants to call in later on, or if he wants to speak about it. If he doesn't, then he won. Okay? Do I send him the tweet that Beckett made, given the official endorsement? Nah, fuck it. Nah, fuck it. Man, okay. There we are. Okay. Great stuff. We'll see, we'll see. We'll see, we'll see, we'll see. Okay. There we go, there we go, there we go. Okay. Let's get to the H3 podcast. Fuck me, man. Really? Okay, nice. We are back into it. We are back into it. We are back into it. Nice, nice, nice. Okay. Let's have a gander. Let's have a look. So, Ethan Klein is continuing his campaign to sue basically everybody that pisses him off, okay? Now, this lawsuit isn't coming out of nowhere, right? Ethan Klein said that he was going to do this stuff a little bit ago. But, listen, okay? We'll leave it for the fucking stream. We'll take a look at Ethan's announcement and his read-through of the defamation lawsuit, and we'll see what he says, okay? Announcement Diorio's Discord, okay? You'll finally get your fucking answer about whose side I'm fucking taking, alright? Nice. Let's have a look. Let's go to the fucking stream and give my thoughts, alright?
They make each other feel more powerful.
Yeah. Oh, piss off. Okay, I'm still stuck on the wrong fucking window. I'm stuck on the Google Docky. Alright. Nice stuff. Let's go back to the start.
Hello. Ethan Klein here, coming at you live from Los Angeles, California.
Let's go. Come on.
Come on.
Let's go.
It's Wednesday, April 8th. 2026, you know, it's almost Hitler's birthday in 12 days here coming up, Dan. Sick Heil. 12 days, it's Hitler's birthday.
Okay.
Which also happens to be the same day that we celebrate Blazing 420. How about that?
Now you're talking.
How about that, huh?
Talking.
What does it mean? What does it mean? We don't know. Google it.
Holy fuck. I cannot fucking take it. Like, Ethan can occasionally be funny, but holy shit. I don't know if he got his fucking stick up his ass or was on his period during this live stream or what, but it's literally so fucking painful.
And Noah Samsen, who had a penchant for accusing me of being pro-genocide.
Let's
He
go.
thought it was cute. He thought it was fun throwing around such kind of heinous accusations, right? This guy supports genocide. In fact, he had even a video called The YouTubers That Supported a Genocide with me in it. And, you know, that's the world we're living in. And, excuse me. In fact, here, I just Googled his name. You can see here I made a promise to him March of last year And I think he probably thought that it had blown over. I think a lot of people probably thought it blew over. In fact, the statute of limitation is passed. But I, of course, kept a close eye on that. You see, the statute of limitation for certain complaints like defamation and the such. If you don't sue within, I think it's a year of the.
No, okay. The fucking the coughs. The coughs are fucking unbelievable. Holy shit.
Defamatory claim. It blows away like dust in the wind. But to those of us who are shrewd, we keep a tab on those things. And I'll tell you, this is what I am assuming, is that Noah himself thought himself to be shrewd. I had even alluded to it on the show. I said, well, it seems to me that Noah is ducking out, playing hooky on society. Seems to be on the lam. He's got no name on utilities or anywhere. That, for example, if you were to hire a private investigator to get the information on somebody, to serve them, he couldn't be found. Which I'm assuming at that age in your life has to be a conscious attempt.
Oh my fucking god. Like, how I feel like every time that I go and watch the H3 podcast, just every single cough, he's gonna eventually keel over and fucking die from this stuff. No? Like every single one of those coughs, there's like a 0.1% chance that just on the spot he just like ceases to fucking be.
And so we waited, you know. And on the day of, or the day before the statute expired, we had a nice little complaint there for defamation, for accusing me of being pro-genocide, in favor of genocide. Horrible thing to say about someone, by the way. One of the worst, I would say, maybe even, of all the things you could say about someone. You know.
Yeah. We've got rapist, we've got pedophile, we've got terrorist, but topping them all out is a political opinion supporting the war in Gaza, which has been characterized as a genocide. Awful. Truly, truly terrible stuff. I'm sure that's defamation pro se. I'm sure the guy's not gonna have to prove any fucking damages at all. Absolutely.
Well, we filed it. Beating the statute by about one day. Now, most of the time, people see these immediately, but we were under the radar. We filed it in Orange County, I believe, which is not trolled by media and press. So it went under the radar. Nobody even saw, until now, in fact, nobody knew that I was even suing Noah Samsen. Well, he knew since a couple of days ago, since he was served. But he's the only one.
Oh, my God. Do you guys remember like a year ago when Ethan first started suing people? Like, he came into stream with a fucking fanfare. It was a huge fucking show, a big fucking moment. It was all prepared. It was ready to go. Dude, that was exciting times. And now, coughing, spluttering, low energy, unwatchable. He's telling me how he fucking tracked down this guy who was hiding, like fucking Saddam Hussein, down in the fucking tunnels. And I can't even get excited. I can't even get excited about this shit. I can't even watch this stuff and think that it's like an interesting fucking villain monologue. I'm getting nothing to work with here.
It's pretty.
Thank God for the soundboard. Sorry, I spoke way too fucking soon. I'm saying that I've got nothing to work with, no entertainment at all. Thank God for the random fucking soundboard. Fantastic. That saves the show.
Refreshing.
What flavor is that?
The only one that matters, Tom.
Damn right.
Strawberry lemonade.
Shout out.
With caffeine.
Shut up, Tom.
All right, chill. Relax.
Did I say... Okay, I meant Osama bin Laden, not whatever the fuck I said.
You wait your turn. All right, Dubs. Get in line. Now, but turns out Noah, thinking he was clever, came off the grid. It was time to come out of hiding, so I thought he was doing, because it turns out right after we filed this lawsuit of ours that we did another very standard boilerplate search, like private investigators do every day to find the recipients of such complaints, to serve them, as you have to serve them as a very integral part of suing somebody. And I've been involved in a lot of lawsuits. And
Okay, fuck it. We're gonna skip until he's reading through the fucking lawsuit, okay? I can't take this. I actually can't fucking take it.
So serving somebody with papers is when you get...
Shut the fuck up. Okay, let's go. Somebody has drawn Ethan Klein as the happy merchant, right? Smaggle, I'm pretty sure that happened over a fucking decade ago. Yeah, how's it going, mate?
Judge, we've done everything we can. We cannot find this person. And so you get permission. You take out an ad in like the LA Times or wherever saying, hear ye, Noah Samsen. You are being served. This is your notice. Isn't that crazy? But we didn't have to do that, thankfully.
Damn.
That's some good subs right there, boy. Tastes especially good today, brother. Feel hydrated. Now this document, I'll say,
it's 14
I can't fucking do it. I'm bailing. I can't fucking do it. Okay, we're starting the segment all over again. Has this guy put out a fucking PDF where I can, like, read through this? Has this guy put out a fucking PDF? It's driving me fucking insane. How many views has this shit got? 250,000 views. 250,000 views. 250,000 people has sat through that. Holy fuck. Okay. Somebody send me a fucking PDF. Please, dear God. Somebody send me a fucking PDF. Somebody's got this stuff and they're fucking holding out on me. Oh my God. Okay. Let's have a look through the farms. Somebody's got a fucking a link to this stuff, haven't they? I think Chud has it. Chud's gonna be fucking asleep by now. Chud is gonna be asleep by now. Okay. Here we go. Download. Fantastic. I've got it right now. All right. Let's have a look. Let's go through. Let's give our takes on the Ethan Klein lawsuit without any of the Ethan Klein mucking it all up. All right. Fantastic. Nice stuff. Great. Let's go for it. Fantastic. Okay. Nice. Here we go. So I'm just going to give my fucking take out the back. Okay? This is probably the easiest way to be able to do it. So, yeah, this is fucking insane. This is bad. For anybody who was, like, wondering what my take was going to be, it was going to be pretty fucking obvious, right? This is bad. I didn't like the copyright lawsuits. I thought that those were ill-considered and didn't have proper justification for them. I thought that those were going to be bad for the environment of the space. I thought that those were petty and vengeful, rather than actually coming about from an actual damage. I wonder what my take is going to be on the fucking defamation lawsuit. Yeah, I really fucking wonder. I basically gave this stuff already, right? Ethan Klein has got a better reputation, even if I disagree with it, okay? Ethan Klein has got a better reputation than Noah Samsen. He's got a bigger platform to be able to respond to this stuff. And the video was not well received at the time, okay? Ethan Klein could have responded to it at any time. In fact, I think that he did on the podcast. What material harm has he, like, not been able to get over by responding to it back on YouTube? By being an actual fucking YouTuber, yeah? You can't identify it. You can't put your finger on it, because nothing has actually happened. Ethan is a bigger creator with a lot more money to be able to tank this stuff and, like, dog Noah with legal fees. And that's what's going on right now, okay? Noah Samsen has said something very nasty that Ethan Klein didn't like, and so he thinks that he's got his entire audience behind him to back him. Because, say it with me, CPS skulls. That's the justification for all of this stuff that is ever fucking given. That's going to be the justification here. And in fact, I don't want to fucking name names, okay? Especially on a fucking stream, calling out individual people. I appreciate people who are willing to fucking argue with me. But as soon as you press somebody who supports this stuff on exactly what the justification is, you know the first fucking words that you're going to have, okay? CPS, skulls. They legitimately fucking are, okay? If you want to defend the lawsuit, defend it on its fucking merits, okay? Actually stand up and say, yes, I think that YouTubers, instead of making a response video and targeting the claims that directed that way, they should fucking sue people. Yeah, it's going to have a chilling effect. I know that it's going to have lasting effects on commentary. I think that's good. Give that fucking take, okay? Be fucking honest. Because at this point, even Legal Mindset cannot sweep for this shit. Legal Mindset has said that Reddit could be in big fucking trouble because of stuff that's going on the platform that it's being permissive of. Completely ignoring Section 230 protections. He will say that Reddit might be fucked. Millions of dollars of damages. And yet he can't even sweep for the Ethan Klein lawsuit. What are we doing? So first off, okay, we've got the drama alert announcement. Ethan Klein announces his lawsuit of defamation. Legal Mindset chimes in. Unlike his copyright infringement lawsuit, the new defamation lawsuit against Noah Samsen is going to be an uphill battle for Klein, particularly with California's strong anti-slap protections. I would be surprised if this survives. I would hesitantly tend to agree, okay? I'm not going to pretend to know all the legal ins and outs. First of all, it's America, okay? I'm British. I get it, okay? I really do. Second of all, I'm not Canadian and Californian. And then third of all, I'm not a fucking lawyer. But I find it hard to believe that what Noah Samsen said in his video would be construed as a fact and not an opinion that he seeks to prove through his opinion-based video essay. Okay? That's my basic take on it, right? That's my basic take. I sent Pisco's reaction to you, dickers. It's in your unbox if you want a lawyer's opinion. Okay. We'll take a little bit of a read through and then we'll go for Pisco's reaction later on, okay? We'll see, okay? That might be a fun way to be able to do it. I'm going to give my wrong retard opinion based purely off of, like, stuff to do with commentary environment or commentary ecosystem, and then we can go in later and actually watch an expert talk about it. Nice. Okay. Introduction. 1. Defendant Noah Samsen advocates that the only solution to genocide of Palestinians is the genocide of Israelis. Really? Opens out the fucking lawsuit with the exact kind of statement that this lawsuit is being filed under. This is a statement of fact in a fucking court. This is inarguably framed as a statement of fact. Could Noah Samsen not do a fucking countersuit of this? Has he said that? Or is that Ethan's characterization of him? Is that Ethan's opinion of him? Huh? We'll see. Even if Israelis vocally support the Palestinian cause, through his entity, Samsen Creative LLC, Samsen published a video on YouTube entitled The YouTubers Who Backed a Genocide, the defamatory video. The thumbnail for the defamatory video depicts various individuals, including plaintiff Ethan Klein. Ethan? Samsen knew that Ethan vociferously advocated against the genocide of Palestinians. Despite this, Samsen and Samsen Creative, collectively the defendants, published the defamatory video to falsely paint Ethan as a supporter, as supporting the genocide of Palestinians. Defendants' defamatory video was incredibly successful. To date, it has received approximately 1.5 million views and is defendant's second most viewed video on YouTube. Ethan and his wife, Ela Klein, are passionate advocates of the rights of Palestinians to self-determination and the establishment of a Palestinian state. They are vehement critics of the Israeli government and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, both before and after October 7th. Ethan and Ela condemned Israel's oppression and violence toward the Palestinian people, including explicitly stating Israel's actions constituted genocide. That's crazy. I wonder what opinion that Noah Samsen could have been fucking issuing. Again, has that been the main thrust of the Ethan and Ela's content? I mean, you can just accept that it's not, right? And it doesn't walk back all of the fucking defense. Ethan has taken particular umbrage with people on the far left who have made excessive claims about Israel, okay? Or excessive support for Palestinian resistance groups, including terrorist groups like Hamas. That's been his main fucking focus. Has he directed entire fucking stream segments to talk about Israeli content creators that are going too far and saying crazy shit? Or has the main focus been a spite-based attack against Hassan and people like him? Just be fucking real. What has he got more energy for? It's obvious what he's got more fucking energy for. It's obvious what he's got more energy for. Okay? Ethan and Neela advocate for a two-state solution to resolve the conflict. Both Ethan and Neela are Israelis, Ethan by naturalization and Ela by birth. Nearly all of Ela's family reside in Israel. Ela and her family are also Mizrahi Jews. Do we fucking care? I thought the defamatory statements were against Ethan Klein. No? And now we're going in and talking about Ela. Who gives a fuck? Okay. Who came to Israel as refugees escaping violence and oppression. Both Ethan and Ela know that if Jews were to be expelled from Israel, the vast majority would have nowhere to go. Yeah, not America, not New... Okay. Who gives a fuck? Their jury. Oh, their audience. No, I 100% agree. Yeah. Like, the lawsuit is fucking drafted so that it can be, like, read on stream, right? That's, like, the entire reason for it. Like, go with the fucking Denims lawsuit. This is why these lawsuits are written in the way that they fucking are. To be read out as fucking stream content. To give your fucking message along to your fucking stream audience. Why the fuck was there an image of Denim showing her fucking ass in the lawsuit before? Obviously, because this shit is to be read to fucking stream, yeah? Okay. Both Ethan and Neela know that as Jews expelled from Israel, the vast majority would have nowhere to go. Not Europe, not America. Absolutely not. This is the primary reason they advocate for a two-state solution instead of a one-state solution. Samsen makes his position on the Israel-Palestine conflict unequivocally clear. Israel must be wiped off the face of the earth. He advocates that anybody who supports the existence of Israel is a valid target. He is an adamant believer of there are no bad means, only bad targets. We couldn't fit tactics in there? Oh my god, dude. You fucked up the phrase. Okay. As such, he engages in the very behavior and rhetoric he purportedly condemns to paint his targets as evil. Fuck me. Why do I feel like I'm talking about the Iran war all over again? I don't know if I'm going to shed any tears for Noah Samsen as a person in particular. Okay? I don't like Noah Samsen's politics. I think that he's largely retarded. And I think he's like a smug asshole who does occasionally fucking smear people, right? He makes videos that are just like wrong about people. It is what it is, okay? But a lot of this stuff is going to come down to the fucking principles involved, not any of the particulars. So, Samsen knows that Ethan has condemned Israel's actions as genocide. He simply does not care about this fact. Samsen brands Ethan a genocide supporter because he does not advocate for the complete destruction of Israel and Israelis. Is this a fact to be introduced in the introduction of a lawsuit? Or is this an opinion and a characterization of Noah's position? Do we go back and watch Noah's video so we can make sure what the fuck we're talking about? Noah Samsen. Because so far, I feel like all we're getting when we're talking through this is just Ethan bitching and moaning about the fucking thumbnail and title. Okay. Here we go. Does he have a chapter?
If you like my videos and want to help me make more of them and faster, consider joining my Patreon. Thanks. About a month ago, the 6 million subscriber YouTube channel H3H3 Productions released a video called Content Nuke Hassan Piker. In this video, the host, YouTuber Ethan Klein, alleges that the political streamer Hassan Piker is an extremist that supports terrorism and terrorist groups.
And over time, I started to learn that my co-host, he really likes terrorists.
Promotes anti-Semitism and is radicalizing his viewers to do the same. He accuses Hassan of being a rape denialist and goes on to accuse him of prolonging what he calls the Israel-Palestine conflict with his radical views.
This conflict will never end until people realize that Palestinian liberation and Israeli security are not mutually exclusive. You need both, and it can be done, but not while people like Hassan lie, propagandize, and incite hate. It's people like him, ironically, that prolong the conflict indefinitely.
In this video, Ethan also criticizes Twitch, the platform that Hassan streams on, accusing the company of having a systemic problem of anti-Semitism. He cites the company's open support of Hassan, its sponsorship of a live event that Ethan claims was anti-Semitic.
I feel like this is indefensible, blatant, obvious anti Semitism, and this was greenlit by Twitch to appear on their main stage.
And its alleged discrimination against Jews through a recent ban on new account signups from Israel. So I'm going to tip my hand a bit here and say at the outset that this video is quite possibly the worst video I've ever seen. It's plagued with factual errors, misrepresentations, contradictions, and overt pro-Israel Bush-era U.S. State Department propaganda. For a more thorough breakdown of all of this video's problems, I'd recommend the YouTube channel Bad Empanada. He's gone point by point with these and debunked them, many of them months prior to the release of Ethan's video. Hassan himself has also responded to most of these claims also months ago. I will leave these videos.
Okay, so we've watched 2 minutes at the beginning of that. Just on the fucking intro, let me ask you the fucking question. Is this Noah Samsen going through for an hour and trying to argue why Ethan Klein backs a genocide? Or is his argument going to be, in his opinion, he vicariously backs a genocide because he swings at pro-Palestinian people while leaving the Israeli side of the argument largely untouched? What do we fucking think? Yeah? Is this entire thing a critique of Ethan Klein's position and his criticism of Palestinian resistance, as Noah Samsen would see it? Or is he trying to smear him as somebody who supports genocide by taking clips out of context? Either way, it's a fucking opinion, right? Either way, it's a fucking opinion. You might not like the thumbnail and title and the thesis statement, and you might disagree with it, okay? But in terms of legal defamation, it's obviously an opinion video essay, and trying to sue somebody over this is fucking retarded. He points out himself, okay, when they're talking about their channel, he's got 12 times the reach in terms of subscribers. I think he deserves this lawsuit. I don't even need to watch the rest of the video. Noah Samsen is very fucking smug, okay? And he's very fucking hateable. But the problem is, right? You don't have principles for the people you like. You already like them, so there's no point having principles. The only reason you have principles are the people you don't like. Yeah? Okay. Defendant's defamatory video seeks to prove as a factual matter that Ethan Klein advocates for the genocide of Palestinians. It achieves its objective by 1. Misrepresenting source materials. 2. Relying on clearly biased sources, some of which have also spread falsehoods about Ethan. And then 3. Through other defamatory statements about Ethan. I don't know about you, okay? Just a fucking blush. Trying to prove as a factual matter that Ethan advocates for the genocide of Palestinians. I don't know how 1 or 2 would do that. I think 1 or 2 would be a critique of Ethan's position, maybe an incorrect one, but that would be an opinion, right? Okay. This lawsuit seeks to prove that advocacy for the Palestinian cause does not require falsely branding advocates of a two-state solution as sanctioning genocide. To the contrary, doing so impedes the Palestinian cause, because it is engaging in the very behavior these so-called advocates purport to condemn. This is exactly what Samsen did, and why defendants must be held accountable for falsely asserting that Ethan advocates the genocide of Palestinians, despite knowing that the statement is false. Yeah, so we've got past the introduction, okay? This is actually suing over a fucking YouTube title. This is what we're fucking doing. This is what we're fucking doing. Holy fuck. I thought Mutahar was joining in on this shit. No? Why is he not a party to the fucking lawsuit? He bleats and complains about this stuff. We know why Destiny's not on it, okay? He's got enough legal fees to worry about as it is. Yeah? He's spent enough time worrying about a fucking legal case already. Why is Lonerbox not joining in on it? Why is Mutahar not joining in on it? Why is Turkey Tom not joining in on it? I'm pretty sure that Ethan would be happy to pay the fucking legal fees. Yeah? Could it be that it's not actually that big of a fucking deal? And Ethan's audience has been whipped into a fucking hysteria to make it seem as though this stuff is life and death? Possibly? Maybe? What do we think? Okay, the parties. We know the parties. Jurisdiction and venue. Don't care. Okay. Background of Ethan Klein. We don't care about that. We know who Ethan is. Wait, no. Some of this background is going to be useful. Okay. Nice. Ethan and Neela first met in Israel at the Holocaust Museum. A few years after getting married, Ethan and Neela moved to the United States. They have been outspoken supporters of the cause of Palestinian self-determination and statehood. They were also vociferous critics of the state of Israel, even before October 7th. Noteworthy examples include on November 11th, 2017, Ethan conducts an interview with Ela. During the interview, they engage in a nuanced conversation about the Israel-Palestine conflict and express strong criticism of the Israeli government and the IDF. Ela also discussed how much she detested serving in the IDF, where she served as a secretary. That is interesting. That is very interesting. Is this an entirely accurate summarization of Ela's views about being in the IDF? Okay. On December 8th, 2020, Ethan conducted a conversation with his co-host at the time, Trisha Paytas. I mean, let's just be fucking real, okay? She's talking about going in for a fucking ride-along, asking to fucking opt in. Did she really detest her service? I mean, you're made to do it. You're not paid overly fucking well. You've got no fucking choice in it. I doubt anybody's super fucking happy. Really? Detest serving in the IDF. Why just go for a fucking ride-along to a terrorist city, self-described? November 8th, 2020. Ethan conducted an interview with his co-host at the time, Trisha Paytas, about the Israel-Palestine conflict. He explained to Paytas why she should not be dismissive of the Free Palestine movement and understand the Palestinian perspective of the conflict, even referring to Israel's actions against the Palestinians as genocide and apartheid. On May 15th, 2021, Ethan made an Instagram post condemning Israel and Benjamin Netanyahu, which was liked by Ela because she agreed with it. This occurred during the Unity Intifada that took place on May 10th, 2021 through May 21st, 2021. The post was made specifically in response to the IDF destroying the Al Jalal building, which housed Al Jazeera and the Associated Press. On October 9th, 2023, 2 days before October 7th, Ethan, Ela, and the crew of the H3 podcast discussed how innocent Palestinians would suffer from Israel's reaction to October 7th, because the Israeli government is barbaric, genocidal freaks, and genocidal war criminals, amongst other criticisms. On October 12th, 2023, Ethan conducted a nearly 4-hour conversation about the conflict where he described Israel's actions against the Palestinians as genocide, openly wept recalling the images of Palestinian father holding his dead infant child and calling Benjamin Netanyahu a war criminal, amongst many other statements showing support and empathy for the Palestinian people, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so these are the statements when Ethan has said that it's apartheid and genocide. Now, I've spoken about this before, okay? And even when I was more sympathetic to Ethan, I don't think that he has any fucking clue what he means when he says genocide or apartheid, okay? Because the statements that he makes does not fucking meet up with that. The statements that he makes does not fucking meet up with that. If you're talking about a fucking genocide, you're talking about an unwarranted slaughter of an entire population center to try and basically, like, kill all of them, right? Bring them to a fucking end. And then when he comes to fucking talking about it, he's got infinitely more heat for Hamas than he does for the Israeli government. It doesn't fucking make sense. It genuinely doesn't fucking make sense. Or fellow travelers, also calling out a genocide that your government, the US government, does not fucking recognize. And then your main content source talking about it is criticizing other people who are pro-Palestinian. I mean, clearly your sympathies lie elsewhere, right? Or possibly just so deluded by Assange hate that you can't see it the other way, right? But that's basically my take. I don't think that Ethan supports genocide. I honestly don't think that he knows what the fucking word means, okay? Nice. They've also donated to charities. That's nice of them. Okay. Noah Samsen and Samsen Creative. Samsen publishes videos on YouTube through his entity, Samsen Creative, through his career. He has produced video essays on various topics. In these video essays, he frequently attempts to prove his thesis by citing various material. Prior to October 7th, Samsen made a video about the Israel-Palestine conflict. He never made a video about the Israel-Palestine conflict. Rather, he made videos about online drama, along with attacking conservatives and anti-woke content. Before October 7th, Samsen suddenly became a self-styled expert on Israel-Palestine. How's it going, Kathy? I click on you and you say the dumbest thing. Just because he doesn't consciously support genocide doesn't mean he's not backing it, okay? Kathy, I mean in the sense that Ethan Klein is taking it, okay? In the sense that Ethan Klein is describing it. Jesus Christ. Contextualized statements, okay? Holy fuck. How's it going, mate? Alright. After October 7th, Samsen suddenly became a self-styled expert in the Israel-Palestine conflict. No citation? Okay. Throughout his online career, Samsen has a notorious reputation for sloppy research, misrepresenting his sources, and making false statements. Actually, I want to know what the fucking link is here. 17. No fucking way! What the fuck? Rob's Media. They're citing Rob's Media for the fucking takedown. Idiot influencers Noah Samsen. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Rob's Media is several sources. Rob's Media. Rob's Media. Rob's Media. He is 3 references. Fuck me. And then the other references for it are Alex the Fiction, H3 Fans for Palestine, 12-hour fundraiser stream. There's no fucking way. The people Ethan Klein is referencing for this stuff is Alex the Fiction, completely ignored, cast into the shadows, H3 Orbiter, and Rob's Media and his criticism of Noah Samsen. Really? Okay. Interesting. Despite claiming to support women and people of color, including Palestinians, the disingenuousness of Samsen's advocacy comes through when he ruthlessly attacks women and people of color who do not share his opinions. Below are notable examples. Why is this in the fucking lawsuit? Legitimately. Oh my fucking god. I just feel like get to the fucking point, you know what I mean? Okay. Samsen is notorious for his attack on Patience Zena, a black female content creator who resides in the United Kingdom. She makes videos with nuanced commentary on various social topics, including race and gender issues. During the public controversy is Halle Berry being cast as Ariel in The Little Mermaid. Patient Zena agreed with the criticism because she felt Hollywood was shoehorning people of color into Caucasian stories. Her solution was that Hollywood should focus on creating more content that focused on stories directly involving people of color. Samsen attacked Patient Zena for her opinion and not rubber stamping Halle Berry's casting. Patient Zena made a video exposing Samsen's hypocrisy. That's our fucking claim! Really? Oh my fucking god. It's a lawsuit, they're always bloated. This is a totally extraneous claim, Toasted Gamer, that is only in there for public consumption, okay? This is for me to read. This is for you to fucking hear about, okay? That's the only reason this shit's included in here. It's a greatest hits of why Noah Samsen might actually be, like, racist, I guess. How dare Noah Samsen disagree with the opinion of a black queen? Holy fuck. Okay. Let's get to the defamatory video. On March 11th, 2025, defendant published a video entitled "The YouTubers Who Backed a Genocide," the defamatory video. The defamatory statements contained in the defamatory video are identified below. Aha. The first defamatory statement is comprised of the thumbnail and title of the defamatory video. The thumbnail for the defamatory video initially depicted 4 online content creators: Ethan, Mutahar Anas, Turkey Tom, Stephen Bonnell. The background of the thumbnail was the devastated landscape of the Gaza Strip with a photoshopped Israeli flag. The thumbnail depicted Ethan performing a Nazi salute to the Israeli flag. Sometimes after its release, the content creator Lonerbox, discussed above, heavily criticized Samsen's poor research and misrepresentation in the defamatory video. Out of retaliation, Samsen changed the thumbnail of the defamatory video to include an image of Lonerbox, despite Lonerbox not appearing in the video at all. We're calling this a fucking Nazi salute. Really? Every fucking soy point. Every soy point is apparently a fucking Nazi salute right now. Dude. It's just like they did it in Nuremberg, you know? It's just like they did it in Germany in the 30s. Hail Hitler! Yeah. Also, people have fucking pointed out. Hold on. H3 Productions. H3 Productions. This is just a fucking clip out of Ethan Klein's thumbnail. No? Okay, H3 Productions. Here we go. Yeah, it was the thumbnail of the fucking, of the content nuke. Hold on. Yeah! I can't believe that Ethan Klein is currently Sieg Heiling to an image of a Sandpiker. What? Wait, it's not just a Sandpiker. It's a Sandpiker, a Turkish man of color, being eviscerated. Ethan Klein is Sieg Heiling at the idea of a man of color being eviscerated like a Thanos snap? Huh? These are the claims we're including in the fucking lawsuit. We're describing Ethan's... Wait, so Ethan in his own statement, actually, is describing it as a Sieg Heil. Huh? Wait, I didn't realize that was what Ethan was fucking doing. Holy shit. What? I didn't realize he was fucking Sieg Heiling in the fucking thumbnail. I thought honestly, I guess innocently, that it was a fucking... He was just pointing at Hassan. Jesus Christ. Okay. Interesting. I didn't realize he had his dog in him. Holy fuck. All the criticism that Ethan had over the fucking swastika sword is now fucking gone. This guy's apparently Sieg Heiling in his own thumbnails. He's pointing at the KFC in Yemen. Yeah, he's hailing victory to the KFC in Yemen. Nice. Nice. Okay. A true and correct screenshot of the thumbnail and title of the defamatory video is depicted below. The second defamatory statement is Noah's false assertion that Ethan Klein spreads atrocity propaganda. Yo, thank you, Critical Rad TV, for the gifted membership. I hugely appreciate that. I hugely appreciate that. Let's turn back on the fucking notifications. Yep. Okay. Nice. Okay. That's a defamatory assertion. Ethan spreads atrocity propaganda. Really? Is that something that can be accurately proven true or false? What is or isn't atrocity propaganda? Or is that an opinion? What do we think?
You got dicked.
What do we think?
Okay, bro, you're getting too big.
It's so fucking retarded. It is genuinely so retarded. I saw somebody say earlier. Hold on. You agree with Queeman Dickers. Fuck! You are none an enemy of the Diorio Discord. It would seem so. However, despite the fact that those guys were fucking arguing with me in my own Discord, and apparently were speculating and talking about it earlier, there's nobody in chat right now to disagree with me. I know that there are people from Diorio's Discord and Diorio's audience who watch my shit. Huh? And nobody's coming to disagree with me. Interesting. Very, very sad. Very, very sad. Listen. Okay? I've got all worked up from the fucking Fauci statement. From the fucking Fauci section. I've just got... Oh my god. Inside Out. Chef's fucking kiss, man. I've just got all worked up by this fucking... this fucking guy. Okay? So if people want to fucking call in and disagree with it, okay? I'm more than fucking willing. If you want to call in and disagree with my take about the Noah Samsen lawsuit, you should fucking feel free, okay? We are taking callers. Alright. So, he shares the Hamas mass rape hoax, the same hoax that was used by the Western media, the US government, and the Israeli government to justify genocide. The third defamatory statement is Samsen's false factual assertion that Ethan spreads overt misinformation, just straight up lies about Hezbollah and Ansar Allah, or the Houthis, in order to delegitimize their struggle against Israel's genocide. Again, do I have to say, is this a statement of fact? Or is this an assertion of his fucking opinion? Another thing to fucking ponder. He cites baseless claims from Saudi state propaganda outlets to attack the Houthis. He also cites a documentary about Ansar Allah, which he uses as proof of the claim that they brought back slavery when the documentary wasn't even about the Houthis. It was about the Yemeni government before the Houthi takeover. Okay, so I think, because I did catch the live stream when Ethan is going through this stuff. It's like so fucking disappointing. This guy's reading through it and just going like, uh-huh, uh-huh. Looking forward to you proving that claim in court, buddy. Looking forward to you trying to argue this in front of a judge. Like, he doesn't even try and argue back with it. He's just reading through the fucking, the fucking lawsuit. Occasionally punctuated by coughs and random fucking outbursts from the soundboard. He doesn't even try and argue against it. So buck-broken. Holy fuck. And the reason why he doesn't try and argue against it is this isn't content anymore. Ethan Klein has decided to take this to court. And so his response, we're going to have to wait for trial, presumably, to get his response. Because otherwise, he'd be fucking wasting time giving away his fucking legal defense. Or his legal argument, I guess. Okay. The fourth defamatory statement is Samsen's false factual assertion that he, Ethan, spread long debunked Nakba denialists' talking points. Talking points that have been used for decades to legitimize Israel's colonization of Palestine. The fifth defamatory statement is Samsen's factual assertion that Ethan cites sources that contradict his own claim directly, such as the UN report he claims proves the Hamas mass rapes allegation, which the report itself denies. Okay, so I remember having, because I fucking read this shit, I think, on stream, like maybe a year ago to dig into it a little bit. So the UN report finds no evidence that it was used as a weapon of war. Okay? So, I believe if I'm quoting correctly, the UN report goes and looks at rapes that happened on the ground that day and tries to establish, did they happen, what frequency, what evidence is for them, and did Hamas use it as a weapon of war? I think that they do find that there was mass rapes and gang rapes that happened, but they find no evidence that this is used as a weapon of war by Hamas, okay? But retards, when they argue about this online, are constantly arguing past each other, okay? So you never actually get to the fucking reconciliation there. But that's what people are arguing about, just to be clear, right? So there we go. So, the sixth defamatory statement is Samsen's factual assertion that he spends 20 minutes in the video smearing a 19-year-old survivor of the US-backed Saudi genocide in Yemen as a terrorist with zero credible evidence. Yeah, okay. I can't speak for this. It's clearly, I guess, it's Noah's opinion that there's no evidence to back this stuff up. Unfortunately, there is, like, enough evidence for a reasonable belief. But it is what it is. It's a disagreement of opinion. That's literally all that you can fucking chalk it up to. Are there really legal damages to be able to, like, enact over this stuff? No, obviously fucking not. Yeah, the report just says there were some rapes, but not systemic rape. Problem is the term mass, since that's not clearly defined. Mass could be as much as 3. I know that is for shootings, right? But yeah, mass rapes just means, like, lots of rapes. Many rapes. Yeah. And it doesn't go to the core of the fucking issue. Like, realistically, I think that everyone can accept that rapes happened on October 7th. Yeah. Were they a weapon of war? Did Hamas do it intentionally? Doesn't seem like there's any evidence for that. No. But they're a fucking terrorist group with a disorganized militia. Yes. Sexual violence is going to happen on the fucking battlefield. Yeah? Fucking hell. Okay. Samsen intended for his statements to be assertions of fact. First, Samsen holds himself out as an expert in the Israel-Palestine conflict. No reference again? What? I let it go in the fucking introduction because I thought, like, okay, we're just, like, throwing out shit as the basis for the fucking claims. This is in the factual statements? When has Noah Samsen claimed to be anything other than a fucking video, fucking YouTube slop tuber? A fucking video essayist on YouTube? An expert on the Israel-Palestine conflict? Huh? Second, to buttress his imprimatur. Hold on. I can't. What the fuck is that?
Imprimatur.
Imprimatur? Oh, to buttress his imprimatur of authority on the subject, Samsen will inundate his audience with a kaleidoscope of citations, most of which he misrepresents or are wholly unreliable. This is done intentionally so Samsen can exploit his audience's low level of knowledge on the subject matter because he knows they will not research his citations on their own. Third, Samsen's tone is serious and earnest, which is reflected in the language he employs. These are some of the reasons why Samsen intended and his audience perceived the defamatory statements as assertions of fact. Interesting. Now, if you want to fucking critique somebody else's position on YouTube and use a little bit of fucking flowery language, I guess, you've got to do juggling while you fucking do the video essay. Unless you're filming yourself, throwing around a few fucking juggling balls, apparently everything is subject to a fucking lawsuit. This is fucking insane, okay? And the thing is, because I've seen people mention this, right? I think Diorio said over the copyright stuff, not sure where his argument is going to be on this. Not sure what his argument's going to be on this. But Diorio said over the copyright stuff, downstream effects over the fucking ecosystem. My prediction, this never goes to trial. It doesn't need to, frankly. It doesn't need to. The chilling effect exists, whether or not it actually goes to trial or not, right? If you criticize Ethan Klein, and he dislikes it enough, he will fucking file suit against you. And he will wait for a fucking year to be able to do it. Huh? Okay. I'm not going to read through the rest of this, okay? I think I've given, like, enough of an impression about what this stuff is about. The rest of this stuff is kind of excess to purpose, okay? But there we are. I think that's basically my opinion on it, right? There's no two ways to be able to skin it. There's a principled opposition to this stuff. The only reason why it's been done is because Ethan Klein has got angry enough at it, okay? Maybe it's caused by hysteria about CPS skulls, and he thinks that all of these people are on the same team, and so he's doing collective punishment and taking everybody down at once. Right? That seems to be it. That seems to be it. What I do not believe is that this video has done any damage to Ethan Klein that he's not been able to address with a live stream reaction to it and a response on his much larger platform. He's got all the ability in the fucking world to be able to address this stuff as a creator of his size. There should be no damages that would ever need a fucking defamation lawsuit. Now, I would say, okay, here's my line for defamation lawsuits. If somebody else comes out and accuses somebody of rape, murder, an action of like serious moral impropriety, and they're fucking lying, go crazy, right? This was my stuff over the Turkey Tom stuff, right? If Turkey Tom wants to sue his ex-girlfriend over the claims that she made, go for it. Knock yourself out, go fucking crazy, okay? That is totally fucking fine. Over opinions shared on the fucking internet, fuck off. No. And there's like a principled opposition to it, yeah? Okay. I heard on the grapevine that Diorio likes to spit on Ethan's asshole before starting to eat it. And Ela, the Jewish queen, uses her hands to direct Diorio's pig head to all of Ethan's male G-spots. Read my comment, coward. Read my comment, loser. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Now that's clearly not an assertion of fact. Correct? That's something that you've heard and you're expressly okay. Allegation. Allegedly. Okay. Interesting. Interesting if true. Okay. Extremely big if true. Right. Nice. Does anybody want to argue about this stuff? I think that MAGA Edits wanted to call in earlier. Yeah? I don't know if she's still around and wants to fucking argue this stuff out. I actually do not get the support for this stuff. Is it all going to be based on,
oh, I don't like Noah Samsen. Oh, I don't like Noah Samsen.
The response that I got is so far is CPS skulls. So if you can do any better than that, then you're onto a fucking winner. I dick agree with this dicksertion. Okay. Yeah. Little bit less of the fucking reefer. Okay? Nice. ask Dioreo's Discord to call in. I don't want to go into somebody else's Discord and say, if anybody disagrees with my take, they can feel free to call into my live stream, okay? Some of them do, some of them don't. If any are watching right now, feel free, okay? But, yeah. There we go. Did we have a look at some of Pisco's coverage? Yes, you should. I don't know. That just seems a bit fucking gay. No? That feels incredibly, incredibly fucking gay. Going into somebody else's Discord to try and get callers for your stream. Nah. Okay. Inbox, inbox, inbox. Now, my opinion on this stuff, unfortunately, is hampered by the fact that I'm a retard and not a lawyer. However, we've got somebody who's both not a retard and a lawyer. Let's have a look at Pisco's analysis of this stuff, just for the fucking legal aspect. Again, as an ecosystem question and a fucking moral question, I'm going to be consistent on this stuff, and I'm going to hold my position regardless, okay? But on the legal matter, let's have a gander. Okay. Stream starting screen. Let's get through it. He's talking about a fucking Trump tweet, and onto the lawsuit. Bang.
With an eye towards the snark community on Reddit, that there was this narrative that was allowed to ossify. And looking back, I think that did an enormous damage to the public discourse on these lawsuits. And for me, this lawsuit is even more clear-cut and even more obvious in terms of its rightness or wrongness. And we'll be tackling this from various different perspectives. Legal, my own ethical view on it, my own view on what the law is and what the law should be. But I want to get this out there relatively quickly because of my conclusions. I've concluded, taken a look and concluded, and we're going to go through the whole lawsuit on stream. We're not going to start there. We're going to start with basic legal principles. And if that is upsetting to you, you can skip over to the part where we actually start reading the lawsuit. I'm going to try not to go on too long on these principles, so hopefully we'll keep it relatively short till we get to the actual reading. But ultimately, my conclusions are that this lawsuit should be dismissed and that this lawsuit is immoral to bring, and this lawsuit is anti-free speech. Now, I have had my previous opinions on the copyright lawsuits, and those have been sort of well discussed in the past, and that's fine. And those opinions, I promise you, do not affect the legal analysis about what you're going to see right here. That said, my perception of the conduct of the previous lawsuits does influence why I think these cases are being brought, what this is all kind of about, kind of big picture. And
yeah, I think that Pisco's largely been on the money in terms of the reasoning for it. I mean, it's kind of, I guess it's similar to what I said earlier, insofar as, like, Ethan is not worried by the statements that have been made so far actually, like, hurting him in any way or causing, like, a damage to his reputation, right? It's not these videos that did it, but he's going after the big people who he feels as though he can, like, take down to, like, quiet the rest. You know what I mean? You kick the biggest toddler first if you're fighting, like, 100 fucking toddlers. Yeah? You punt the first over the fucking fence, so the rest of them don't get so fucking antsy.
I think it's a brazen attack on free speech. No, notice what I say there. A brazen attack on free speech. I put this in a Twitter post of mine where people seem to get the wrong impression from that statement. That because I say it's a brazen attack on free speech, that I'm necessarily invoking the freedom of speech under the First Amendment. Now, as you will see, as we'll talk about, there actually are First Amendment principles at issue here, and I actually do think that there's...
Dickers, a layman. My opinions are the same as a lawyer. Yeah, I'd say the same caliber. I'd say that I am presenting myself as an expert on legal matters. No, listen, okay? When we're talking about the fucking the motivations behind the lawsuits, okay? I am gonna say that my opinions are right up there with Pisco.
A constitutional basis under which to claim that these lawsuits are violative under the First Amendment. And that is relevant in defamation law generally. And anytime you're invoking the power of the government to affect expressions of views. But more specifically, what I was calling
Hold
out
on, I'm still
in
listening.
terms of the attack on free speech has to do with the purpose of the lawsuit and what I view as an incompatibility with a generic political version of free speech, right? It's not exactly correct to say that it would violate your First Amendment rights to be like censored or banned if you're like on a private campus or something, let's say, although some First Amendment principles might apply there. Or let's say if you're on like a social media platform, maybe there's no First Amendment principles that turn on in a given context. But there's a broader conception of of free speech than just the First Amendment. Open dialogue, open marketplace of ideas. And my view is that certain actions taken, even in a private context, and keep in mind this is a lawsuit invoking the powers of the government, but if done for the purpose of stifling opposing views, especially political views, that those are often problematic. You know, it wouldn't be fair to say, even if there was some trivially actionable claim, which I don't think there was, but even if there was a trivially actionable claim from Donald Trump, let's say, against this pollster out of Iowa, someone will remind me of their name, that, oh, well, it's not really a free speech issue. No, if we kind of know what Trump is doing, or Trump with his threats in terms of defamatory accusations against CNN, that he had now even also criminal allegations against CNN for their coverage of the Iran war. Even if there's like a plausible claim that you could write, by plausible here, I just mean that you can write it down and it's like prima facie or something.
Yeah, because have you ever been to Brighton? I have been to Brighton. I have been for Brighton, but for purely heterosexual reasons.
I'm not going to grant that there's not a free speech dimension to those actions. There's a broader political conception that, in general, is in favor of channeling disagreement through this open marketplace of ideas conception. So that's...
Wait, what? No way my hawker is from fucking Egypt. What? Shut the fuck up, dude. You are not from Egypt. What? In Egypt, we have a saying, strike the one who is tied up. The other one is free welfare. Nice. 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 More pearls of knowledge from Egypt, please. Okay. Basically, Ethan's a bully who wants to strike the weakest links to terrorize the rest. Yeah, I mean, 100%, right? He can't get to Bad Empanada. That's true, because that would be an international lawsuit, which Ethan can't be asked to do, right? The other thing is that, why doesn't he go after Hassan? Because it's not true to say that Ethan's not going after the strongest people. Or sorry. It's not true to say that he's going after the, just the weakest people. In particular, he's going after basically everybody that he can, except for Hassan. Denims, Frogan, Hassan Orbiters, Noah Samsen, friends with Hassan. Going after Casey Tron, who is widely, for some reason, perceived to be friendly with Hassan, despite that not being the case for any law knowers out there, right? But yeah, so he's going after all of the fucking weak people who can be bullied around by a fucking lawsuit by this. But he's not going after Hassan in particular. Whether it's to bleed Hassan dry and to try and like coax him into funding all of these lawsuits, that would kind of make sense, I guess. But why not go after the man himself? Could it possibly be because Hassan could actually mount a legal defense which could rape Ethan in return? Is that why? Is that why? Who has spoken about Ethan Klein more than Hassan? I'd be really saying if Ethan is bitching and moaning about being depicted as in a Nazi salute in a thumbnail, that he couldn't find something from Hassan to be able to sue over? Of course he fucking could. Of course he fucking could. So why isn't he? Yeah, he feels like he can push around the fucking weaker people. Yeah, you're exactly right.
Kind of what I'm referencing. That's like a long elaboration of me to say, like, yeah, this is like obviously, I think, trying to target someone on the basis of their viewpoint, that being negative against Ethan Klein. And I don't think that you have to be, you know, super astute to see that. Yeah, Ann Selzer was the name of the pollster. But yeah, just keep those dimensions in your head. That's why I think it's really important to stand up against this. And I actually will. I'm going to be more forceful in my condemnation of this lawsuit because I do think it's really bad and really despicable. And I will definitely support efforts to fight against this kind of stuff. And you should too, regardless of your...
No, there's no fucking way. Beckett is watching the Goat Cato response video. Holy shit, there has got to be... Fuck me, man. Falgi and Cloudy replied with such a fucking bad response to the drama that Beckett is currently watching Goat Cato's 7-minute video. Holy shit.
Political views. You know, if you politically don't like the defendant in this case, or you politically sympathize with Ethan Klein, I don't think that should resolve the issue of whether or not we think that this action, this lawsuit brought at this time, whether it's justified or not. But those are kind of like the ethical dimension. Let's start with the legal, though. On its face, this lawsuit is...
Let's go legal! Let's go legal. Okay, so we've spoken so far, or we've spoken about the ethical dimension, which, I mean, being fucking real, okay? I already gave you that, okay? He didn't need to give you that entire fucking rundown. What we're here for is the legal dimension. Let's go.
Is a defamation action. You'll notice it's brought in California state court. Defamation is a tort. In California, it's been codified into statute, but even when they're codified into statute, by which you mean like written laws, they're usually backpacking in a bunch of principles from the common law, judge-made law, tort law in California. And it's important to start by saying that defamation is not protected by the First Amendment, okay? In general, defamation is a category of unprotected speech. And the freedom of speech does not include the freedom to defame someone. This is trivially obvious. But that does not mean that First Amendment principles don't limit what defamation claims can be brought. In other words, common law defamation claims have been narrowed by what's allowable under the First Amendment in different case law, both when it comes to standards that we'll talk about when it relates to public figures or limited public figures or issues of public concern, but also in some of the underpinnings of defamation itself are limited by the First Amendment. And we'll talk a little bit about that. This is an action for defamation on its face. That doesn't resolve the issue about whether or not we think this lawsuit is legally viable, or whether we think it's ethically viable, or whether we think, as I do, that it's an affront to free speech principles.
Okay, lovely commentary. Listen, okay? I'll give you this, okay? I'll give you this. I think, my opinion, why this is going to fail is because everything that Noah Samsen said in his video is going to be construed as an opinion, right? Or at the very least, he's going to make factual statements in there, but the factual statements that he's going to be making are with regards to the actual kind of like events in Gaza or like UN news reports. Those are going to be the factual statements. And the opinions about Ethan Klein are going to be construed as, well, opinions.
And whether it's targeted at silencing enemies, which I think it is. But yeah, defamation is a tort, and states are able to create their own.
I thought the Queeman cup snark was weird, but what the fuck, you're drinking out of an artillery shell? It's like a metal cup. It's like a metal cup. It's not that weird.
Own rules for their defamation statutes, and they do. A lot of these rules vary in terms of specifically how they list out their elements. A lot of these states vary in terms of the statute of limitations that you can bring when it comes to defamation. They will differ principally and as allowed by the Supreme Court in the...
Wait, my opinion inserts Chud's opinion. I haven't watched... Fuck me. I have not watched any fucking coverage of this by Chud Logic or Queeman, okay? You can go and fuck yourself. You can go and fuck yourself.
Fault standard.
Is that actually what he fucking said?
For
Fuck
cases
you.
involving non-public figures. This has been allowed by the Supreme Court.
What can I say, okay? There are some people who see the fucking light on this issue, okay? And unfortunately, there's Nicholas DiOrio and Ethan Klein. Those are the two people, unfortunately, that cannot see why this is fucking retarded and wrong.
In the aftermath of certain case law post New York Times v. Sullivan. And so states are able to create their own rules for defamation. But in general, the rules tend to look somewhat similar. Now, for purposes of this analysis, I'm going to use California state law. I think that makes sense. It seems...
Whoa! Hello! 404. Nick said yesterday he doesn't agree with the Noah lawsuit. Thinks it's retarded. That's brand new news. That's brand new information. Hold on. Can you send me a screenshot of that, 404?
By all accounts, that every party is in the state of California. It's being brought in California.
Huge W if true, okay? Enormous W's if that is true. If you can give me a fucking screenshot of that, I will give Diorio his fucking flowers 10 times over.
In state court.
That's an improvement, and we'll take it.
But just...
It was in his stream, man. I'll see if I can clip it. Okay, I appreciate it.
Be aware of that your mileage may vary. There's also something to be said about the authority of various different courts if you're trying to bring in precedent to cite in this debate, that state courts are not necessarily bound to...
How is that an improvement? Can't tell if you're serious or not. That's an improvement because so far I feel as though Diorio has been incredibly defensive of everything that Ethan Klein has done, right? Legally. If Diorio is starting to push back on things that Ethan's doing, okay? We take what we can fucking get. That's absolutely a fucking improvement.
To precedent related to state law issues from federal courts. Ultimately, the state Supreme Court of any given state is the ultimate say.
Wait, hold on. Riddle me this, 404. If what you're saying is correct, and Nick has been very critical of these lawsuits, why have I had people in Diorio's audience asking whether I'm going to take Queeman's side on it or Nick's side? What the fuck is that about then?
On
the previous lawsuits, did he not go back and forth? No, he was supportive of it the entire way. When people would bring up concerns about precedent, he would just say, my prediction, I don't think it goes to court. But that's not a criticism of the lawsuit, right?
Its own law of the state?
I guarantee you, it's going to be, well, I don't necessarily agree with it. But I can't feel bad for Noah. No. What I've been promised is that he does not agree with the Noah lawsuit and thinks that it's retarded.
That isn't necessarily true of federal issues. So some of the First Amendment issues have a dimension where state courts are bound by federal courts. But also, state courts are not bound by the defamation precedents of other states. But because a lot of these principles overlap, you might see people, cite different case law from different states. Just be aware from an authority perspective, it's not the case that, a trial court sitting in the state of California is bound by the...
The person who promised you is also a Diorio viewer. 404 is a Diorio viewer, okay? But he's also, more importantly, a Dickers viewer, okay? And that's why we respect him. He's also called in before. 404 is a good guy, all right? 404 is fine.
Defamation precedent of the state of New York, etc., etc. Make sense? And I'm just going to be citing basically the Supreme Court and state courts in California for this analysis, which I hope will be brief. All right, let's start with the elements. Now, I'm going to hope to justify these elements by pointing to their relevant, where they're found in case law in California. But I've arranged them in a way that I think maps onto the general common law vision. It'll look different than when I show you this Supreme Court precedent that I'm to prove that this is the standard, but I'll explain that along the way. So the first element is that there's a publication, that you've actually made a statement to another person. And usually this is enough, just one other person. It's an intentional tort, so it needs to be done. The publication itself needs to be intentional. Oftentimes this is not an issue, right? You can prove that someone intended to make a communication to somebody. But obviously this wouldn't apply if you by accident, were overheard or something. But, you were talking to yourself, let's say, or you...
Okay, chat, we're listening, we're learning, we're going to pass the bar in a week's time, okay?
You wrote up in your diary, you had no intention to release it. The second element, and again, there's often different ways that these are phrased or numbered. This is just how I learned it and how I understand it as a matter of the common law. And again, we'll point to the California precedent in a second, is that it be a false statement, a fact. This is also sort of cabin.
Oh my fucking god, dude. I just navigated the fucking Diorio Discord to see like, oh, I wonder. Let me see if I can pick up. Let me see if I can pick up some of the sentiment on the Noah Samsen lawsuit. And all I see is people hypersensitively bitching and moaning about people who are criticizing Nick. Despite the fact that so far as I'm aware, Nick hasn't even spoken about any of them.
Okay, bro, you're getting too big for your boots.
You will be a doctor and a lawyer.
Yeah, I haven't said this on stream, but actually both of my family, both of my parents come from Asia. One from Pakistan, the other from Japan. So I've got to be extra qualified to make them happy. Oh my god, I'm just looking at this shit right now. I called this shit yesterday. They are going to angry that Nick isn't calling Ethan Jew Satan and flipping all of his previous opinions. Huh? They literally want Nick to flip all his opinions and spitefully go after Ethan. Maybe criticize Ethan. Maybe one of them criticize Ethan. Possibly. Maybe, like, do what commentary channels do and give criticism to people. Oh my god, Jesus Christ. I am going to angry. Fuck me. Yo! Willie! Okay. I'll just full disclosure, the conversation that I was talking about earlier having, it was with Willie, alright? And I'll give him his fucking flowers. After watching your stream, I gotta say, Dickers, you're shifting my opinion on this shit. Okay, I appreciate it. That's fucking motion, alright?
As falsity. Now, this has a constitutional dimension to it.
Listen, Willie, you happy to disagree and argue in Discord yesterday by text? If you want to, feel free to fucking call in just so we can push you to 100%, okay? I want complete and utter flip to the other side. I want you to be a fucking anti-Semite by the end of this call, okay? I'm going to be getting you to doubt the fucking 6 million.
The Supreme Court in its case law has stated that false statements are not really protected by the Constitution of the United States. But opinions, ideas are not able and are
No, not Lolly Mac Show, not Lolly Mac Show, not Willie Mac Shota. We're talking about Willie B. Coyote, YouTube chatter.
not subject to falsity. Now, there's like an epistemic question there. There's like a broader, I don't know, philosophical question of, well, can opinions be false? Can they be true? Or whatever, right? Like, this is not that kind of discussion. It's just saying, like, as a matter of law, the Supreme Court has said that ideas can't be false. Opinions can't be false.
I guess the basic question that I would say, okay, the basic question that I would say to, or I would ask to anybody who's supporting this lawsuit or saying that it was actually defamatory statements. When Paige Christie, if Paige Christie were to say that Augie RFC is a racist, is that an expression of opinion? A characterization of Augie's opinions? Right? Is that Paige Christie's opinion about Augie? Or is that a defamatory statement of fact? It's a fact of Augie's character that he's a racist. Seems to be a characterization of his views.
Law.
Don't know if I'd go so far as to call it a lawsuit, but still, there's a lot where Ethan's lawyer would have to do a hell of a lot of heavy lifting to make it work if he goes to court. I would go so far as to call it a lawsuit, okay? And I'll tell you the reasons why. Somebody has got an online beef as a creator, and instead of enacting it, blow for blow, having it out via fucking YouTube video essays and like YouTube live streams, instead, you're taking it to the fucking court, and you're bitching and moaning to a judge that somebody said something in a YouTube video that hurt your feelings, and you don't like, okay? And so you want legal fucking punishment for these people. Realistically, what Ethan's doing is he's trying to fucking dump them with legal fees so that they have to give like a groveling fucking slave apology, okay? Like Casey Tron. Me be good, me be good, N-word for master. Toby be good, N-word. Toby be good for your field hand, boss.
Statements of fact are what can be false.
That's the reason why it's a fucking lawsuit, right? You're taking internet drama and you're dragging it into the fucking courts. Total lawsuit behavior.
Okay. And so you get a kind of syllogism, which is And it's not exactly...
I haven't seen this case yet. Is it defamation? That's kind of what we're going through right now for the fucking legal information here. In my opinion, and I said this at the time, all the way back when Ethan Klein originally announced the lawsuits, I said that it would be very, very hard to try and argue that this is a statement of fact rather than opinion and a critique of somebody else's political view. That is going to be a lot of fucking uphill work. To the point where they're having to lie and say that Noah Samsen has edited Ethan Klein to be doing a fucking Hitler salute rather than a soy point as he's doing in this fucking video. They're having to straight up lie in the fucking lawsuit to get this through.
True, but this is, I think it, for all intents and purposes, is true. Which are, in order to be defamation, statements need to be false. Opinions can't be false. Therefore, opinions can't be defamatory. Okay? Now, there's one extra little kernel in that, which is that the Supreme Court has said that opinions can contain like implied facts within them, which those underlying facts can be false or true, right? So there can be opinions, stated opinions, that contain within them some obvious implication of fact, where the statement of opinion isn't going to get you out of the implication there. There's such a...
I guess would that be a statement like, I think that Inside Out Kick Chatter prefers to fuck 12-year-olds than 14-year-olds. Yeah? That's a statement of opinion, but it contains within it that he's probably had sex with children, right?
A notion of sort of defamatory implication. So you can't just say like, well, it's my opinion, and then say whatever you want, okay? That there's the way the statement is going to be read is in context, but the underlying syllogism is true, which is if this is a reflection of your subjective view, as opposed to a statement about like reality as it is, in general, the syllogism will hold. That as a matter of law, opinions don't have the false property. Because they don't have the false property, right? And if they did, right, if they can't be assessed to be false, then they can't be defamation. And defamation is, of course, the category that gets you outside of First Amendment protection, right? That's why it's really important that there is a constitutional dimension to what we're talking about. That if you're going after people for non-actionable opinion, in a sense, that it is a First Amendment issue. Because, of course, defamation is a category that makes something unprotected by the First Amendment. But if something doesn't even have the property about whether it can be false, that is to say, whether it's an opinion, and again, opinion here is just a matter of law, then it is protected by the First Amendment. So don't think that just because we're talking about a category of unprotected speech, that there isn't a First Amendment dimension to even just the element of defamation here. Okay? That's, so false statement of fact. You will often see this reference as falsity or, false statement. The statement there, right? Like all you have to say is falsity, right? Because as the Supreme Court tells us, that opinions themselves, right? Exclusive of any implied statement of fact, opinions themselves can't be false as a matter of law. You can disagree with an opinion, let's say, right? Someone can have a horrible opinion. But the way the law sees it, we don't trust the courts to decide which opinions are true and which are false. Third element is the defamatory. The words in their nature tend to reduce someone in the eyes and the sort of the esteem of the...
What I would be really curious to see, and I don't know if Pisco's going to go into this stuff, especially for a public figure, or maybe this is true when it comes down to like damages, or even when you try and like prove defamation. If you have already got a reputation of something, you can't prove damages, and therefore cannot win on a defamation claim. So for example, if I were to say, I don't know, if Jimmy Savile was still alive, okay? Or fuck, is the Subway guy? The Subway guy is still kicking, right? Jared Fogle. That's the guy, right? Just want to make sure I've got the right name. If I were to say that Jared Fogle is a pedophile, right? Let's say in 10 years' time, it comes out that guy got totally fucking exonerated. He got set up by the fucking police, right? He can't go back and sue me for defamation because my additional statement did no damage to him. I am repeating what his reputation is. And so I can't be fucking targeted with a defamation lawsuit because I didn't do any fucking defamatory damage. Right? So I wonder if this is going to be a difficulty that Ethan Klein is going to have. A lot of people already thought that he was defensive or in support of the Gazan genocide. And so Noah Samsen's video can't even contribute to it. Do you know what I mean? That impression already exists wider in the sphere. Or maybe the argument is that even if it does already exist, that's prompted it further. It's an interesting question I'd like to be discussed, but yeah.
The general society or in their specific...
Ooh, 404. You've returned to me. You've returned to me. I sent out one of my flying monkeys to go and find a clip of Diorio talking about this shit. Ooh, little bit more fancy than I remembered, but it's in inbox stickers. Okay, let's go and have a look at Diorio's fucking take on this stuff then. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Okay.
His videos are bad and he's malicious and he deserves to get totally fucked, blah, 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 blah. I mean, everyone knows where I stand on this. But I still don't think that this lawsuit has, like, justified its existence to me yet. And I guess that's not the intention.
Huh? What? It's not justified its existence to me. What does that even mean? I guess Diorio is unconvinced about whether the lawsuit is justified or not. Okay. Right. So that's like a lack of conviction. Yeah? That's probably summarized as a lack of conviction rather than calling it retarded.
Market, that the words themselves are defamatory or are conceivable in that way. Now, different courts, again...
Still, I will say, as a little bit of a fucking barometer of this stuff, a little bit of a temperature check, the fact that Diorio is not coming out and supporting this stuff, I think it does say something about the way these lawsuits are going to be received. Everybody was gang-ho for them like a year ago. Now, there's no fanfare. People don't really give a fuck about Noah Samsen and his stupid fucking video anymore. That is like year-old drama. Where is the groundswell of support going to come from? Because the people who would support it, if you think about like constituencies, the people who would support it are probably going to be relatively apathetic about it. And the people who hate it and oppose it are still going to hate it and oppose it. Right? So the reaction online, I think, is going to be overwhelmingly negative.
We'll formulate.
Dickers, do you cover Ethan Klein a lot? Just curious. New here. How's it going, little fly? Yeah. I know you've come on during the fucking Falgi stuff. I do cover a lot more kind of like mainstream commentary topics. Yeah. I wouldn't say that I cover Ethan a lot. Every now and again, there'll be something big and I'll go in for it. But if you guys have come in during the fucking Falgi stuff, I've got a little bit of something to tide you over, okay? We haven't spoken about the guy in a little while. Okay, here we go. Hold on. Wait a moment.
You want my shirt back on, please? Please put my shirt back on, I beg you. I beg you, chat. It's cold.
Chat, don't fall for it. He loves showing off. It is cold over there. He loves showing off, and his DMs are open. So, you know.
My DMs are open.
Fuck me. Voice instantly drops. An alto suddenly goes to a baritone. Yeah, my DMs are open. Yeah, I guess my DMs are open.
It just you know, that's true. I do need enrichment, as you would say.
You're so white, bro.
If you
just FYI, Jesus Christ. Okay, just FYI. My DMs are closed. You can request to DM me on Discord, and if it's about drama, I might accept your dono. I might accept your message.
Why are you watching a shirtless man?
Thank you, Draftle, for the 2. Thank you, Draftle, for the £2. So that I can come on and act as though I was always disapproving of Falgi being topless on stream. That's why I'm watching it now, okay? Thank you for the 2, mate.
Formulate whatever standard of defamation differently, right? They'll say different words that get to the same kind of idea. That their words are, in some sense, ridiculing or undermining someone's reputational interests, especially in the eyes of the public or their customers. Okay? And then finally, some element of damages. Now, I've added extra stuff here. You can think of these as elements. You could think of them as additional, you could think of them as additional doctrines to consider. And you'll see the Supreme Court in California numbers them differently. But certain categories of statements are outside the protection, outside any defamation possible context. These are like if you're testifying in front of Congress, right? That there's some public interest exception sometimes for certain court documents. Statements done in front of the court can't be defamation. So there's privileges as well that prevent certain statements from being defamatory. And then there's another way in which the First Amendment rears its head, and this is in a fault standard. You've heard the standard of actual malice. And this standard arises as an operation of the First Amendment, but also state-specific rules on fault. And case law established by the Supreme Court says, well, when you're dealing with public figures or public officials, you need to have this kind of actual malice standard. And that's because, one of the goals of the First Amendment is to have a vibrant discourse on issues of public concern, and we want to have like a wide lane for these kinds of political discussions, right? And we don't want to like limit this speech. I'm doing a kind of the policy argument there, right? And this has been extended to public figures, and these are like all-purpose public figures, you could say, people who are famous in and of themselves. And there's case law on who constitutes a public figure. It applies to public officials, even if they're not particularly famous.
I think, is there anybody possible who could argue that Ethan Klein is not a public figure? I don't think so, right?
The argument being, well, if you're a public official, you have access to ways to insulate yourself by coming back.
Like, I'm pretty sure even under American law, even very, very small streamers might be considered like public personalities, even for the purposes of like limited liability public figures, right?
I can give in your own statements, etc., etc. So all purpose.
Like my only experience with that is apparently, now I'm not convinced that Cameron F305 actually went to a lawyer, but apparently when he was thinking about suing people in the space who were making public statements about him with regard to Jelly, apparently he had to consider that, yeah, those people it would need to be actual malice, because those people would be public figures.
Public officials, all purpose, public figures, right? And then there's additional doctrines related to individuals who inject themselves as a limited public figure. And then also some state-specific rules that are more narrow than that for different kinds of situations. So if you don't fit into those boxes that the Supreme Court has carved out, states are free to make their own standards for fault. They could say, it's negligent. You have to be negligent in your statement.
Okay, let's skip ahead. We've got the fucking legal background, okay? We're all qualified legal professionals now. Let's go through some of the claims that Bisco's got together.
By the California Supreme Court, I think it was overturned on other grounds, but not on its distillation of the test of defamation. I think it had to do with some of the holdings on the anti-slap statute, which California does have.
Okay.
But this is the distillation of the test. You'll see that there's a publication, right? That's true, a publication. Say it's false. And again, remember, you have to think of false as containing within it this kind of implicit statement of fact, because of course only statements of fact can be false in the eyes of the court.
Blah, blah, blah. More legal theory. More legal theory. You get on with it, you fucking nerd. Okay, let's skip ahead to the actual lawsuit. Yeah. I think their credibility is questionable. Even with the recent lawsuit win, I feel like they made themselves a toxic pool of sludge to the industry around them. I view them as an island. They are kind of, they're not really an island. Here's the fucking difficult stuff, okay? So, and this is a huge fucking black pill for anybody who is somewhat fucking critical of the Ethan Klein lawsuits, is that they've actually got widespread support. That's the actual truth. The mainstream opinion online is that those lawsuits are totally justified, and Ethan is like, I don't know, he's the fucking warrior fighting for truth and fighting for fucking justice, and a lot of people are behind them because Hassan and Hassan's crew have got awful fucking PR. Nobody fucking likes them. And for a lot of them, I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty fucking deserved, okay? But that's the reason why it's so widely supported. If you look, you can look at our sphere, my sphere of commentary, pretty critical of them. You can take a look at a lot of lefty political spaces, very critical of the lawsuits. Literally everywhere else is supportive of them. The rest of commentary is supportive or ambivalent about them. Ethan Klein and his orbiters, supportive to the fucking death, okay? And that occasionally includes Theorio, sometimes not, though. And then you've got, like, Asmongold, XQC, all those people, all supportive as well. Because, again, they hate the people at hand.
I'm not sure if that distinction matters, whether Samsen Creative LLC could be said to be an alter ego of Noah, or what the business is in terms of... I'm assuming he's suing the right parties here, but who knows? Noah Samsen, as far as I'm aware, I watched a little bit. I watched the entirety of his video, in which he was like kind of decrying certain creators as backing genocide or something like that. But seems to be a left-wing commentator, anti-Israel commentator. Ethan Klein is Ethan Klein of H3 Productions. This is in state court. Defendant Noah Samsen advocates that the only solution to the genocide of Palestinians is the genocide of Israelis, even if they vocally support the Palestinian cause. Just like his other lawsuits involving the copyright issue, just off the bat with completely irrelevant political grievances, and it gets to show you like what this is actually about. Again, this is not necessarily, I'm not saying that the complaint will be tossed out because it includes irrelevant political back and forth, but just to show you, I think, the intent behind this, which is to settle scores on political discussions and to go after creators and negatively sort of insinuate that they're awful people. Outright say it, right?
What I really fucking wonder is whether or not Noah Samsen would be able to reverse sue. What's it called? It's not called reverse sue. Hold on. Counterclaim. That's the fucking legal word, right? Counterclaim. I wonder if Noah Samsen would be able to bring a counterclaim against Ethan because of that first line of the fucking lawsuit. Yeah? If you're saying that I'm defaming you because I say you support the genocide of Palestinians, how the fuck are you not defaming me by saying that I support the genocide of Israelis, right?
His entity, Samsen Creative LLC.
Because I would presume that Ethan's defense there would be, well, that's an opinion. That's a characterization of your views. No?
LLC, Samsen published a video on YouTube.
Does he think that he can actually prove that as a matter of fact in a court of law?
Entitled "The YouTubers Who Backed a Genocide," the defamatory video. The thumbnail for this is just a term that they're using, the defined term. For the defamatory video, depicted various individuals, including plaintiff Ethan Klein. Samsen knew that Ethan vociferously advocated against the genocide of Palestinians. Despite this, Samsen and Samsen Creative collectively defendants published a defamatory video to falsely paint Ethan as supporting the genocide of Palestinians. So the minute I saw that, and they'll go in through all the statements, I said, oh, here we go. Because the statement regarding politics, and let's get to that just to prove this point, that there's an extra gloss on political discourse. In the nature of this heated debate on Israel-Palestine, this seems to be precisely the context in which we would expect to see statements of opinion, okay? And to prove this part, right, that there's extra protection for political discourse, I mean, just look here. This is a California State Court, Appellate Court. In resolving this appeal, we must bear in mind the political context in which these advertisements at issue were published and the extraordinary degree of protection accorded to political speech, including political advertising in our free society. While it is abhorrent that many political campaigns are mean-spirited affairs that shower the voters with invective instead of insight, in order to preserve to ensure the preservation of a citizen's right of free expression, we must allow wide latitude. With this understanding, we consider Issa's contention that the television advertisements that his political opponents were false and defamatory. We ultimately conclude the trial courts properly granted the respondent's anti-slap motion because Issa cannot demonstrate the statements about which he complains are demonstrably false statements of fact. So stop being short of directly saying that there's an extra level of protection to political speech, but kind of almost exactly saying that, right? It's a gloss, right? And so just keep that in mind. The First Amendment has extra protection, an extra gloss, you might say, in the context of political discussion. And you don't have to take my word for it.
Okay. So that is not going to be... that's not going to be like the Supreme Court of California saying that. Court of Appeals in California? That's going to be like the opinion of a sister court, right? Oh no, that might be legal precedent that they have to take into account, actually. Yeah, it's not going to be a sister court if it's California.
Look at what the California Appellate Court is stating to you. We must bear in mind the political context. It's clear what they're doing here is saying, hey, this is a political discussion. We need to keep these channels of discussion open. Remember what I just showed you with Baker when they said, look to see whether or not this is in a heated public debate. What should we expect?
Oh, I'm retarded. Okay. So when I saw that it was in Orange County, I thought that it was Orange County, Florida. I didn't realize there was an Orange County in California. I'm going to be honest.
Expect to see. So my alarm bells go off when we start talking. Well, okay, you have an opinion that Ethan Klein supports a genocide. Is that statement taken an opinion of Noah Samsen's belief, subjective belief, that Ethan Klein supports a genocide?
Wait, there's an Orange County in New York as well. Okay, never mind.
Or is there some sort of statement of objective fact that's implied there? What is the defamatory aspect there, and what is actually being targeted? And in these kinds of contexts, in these kinds of oh my God, I almost dropped my coffee all over my keyboard. In these kinds of political...
Is an Orange County like super famous? What, to somebody in the UK? No. The only reason that I know about Orange County, Florida, is because that was where one of the To Catch a Predator stings happened. That's the only reason that I know that it exists.
Political climates. To me, this is a back and forth political discussion. You want to know the amount of times people call me tanky, adjacent.
Oh, a lot of movie, TV shows are based there. Oh, in California. Okay.
Tanky supporter, you're a communist, you're a socialist, right? That's their interpretation of what I think it's like false, all right? It's my opinion that opinion is a false statement. But in the context of political discussion, these statements are almost invariably statements of opinion. And you wouldn't say something like, well, everyone who called Obama or Biden a genocide supporter is committing defamation. They're giving their opinion that Joe Biden supported a genocide. Now, Joe Biden might take the view that, well, I don't actually even think it was a genocide. And I've said I'm against the genocide. Or they could say, I know it's a genocide and I never supported it. Or I didn't support the genocide aspect, I was funding other aspects of it. They might have a way in which to disagree with the opinion. And keep in mind that Ethan Klein is almost certainly a public figure, or at a bare minimum, a limited public figure who has injected himself into an issue of public controversy, which is dealt with similarly in California state law. I'll spare you the citations there. At some point, maybe we'll do a longer distillation there. But yeah, I mean, those standards are going to be applied evenly. Do we really think that anyone who's calling Joe Genocide Joe is committing defamation, or are they offering their opinion that Joe Biden actually does support a genocide? Same thing with Ethan Klein. Now, if by implication there's a hidden or not so hidden statement of fact that's being unearthed there, that maybe he did something, or maybe he said something specifically, now we can start talking about, okay, what are the objective statements of fact that are being stated or implied by the defendant?
You're getting too big for your
but just the view.
First super chat. This analysis is based.
Thank you for the 2. I'll be sure to pass that along to Pisco. I appreciate it.
That Ethan Klein.
Look, okay, I'll be real. Okay, a little bit dry. That accepted, of course I know that. But we're going to be talking about the fucking Noah Samsen lawsuit for probably the next few weeks. Okay, this is going to be litigated again and again and again. This is the brand new EHD drama cycle loop. Okay, so it pays to be able to articulate this stuff, or at least know the fucking law. Yeah,
supports a genocide is not actionable. I'm going to say that a few more times. Okay, just the view that Ethan Klein supports a genocide is not actionable. You can have that opinion is protected by the First Amendment, even if it's not a good opinion. Okay, the courts don't come in to say that that's a false opinion. Okay, you understand that? That one can express their view, that someone who says they're against genocide, right? Think about how this would be otherwise. If Donald Trump said, I don't support insurrection, I never said I liked insurrection. In fact, I said, be peaceful. Do we think, oh, well, he said be peaceful. And so it's defamation when you say that Trump is pro-insurrection. He's actually threatened to invoke the Insurrection Act. Now, again, you can state that, well, there's different kinds of evidence for this or that, but the expression of the view, even if it were a false view, that is protected. You know, people have the view that Joe Biden committed some malfeasance or corruption when it came to what's going on with Burisma.
Or an even better example to bring up in internet drama, okay? People believe that it's defamation to be able to call Tectone a rapist because he was never convicted in a court of law. People online are just retarded, unfortunately, on what does and doesn't constitute a fucking, like a defamation or a defamatory statement. Which is why I assume, if we go down to the actual claims here, hold on. Yeah. As soon as we go down to the claims, Ethan Klein only brings up the title and thumbnail of the video together as the first claim of defamation. There's a second, there's a third, there's a fourth, there's a fifth, there's a sixth. All in all, he's got 6 defamatory claims. I mean, some of these are so fucking on the face retarded. Let's have a gander. Ethan Klein spreads overt misinformation. Just straight up lies about Hezbollah and Ansar, the Houthis, in order to delegitimize their struggle against Israel's genocide. Is that a statement of fact, or is that a statement of opinion? What is the actual fact in here? Whether the statements about Hezbollah and the Houthis are fucking correct, right? That's the statement of fact. Is it an implication on Ethan's reputation? If he's got something wrong, maybe that does have some kind of like implication on him. But is it a full statement about Ethan? Or is it something about what Ethan said? If I say, for example, okay, let's have a gander, let's have a think. Let's say that Diorio comes out. Nicholas Diorio comes out and says that this lawsuit is like totally legally valid. And, it doesn't violate California anti-slap. And if I say, Diorio is fucking lying, he's not telling the fucking truth, he's fucking making up shit, here's this and that. Do I get fucking sued if it turns out that Diorio is correct on the matter of the fucking law? Does that make fucking sense? I don't think it does. Just for me, as a fucking vibe check, that doesn't seem to make sense as a fucking defamation lawsuit.
Now, I think that is like an insane view to have. And there could be some underlying statements or allegations contained within or implied by that opinion that could be actionable. But the mere opinion that Joe Biden was corrupt with respect to Burisma, that's not actionable. So the minute I see something about a political subject, I already know that there's a political gloss added to defamation. And I already expect to see, in the context of a political discussion, the expression of political opinions. We'll take a look at the statements to see what, in fact, there, if any, objective statements of fact exist in this opinion. My belief is that none. None are objectively statements of fact. Despite this, Samsen and Samsen Creative, collectively defendants, published a defamatory video to paint Ethan as supporting the genocide of Palestinians, which is their right to do. If that's their expression of their opinion. Defendants' defamatory video was incredibly successful. To date, it has received 1.5 million views, and it is defendant's second most viewed video on YouTube. I just want to make clear again that none of this is co-signing the actual opinion. That's not what we're talking about here. And you have to be able to separate yourself from a principled position related to First Amendment, free speech, however you want to categorize it, and the underlying view expressed. That they're not necessarily, I'm not going to just agree with every opinion that I think should be defended by the First Amendment. That would be unprincipled. Ethan and his wife, Hila, are passionate advocates of the right of the Palestinians to self-determination and the establishment of a Palestinian state. They are vehement critics of the Israeli government and Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. Both before and after October 7th, Ethan and Hila condemned Israel's oppression and violence towards the Palestinian people, including explicitly stating that Israel's actions constituted a genocide. It seems to be implied by this statement, or at least I think it's actually outright stated, that because these views were expressed, that one is not allowed to express their opinion, that Ethan and Hila, notwithstanding that, support a genocide. Notwithstanding those facts. You get me? There's nothing that prevents individuals from holding that opinion and expressing that opinion. It's called the First Amendment, notwithstanding those statements. Ethan and Hila advocate for a two-state solution to resolve the conflict. Great. Irrelevant. Both Ethan and Hila are Israelis. Ethan by naturalization, Hila by birth. Nearly all of Hila's family reside in Israel. Hila and her families are Mizrahi Jews from Arab and Muslim countries, who came to Israel as refugees escaping violence and oppression. Both Ethan and Hila know that if Jews were to be expelled from Israel, the vast majority would have nowhere to go. This is the primary...
I wonder if a statement like this could ever be defamatory. I'm really trying to test it. I'm really trying to fucking stress test it. So, for example, if somebody to say that Dickers is a conservative, I'm obviously not. Like, when I talk about politics, I'm obviously not a conservative. At the very most, okay? If you've got some defamatory individual in chat like Babushka posting, okay? Maybe they could stretch it into saying that, oh, well, you know, Dickers is like a liberal moderate, right? Maybe you could like press it that far. I'm trying to fucking think. If you'd call me a conservative, could I say that's like factually incorrect? I'm actually curious on what the answer is to that opinion.
A reason they advocate for a two-state solution instead of a one-state solution.
Be careful though. I said he was boring and Dickers called me a pedophile. No. I said that you might be a pedophile.
This is the kind of discussion, again, that you expect to find in a political public debate.
Oh, no, sorry. Actually, I said that you might prefer having sex with 12-year-olds compared to 14-year-olds. Yeah, I guess I kind of did say that. Is it the context of a hypothetical, though? You're a hypothetical pedophile.
Justifying one view versus the other. And again, those are other things. As I saw Ethan sort of going over the lawsuit and listening to it while I was doing something, I was like, this is just an insane way to try to vindicate and articulate your political viewpoint.
Oh wait, Dickers, what's your opinion on Falgi and Cloudy's responses? I'll read out to you what I fucking said to Falgi, okay? Because I've given him the opportunity to hop on stream and actually have a conversation about it. I said the coordinated response is incredibly slimy. I can't lie. I can't believe you and Cloudy take the fall. Sorry, I can't believe you had Cloudy take the fall for the bulk of the wrongdoing and had all the specific responses hidden in her Google Doc rather than in your response video. If you want to hop on stream and chat through the specifics of the situation, I'll be streaming for the next 2 hours. Let me know if you want to call in or talk on stream another day. This isn't it, mate. Okay? Yeah. Pretty fucking bad. Both of them are fucking worse than the last, to be honest with you. Yeah. Really fucking disappointing. But what did I fucking expect?
Right? Why is this relevant? Even as atmospherics, maybe it's relevant for atmospherics, who cares? But why is that relevant to the defamatory question here? Why your view is justified or not? Samsen makes his position on the Israel-Palestine conflict unequivocally clear. Israel must be wiped off the face of the earth. He advocates that anyone who supports the existence of Israel is a valid target. He's an adamant believer of, quote, there are no bad means, only bad targets. I note, by the way, maybe this is true. Caution to see where the citation is. As such, he engages in the very behavior and rhetoric he purportedly condemns to paint his targets as evil. Again, could have been a memo, could have been a reaction video. Samsen knows that Ethan has condemned Israel's actions as a genocide. He's
valid targets in what sense? That's a very, very interesting question, Angus. I'm actually not sure. And when I was going over it earlier, I kind of hesitated to actually spell it out too fucking cleanly or disagree with it too harshly. Because the problem is that I know that Noah Samsen has said some fucking crazy stuff that he had to actually edit out of his video or his live stream. Because he says something about doing, like, sabotage against government installations, right? Like, sneaking onto military bases and, like, destroying aircraft and shit. That guy was talking fucking crazy stuff.
He simply does not care about this fact. Samsen brands Ethan a genocide supporter because he does not advocate for the complete destruction of Israel and Israelis. Defendant's defamatory video seeks to prove as a factual matter that Ethan advocates for the genocide of Palestinians. It achieves its objective by misinterpreting source materials, relying on clearly biased sources, some of which have also spread falsehoods about Ethan, and through other defamatory statements about Ethan. This lawsuit seeks to prove that advocacy for the Palestinian cause does not require falsely branding advocates of a two-state solution as sanctioning genocide. Well, you don't get to say how Americans advocate or what speech does or does not require other speech. Right? The courts here are not at your disposal to vindicate your view on how speech should be conducted in the United States, except to the extent in which it is not protected by the First Amendment, which, of course, expressions of opinion are. To the contrary, doing so impedes the Palestinian cause because it is engaged in the very behavior that so-called advocates purport to condemn. This is exactly what Samsen did and why defendants must be held accountable for falsely asserting that Ethan advocates the genocide of Palestinians, despite knowing that this statement is false. So try to keep that in your head. What is being targeted by this defamation lawsuit? A claim that Ethan directly advocates, that is, openly states genocide, or that he backs the genocide, right? That he supports it. Do you understand the difference there? One in which he's actually expressly advocating for genocide versus one in which the view is that he supports or backs the genocide.
Oh, I kind of get the difference there, right? So that's where like a comment like this could enter defamatory speech, right? So if somebody were to say that, Dickers directly supports, or, Dickers directly gives support for the Conservative Party, or Dickers directly gives support to the Reform Party. If you're talking about like a discrete instance of speech, or you're referring specifically to the content of my speech or things that I've said, that would be defamatory, but talking about my general beliefs wouldn't be.
Plaintiff Ethan Klein is a citizen of the state of California. These are all California entities, I guess. I'm assuming they serve them in California. I'm just going to assume that they have jurisdiction here. Doesn't seem too crazy to me. Factual allegations. Ethan, along with his wife Ela, are among the most recognized YouTube content creators. Through their entity, TED Entertainment, they own various YouTube channels, including H3 Productions, the H3 Podcast, and these other ones. Ethan and Ela first met in Israel nearly 20 years ago. And folks, by the way, I'll answer questions near the end. If I answer questions, then I'll just get inundated. First met in Israel nearly 20 years ago. After meeting, Ethan decided to move to Israel with Ela. As a result, Ethan became a naturalized citizen of Israel. Ela was born in Israel, and a large portion of her family lives in Israel. A few years after getting married, Ethan and Ela moved to the United States. They've been outspoken supporters of the cause for Palestinian self-determination and statehood. They are also vociferous critics of the state of Israel, even before October 7th. Noteworthy examples include, on November 11th, 2017, Ethan conducted an interview with Ela. During the interview, they engaged in a nuanced conversation about the Israel-Palestinian conflict and expressed strong criticism of the Israeli government and the IDF. Ela also discussed how much she detested serving in the IDF, where she served as a secretary. And we have these pin sites here. I'll notice and note that just like the other lawsuits against the copyright defendants, just filled with a bunch of extraneous, non-relevant garbage to try to paint a...
Whoa! What? What did I say earlier? I was right! Somebody else hopped into chat to say, actually, Dickers, actually, all lawsuits are filled with, like, irrelevant shit. No, this is for a fucking audience.
Picture. And again, maybe this is useful atmospherics for me or reading the person. I just want to get right to the issue. Are we here to discuss your collection of statements that you can't even prove that Noah saw at any time, right? I'm assuming some statements that he's reviewing, he's looking at, but why is this other part relevant to your claim of defamation? I just view that the audience for this is some sort of like PR relation kind of situation, not so much the judge, perhaps. On December 8th, 2020, Ethan...
It's like, it's fundamentally retarded. It is like fundamentally retarded. I wonder if it's to, rather than get good PR, to lessen the bad PR, right? So at the same time that you're striking out of somebody that the left and pro-Palestinian crowd are going to broadly agree with and like, right? At the same time you're striking out at them, you're giving all of these statements about like, well, if people actually cared about Palestine, this isn't how they the way that they direct their criticism, right? They're actually working against the Palestinian cause. Ethan and Ela actually love Arabs. We love those hummus-eating fucks. We love those terrorist scum, actually, right? In a way to try and curry some like good favor at the same time, or to at least lessen the fucking blow.
Conducted a conversation with his co-host at the time.
Because here's the thing about the Ethan Klein lawsuits, and I've said this stuff before, like, none of the stuff is new with this fucking new lawsuit, but Ethan can bitch and moan and complain all that he wants about harassment that he receives, or negative attention online. But unfortunately, he brings it on himself, right? Every time that he goes back and feeds the fucking trolls, gives this stuff attention, openly beefs with figures who are criticizing him, he is activating those communities every single fucking time. This is just as bad, if not 10 times as worse, as just responding to a Snark subreddit live on stream. In fact, this is probably going to have, like, permanent knock-on effects. You go and look at your fucking Snark subreddit, maybe that boosts the fucking activity for the next, like, week, 2 weeks, trails off, right? This is something people are going to remember for years.
Trisha Paytas, about the Israel-Palestinian conflict. He explained to Paytas why she should not be dismissive of the Free Palestine movement and understand that the Palestinian perspective of the conflict, even referring to Israel's actions against the Palestinian people as a genocide and apartheid. On May 15, 2021, Ethan made an Instagram post condemning Israel and Benjamin Netanyahu. Did they change how they typed up Netanyahu? Let's see. Let's just take a quick little look. I thought I saw a J. Oh, no. They got it right. All right. Just checking. I always got to check these consistent spellings. I'm a stickler for this. Which was liked by Hila because she agreed with it. This occurred during the Unity Intifada that took place from May 10th, 2021 through May 21st, 2021. The post was made specifically in response to the IDF destroying the Al-Jalaa building, which housed Al Jazeera and the...
You did see a J, Ethan. Okay, bro. Yeah, well, I was wondering. I was wondering what he meant by that, to be honest. Did he think that they spelled it Netanyahu in the fucking lawsuit? No, I feel like I doubt that. I feel like I doubt that sincerely.
The Associated Press. October 9th, 2023, 2 days after October 7th, Ethan, Hila, and the crew of the H3 podcast discussed how innocent Palestinians would suffer from Israel's reaction on October 7th because the Israel government is barbaric, genocidal freaks, and genocidal war criminals, among other criticisms. On October 12th, 2023, Ethan conducted a near 4-hour conversation about the conflict where he described Israel's actions against the Palestinians.
Yo, thank you 404 for the 3 months of membership. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, mate.
As a genocide. Openly wept, recalling...
Do you get your civil court costs paid if you win in the United States? Otherwise, it just seems like a tool for silencing people. It's funny how that works, isn't it? It's very funny how that shit works. I was thinking about this earlier today while I was making breakfast for myself, thinking about the Ethan Klein lawsuits. It's fucking crazy how people will talk about America and the legal system and how like society works and like, oh man, the worker, the little man, the David, always losing out to the Goliath, you know, the big guy who could come in and fucking bankroll a lawsuit and ruin the little guy. How unjust society is. Man, it's a tale as old as time. And then you will have retarded sycophantic YouTube viewers who will watch a Goliath taking out a David, the big guy with all the fucking money, coming in and rolling over somebody else because they got shit tons of money for a fucking lawsuit, and they'll go, yay! Yay! The rich guy fucking over the broke guy is great in this case, actually. I actually love the inequality here. That's fucking fantastic. No, you're right. In the United States, if you lose a lawsuit, you just pay your fucking court costs. You don't reimburse the other party. It's absolutely a fucking tool for the fucking rich and powerful to be able to silence people with these defamation lawsuits. Arguably, Ethan Klein got the exact same treatment with Brett Kavanaugh. Do you guys remember that? Yeah. Yeah. Wonder where he learnt these fucking tricks of the trade from.
The image of a Palestinian father holding his dead infant child and calling Benjamin Netanyahu a war criminal, amongst many other statements showing support and empathy for the Palestinian people. On November 20, 2023, Ethan and the crew of the H3 podcast discussed their hope of seeing a ceasefire and end to the atrocities.
If I recall correctly, it varies depending on the state in terms of paying the money back. I think in some states, there are certain kind of properties or certain events that might trigger so that you have to reimburse the other person for their court costs. So, for example, Tectone did. Tectone did in his Protectin lawsuit, right? He had to pay for Pinky Chew's legal fees. He had to reimburse her. I'm not sure what it's like in California. If Ethan, for example, loses against an anti-slap motion, does he have to pay all of Noah's legal fees? I'm not actually sure how that works.
He's in Gaza. On March 2nd, 2024, Ethan reiterated he considers that Israel's treatment of the Palestinians to be an apartheid and genocide. On November 25th, 2024, Ethan had an hour-and-a-half conversation with the Arab online content creator Lonerbox. Lonerbox made it to the filing. That's great. About the history of the Israeli-Arab conflict. On May 23rd, 2025, Ethan had an hours-long conversation with the Palestinian activist and scholar Ahmed Fuad al-Khatib about pragmatic solutions to the conflict. Ethan, and this guy is controversial, right? Some people say. Ethan and Hila have also made numerous donations to the Palestinian-focused charities. On October 16, 2023, Ethan and Hila donated a bunch of money to these organizations. Same thing on this other date. Same thing on these other dates. Critically, on January 31st, 2025, Ethan and Neela, through their...
For that to happen, it has to be obviously malicious and completely without basis. Very low chance.
production company TED Entertainment released a feature-length documentary entitled Content Nuke, Hassan Piker, the Nuke.
Or, hold on, I might have a source. Give me 2 seconds. I'm putting on the glasses. I am activated. I am in reading mode. Okay. Casp.net. Give me the fucking lowdown. I'm reading here that there might be a provision so that defendants' legal fees have to be paid if the person bringing the lawsuit, the plaintiff, fails on an anti-slap. Is this just not fucking loading? Okay. So apparently, we're reading a Grok AI summary, guys, okay? So, pinch of salt, as always. Fees are awarded via a separate noticed motion after the court rules on the anti-slap. Okay? So the amount is whatever the court finds reasonable based on hours. The fee shifting applies only to the anti-slap portion of the case, or the stricken claims, but it can be substantial. Tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars in complex matters. In short, losing as the plaintiff on an anti-slap motion carries real financial risk because the statute requires you to pay the other side's fees. This is why anti-slap motions are such a powerful tool for defendants. If your situation is specific, the outcome flips. But the statute itself is not symmetric. Okay. California Anti-Slap Project. Let's have a look at fees. Court costs, court fees. Something like that. Fee. Okay. Prevailing defendant on a special motion to strike shall be entitled to recover that defendant's attorney fees and costs if the court finds that a special motion to strike is frivolous or is solely intended to cause unnecessary delay. The court shall award costs and reasonable attorney's fees to the plaintiff prevailing on the motion. Interesting. So it's, I will say, just as a pinch of salt, it can be possible to recover the fees from a lawsuit if you win on an anti-slap. Might not happen all the time, but it's at the very least possible.
The Nuke documented how the prominent political streamer Hassan Piker repeatedly supported...
Can some wretched Beckett ACC person do an anime-style transition Dix can play when he puts on his glasses? That would actually be fucking amazing. That would be so fucking good. I'll have to reach out to some of Beckett's stickers people.
Terrorist organizations, namely Ansar Allah, aka the Houthis, Hezbollah, and Hamas. During the Nuke, Ethan repeated...
I'm picturing like a just a robot transition, you know? When he puts on the fucking suit. Does he have that at the start of his all of his videos? As like a little bit of an intro. Hold on. Just so you know what I'm talking about.
Thousands of years ago, even before Donnie's first election, trouble was brewing on the interwebs. YouTube was basically the home base of the anti-SJWs. A loose...
Fuck! He doesn't have it anymore! Okay, never mind. Yeah, I've already got a copy in the complaint, don't worry. Thank you, Alex.
Emphasized his condemnation of Israel's treatments of the Palestinians.
Oh my god, for all of their support of Ethan Klein, the Diorio viewers when they come in chat are unbelievably fucking snarky.
Yes, Grok, most reliable source ever.
You came in yesterday thinking these lawsuits were great, motherfucker!
I would love quotes for that, but I don't doubt it. Samsen publishes videos on YouTube through his...
Actually, Dickers, why are you trying to sweep for Ethan Klein here? These lawsuits are horrible. He's doing this with the intentional knowledge that he's going to be able to win Noah Samsen over, just based on the fucking costs. Fuck you, Dickers. Why are you relying on Grok to defend Ethan Klein?
Entity Samsen Creative. Throughout his career, he has produced video essays on various social topics. In these video essays, he frequently attempts to prove his thesis by citing various materials. I think that there's an attempt here to say, well, he has citations to different works, and therefore that's factual. Well, no. Opinions can be bolstered by citations and facts and still be expressions of opinions. Someone can say, listen, I think the earth is flat. Look at this, look at that, and look at the third. Okay, now you say that person's crazy. You can say that opinion is an incorrect opinion. You can say, hey, those sources don't say that. Those sources are wrong. Okay, but just because you're citing things to prove your point, to bolster your opinion, doesn't make it not your opinion. Okay, and so I noticed this when I reviewed it initially, that there's kind of like, oh well, he sells himself as like a smart person who analyzes things, as though opinions, to be opinions, can only be couched as these kind of like, I guess, ill thought out, not cited things. That to be an opinion and to qualify for protection of the First Amendment, you necessarily have to not be connected to like a valuable thought process with sources and citations. I'm just not aware of like any authority for that proposition. Now, it could be the case that setting forth a factual narrative, right? That you maybe the fact that you're including a set of facts emphasize a particular kind of tone in a given context, that this is like a history book or this is like an expose. But that's going to be very sort of contextual in my view. It could or it could not. And I don't think that just knowing off the bat, well, he cites stuff, means it's not an opinion. I think it really does depend on the context in which you find something in. And for me, it's much more relevant, this first part. He's publishing video essays as a polemicist, right? This is like, again, I don't watch a lot of Noah Samsen's video. I'm sure I disagree with a lot of his politics. But imagine like Alexander Hamilton or Thomas Jefferson writing a bunch of essays. Some stuff in there might be actionable as statements of fact. Well, Madison takes this kind of money. Alexander Hamilton had an affair with whatever this person as he wants to play. I don't even know if that's true. So it can run the gamut, but the context of a polemicist in a public debate, to me, that's going to affect things much more than like the mere fact of citation. It's a small point, but I notice it elsewhere, and I'll try to note it when it comes up. Prior to October 7th,
Reynolds. That's the surname of the woman that Alexander Hamilton cheated on his wife with.
Samsen never made a video about the Israel-Palestine conflict. Rather, he made videos about online drama, along with attacking conservatives and anti-woke content. After October 7th, I don't know if that's relevant, Samsen suddenly became a self-styled expert in the Israel-Palestine conflict. Throughout his online career, Samsen had a notorious reputation for sloppy research, misrepresenting his sources and making false statements.
I honestly, for a claim like that, I don't know how the fuck you're able to just cite a single fucking YouTube video. It's fucking crazy. No? It's fucking insane to say that somebody has a reputation of something, and then you just drop in a fucking... a fucking Rob's Media YouTube video essay. Can you do that? That shouldn't be allowed, surely. How much does a fucking video essay count for in a fucking lawsuit like this? Can you really prove that somebody has a widespread reputation of being a sloppy researcher?
Despite claiming to support women.
Presented by, okay, and I don't want to... listen. Can we be fucking honest? Rob's Media, who he is himself, a lot of the time, a sloppy researcher, okay? We're not dealing with fucking documentarians here. We're dealing with fucking YouTube video essayists.
And people of color, including Palestinians. Again, just like the lawsuits against Denims et al., including just a bunch of irrelevant stuff, right? Stuff that, aren't applicable to the statement at hand. Having your collection of complaints of other statements that aren't.
If Chud could be cited in the Rolling Stone. Okay, I'd have to go back and think about what exactly that claim was. I'm thinking now, and Nicandros has been cited in Forbes. Yeah, what the fuck am I thinking about? No, they're not a fucking court case. It's not a fucking court case.
Aren't part of the claims.
Whoa, Will is me is base as fuck. Okay, he's not planning on it going to court. He wants to drown him with fees. Agree.
Here. Despite claiming to support women and people of color, the disingenuousness of Samsen's advocacy comes through when he ruthlessly attacks women and people of color who do not share his opinions. Below are some notable examples. Samsen is notorious for his attacks on Patience Zena, a black female creator who resides in the United Kingdom. She makes videos with nuanced commentary on various social topics, including race and gender issues. During the public controversy of Halle Bailey.
Wait, hold on. I need to look into this fucking Patience Zena person. Because they're all good liberals, okay? Before I want to discuss whether a woman of color needs to be respected, I need to know if she follows the liberal orthodoxy, okay? Is she a good black? Is she a bad black? That's basically the question that I want to fucking answer. Hold on. Video essay is some reactions on whatever tickles my curiosity bone. Women are rejecting the girl boss. Is this the true cost of OnlyFans? This womanhood regret trend is getting disturbing. A single mothers raising misogynists. Sports betting is destroying young men. People are finally quitting dating apps. Ex-trad wives are speaking out and it's concerning. Okay. The BAFTA Tourette's backlash is worse than the incident. I would say this person's got eclectic positions, okay? I would say that nuance is probably pretty fucking fair. Looks like she's got a series of eclectic positions from across the political spectrum. Okay. She's pretty. She's also British, so she gets points for that.
Hello, my dears. I think the girl boss trope is dying. Or at the very least, it's on live support. The girl boss trope was born.
Indubitably. Okay, nice. She gets extra points for being British. Fab.
Halle Bailey. Being cast as Ariel in The Little Mermaid, Patience Zena agreed with criticism because she felt Hollywood was
Yeah, it was the Little Mermaid movie remake video she made. She was against it. I've got to be honest, I didn't really give a fuck that it was like a black woman who was in The Little Mermaid. That didn't really like bother me. It was the fact that she had those weird fucking bug eyes. You know what I mean? That was the main problem, I think. If you cast somebody to play Little Mermaid, they at least need to be like attractive. Do you know what I mean?
Shoehorning people of color into Caucasian stories. Her solution was that Hollywood should focus on creating more content that focuses on stories.
So she's a pick-me black? I don't think so. She seems as though she might actually have eclectic positions.
Directly involving people of color. Samsen attacked Patience Zena for her opinion and not rubber stamping Halle Bailey's casting. Patience Zena made a video exposing Samsen's hypocrisy. Like, when I say this is Trump-like defamation lawsuits, am I wrong about that? So why are you telling the court that he criticized a black person and the black person responded by pointing out like hypocrisy? You get me?
Plus, you turned a ginger to black. Gingers may be more of a minority. Yeah, but I'm saying I don't really give a fuck about the minority status. You know what I mean? Like, I think if somebody's like race or their skin color is like somewhat essential to their fucking character, then yeah, okay, I can kind of get that. But Ariel the fucking mermaid, really?
Totally irrelevant.
Like, for example, if the fucking lobster got turned white, I'd be like, okay, bro. I feel like we can't exactly have that, can we? We've got a fucking white guy singing with a Jamaican accent. Doesn't really fucking work. You know what I mean? But it's like essential to his character.
Totally airing of grievances. Like, this shit sucks. I hated it in the first lawsuit. I thought it was dumb. And I think it's dumb here. Samsen has also attacked Palestinians who do not give full-throated support to Hamas and the destruction of Israel. Ahmed Fouad Al-Khatib, discussed above, is a Gazan refugee. He's a senior fellow of the Atlantic Council, where Noah Samsen is going to criticize a member of the Atlantic Council. Is that surprising? As this is right to do. He is an advocate of nonviolence and of the two-state solution to resolve the conflict between Israel and Palestine. Samsen attacks Al-Khatib by calling him a pro-Israel genocide collaborator that lies for money to help Israel genocide his people. On March 11th, I mean, really, if you think that these kinds of claims are actionable, why not encourage Al-Khatib to sue Samsen as well? Wait, I'm not a...
Well, I mean, I would be surprised, if I'm honest, if Ethan Klein didn't get these other people to be able to sue them, right? He tried. He really, really tried to get these other people to sue them. It just seems like nobody else actually joined in.
Pro-Israel genocide collaborator, because I don't even think it's a genocide. I don't lie for money to help Israel genocide his people. I don't do that. Well, maybe this is Samsen's opinion. On March 11, 2025, defendants published a video entitled "The YouTubers Who Backed the Genocide," the defamatory video. The defamatory statements contained in the defamatory video are identified below. Okay, so now we have, I do look at the chat, folks. I'm going to take the comments and questions near the end, though, because otherwise I'll get distracted. So these are the actual defamatory statements, all right? So these are defamatory statements. The first defamatory statement is comprised of the thumbnail and title of the defamatory video. The thumbnail for the defamatory video initially depicted 4 online content creators: Ethan, Mudahar, Turkey Tom, and Destiny. Oh, Destiny makes sense. And Lonerbox, right? The background of the thumbnail was the devastated landscape of the Gaza Strip with a photoshopped Israeli flag. The thumbnail depicted Ethan performing a Nazi salute to the Israeli flag. Now, I saw a clip saying that this was a cutout of Ethan Klein's own video. I mean, if it's a cutout of Ethan Klein's own video, I can't see. Did he do a Nazi salute? Is this showing a Nazi salute?
Fisco's got the right fucking idea.
Sometime after its release, the content creator Loner.
I don't know if YouTube titles can be construed as defamatory statements of fact. I don't know. Do people, if I scroll through, fucking comedy shit, okay? But if I were to scroll through a bunch of like political video essays and were to take a look, okay, let's just go for Patient Xena, for example, okay? I think that those guys, Noah Samsen and Patient Xena, are probably on the same fucking level, okay? So, women are rejecting the girl boss. Am I supposed to take that as a statement of statistical fact about women in general? Or is she, like, pointing out a social phenomena and her taking her opinion of the trend? Yeah? Why does Hollywood think cheating is romantic? That's media criticism, okay? That's media criticism. People are finally quitting dating apps, same thing. That's going to be an opinion, right? Why Pearl versus Anakin sparring debate was hard to watch. That's obviously an opinion. Fuck. I want to see them. I want to see her talking about a particular person in particular. Wait. Hold on. They killed Charlie Kirk. This is a primo fucking A+, prime rib example of what I'm fucking talking about. Okay. Let's take Patient Xena with her video here. They killed Charlie Kirk. Now, am I supposed to take a look at this video and straight off the fucking bat, click on it, expecting to get a 20-minute video giving the revelation of who actually murdered Charlie Kirk? Is that what I'm supposed to be expecting when I see this fucking video and thumbnail? Or am I supposed to click on it, expecting her opinion about who killed Charlie Kirk tangentially, kinda, right? Because, for example, in Noah Samsen's video, in that instance, are those the YouTubers who support a genocide? Are those like those 5? They're all of them, yeah? They're all of them. There's no Israeli content creators on there at all. There's no people who actually back the fucking genocide or talk politics from Israel's side, right? Or am I clicking on a fucking YouTube video that's going to give like an opinion on the fucking topic and subject matter? Do you know what I mean?
Box discussed above, barely, heavily criticized Samsen's poor research and misrepresentations in the defamatory video. Out of retaliation, Samsen...
Chud was so against this point for some reason, lol. It's Ethan admitting he did a Roman. That's funny as fuck.
Changed the thumbnail of the defamatory video to include an image of Lonerbox, despite Lonerbox not appearing in the video at all. A true and correct screenshot of the thumbnail and title for the defamatory video is depicted below. That's the statement. Quote, the YouTubers who backed a genocide. That's the statement in the thumbnail. The catchy thumbnail, the clickbait thumbnail. Does this seem like an objective statement of fact?
Dickers, did you study like poli-sci philosophy or only computers? Only computers. I studied a little bit of ethics as well. But like, I've enjoyed politics and I've enjoyed philosophy, but I've never taken a degree in them. Like in the UK, you're like on a fucking fast track down one subject matter. Do you know what I mean? You don't really have the opportunity to be able to like broaden your fucking horizons.
Who is going to interpret this thumbnail, the stylized thumbnail from a political commentator who does video essays and polemics against other political commentators on an issue of public controversy related to perhaps the most intractable political conflict of the era? Who would interpret this as anything other than Noah Samsen's opinion?
You studied computers? Like IT or computer science? like catalogs and shit.
Is this title saying Ethan Klein stated he loves genocide? Is this title Ethan Klein acknowledged that he likes it when innocents are dead? Or does this, in perfect context, show to any objective person that the statement, assuming, by the way, that I don't even know if images, I assume images can be statements. I'll assume now. That makes sense to me. That the combination thumbnail and title is the opinion of the polemicist, the video essayist, and that you should look into the video for the argument to support that position. It's an indicator of the opinion that the video is going to try to argue for.
Yes.
It's a catchy thumbnail in a context, right? Remember the context of the political ads in the case law I showed you.
If I had to argue this in court, I like doing this when I'm talking about legal drama, okay? I can pretend as though I'm fucking Phoenix Wright. If I had to stand up in court and argue this point, the clear and I think pretty fucking convincing argument that I would give is, Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, okay, I'm getting too fucking into it, all right? But basically the argument would be, when users click onto YouTube to look at an array of videos, what they expect to see in a title is sensationalist, opinion-based topics, right? Especially from video essayists. Now, if they're looking at the BBC, they might expect a news headline to reflect actual reality, not an opinion, right? But if you look at an individual, independent creator, you're expecting like opinion-based content, right?
Where everyone expects,
especially if you're talking about internet drama and internet politics, right? These are people who have clearly, if you know who they are, given their opinions on politics to different fucking degrees, okay? Destiny and Lonabox, they're political streamers. Mutahar, he's a Muslim, how could he resist? Turkey Tom, Jews with deep pockets, obvious political implications. Then Ethan Klein's spoken about Israel-Palestine quite a lot as well, right? You know exactly what you're fucking buying into when you see that thumbnail.
Specs when they go to YouTube videos, they're going to see out there like titles and thumbnails. Trump has finally lost it. Trump destroyed, demolished.
Dude, my Hawkey, you're fucking stuck on this. Dickers, what is cataloging? The joke that I was going for is somebody said I studied computers, and I said I read catalogs. Like I was flicking through catalogs for 4 years instead of doing a fucking degree. AI, my background's in AI.
This is the first statement, in my opinion, is so obviously non-actionable opinion. It is disgraceful to include this as one of your defamatory causes of action. Disgraceful. An average like reader, listener is gonna look at this thumbnail and be like, "Oh, I'm gonna assume that what Noah Samsen is saying is that these people individually stated, I like genocide," as opposed to this is showing this guy's opinion, and click on the video where he'll elaborate on that opinion. Totally disgraceful that this is included there. I'm absolutely justified in saying it's an attack on free speech in my view. And that's it. That's statement one.
Like, this is... I do wonder, actually, if this has been, like, introduced into precedent before. Whether it's actually, like... Whether legal precedent has been based on whether YouTube titles can be construed as a definite fucking matter of fact. Because what would that mean? What would that mean? Even if, in the video, you make it totally, possibly explicitly clear that this is purely an opinion that you're giving, given the fact that you've made like a factual statement purely in the title of a YouTube video, does that make you fucking liable to a defamation complaint? That would be fucking insane. There's no way. There is no fucking way. And listen, I don't want to get too hyperbolic when I talk about this stuff, but like, this is where it does start to encroach. And if you actually take this lawsuit seriously, as if it's something that's going to be filed, argued about in court, and there is going to be a legal decision reached on it, this is dangerous fucking precedent. This is why, by and large, as an environment, you do not want lawsuits in this fucking space. Because as soon as you get lawyers involved, and you do get legal technicalities like this, it starts to become a lot easier for people to be able to do lawsuits in the space. The first person to do a lawsuit like this, it's difficult. You need to argue about the precedent. every single step of the way, you need to be able to fight for why the law should apply to you. As soon as that road is paved, it's wide open for other people to follow down your footsteps. Do you know what I mean?
Statement.
I can just imagine a judge with a wig and try to defend DK's thumbnails. It's my editor. It's my editor. Of course, I take total accountability, but of course, it's my editor.
Samsen's false assertion that, quote, Ethan spreads atrocity propaganda. I mean, how would we even go about to ask a court to prove the truth or falsity of that statement, couched as it is in highly vicious rhetoric in the context of this political discussion, right? Divorced from its context in the greater video, and just no attempt to characterize what this entire video is either.
No fucking way. What? Hold on. Oh, let me walk you through the journey that I just fucking went on. I just thought to myself, actually, let's compare. Because I guarantee I've got a great feeling that I can find some H3 Productions thumbnails and titles, which will absolutely fall afoul of the exact same shit. Hold on. Wait a minute. Now answer me this, okay? People who've been in Twitch politics, people who've been speaking about, or like talked about politics online, and know Hassan's basic takes. When Hassan talks about China, bad take he gives. Tibet. Bad take he gives. Taiwan, sometimes, right? Good takes that he gives, he does not like their civil liberties, okay? That is the one critique that Hassan Arby heads will always be able to fucking stand by. What is the first or latest video published on the H3 Podcast YouTube channel? Hassan defends China's war against gay people. Really? Really? He defends it. That's fucking crazy. Now, I know, any reasonable person would know that that is a statement of opinion that characterizes Hassan's view. It is not a statement of a fact. But it's like, this is the shit that starts fucking running afoul of, like, long-standing precedent in the space. Dude. If a creator makes a fucking video crying and bitching and moaning about a fucking thumbnail and title, everybody knows that that is retarded. Everybody fucking knows that that person is totally fucking bitch made. Nobody is looking at a fucking thumbnail and title and believing it. No reasonable discerning viewer is doing that. And everybody should approach video essays with that fucking foresight. Right? Oh my fucking god.
Right? Just saying it's a defamatory video in a conclusory terms, but not giving a full-on, like, description of what the video is overall. At least.
Can you open more Pegasus channel? I mean, these guys, more Pegasus and people like that, honestly, this is what I've come to believe at this point. More Pegasus and retards like that aren't even worth entertaining in this discussion, okay? Because these are principleless, brainless fucking hacks who do not care about any of this stuff, okay? They can barely be considered fucking commentary at this point. They talk about internet drama, they're internet drama channels. They're not commentary channels, because they don't give a fuck, okay? They can literally support, I don't know, if it was popular enough, more Pegasus would champion the fucking genocide of Pakistanis, or whatever the fuck he is. He would genuinely fucking do it, okay? Because he does not care about it at all. He will back lawsuits by Ethan Klein without even considering, this could blow back on me, right? Maybe this could affect the way that I do my business. If this goes forward, maybe this makes my my fucking job impossible as a large fucking internet drama creator, right? Maybe this makes my job really fucking difficult to do. I have to be really fucking careful when I publish videos or what titles that I say.
It's not yet. That first part of the statement, Ethan spreads atrocity propaganda. He shares the Hamas mass rapes hoax, the same hoax that was used by the Western media, the US government, and the Israeli government to justify genocide. That is a defamatory statement about Ethan Klein. So says Ethan Klein. Except it's, again, another instance where obviously non-actionable opinion. it's his opinion that Ethan does this. He's not stating that Ethan Klein did some particularly heinous thing that's objectively in reality, right? That he made a particular claim other than his own characterization of a set of views and positions that either qualify, quote, as atrocity propaganda or qualify, quote, as a Hamas mass rapes hoax. It's America.
Not a hoax. I was there raping with my fellow rapists. Yeah, you and me both, my hooker. But yeah, I said this earlier when I read through the lawsuit myself, right? But people on both sides of the aisle talk around each other on this particular topic. So people who are pro-Palestinian, okay, will say that people in the West have said that systemic rapes happened, okay? As a weapon of war, Hamas has used rapes. And then this has been used by Western countries to be able to propagandize and create appetite for a war, for a conflict, right? Now, people on the other side might say, actually, no. Actually, no. I don't believe that it's a weapon of war that's been used. I believe there have been mass rapes. Lots of rapes have happened, right? But people will constantly fucking talk past each other on this point.
America,
and that's the contention. When people are talking about that UN report, where the fuck is it? Where the fuck is it? But when people are talking about the UN report about the fucking rapes on October 7th, that's the exact disagreement that they're fucking talking around.
Allowed to have that opinion, even if it's a horrible opinion. Again, second one, I think it's disgraceful. This is obviously opinion. The third defamatory statement is Samsen's false factual assertion. Again, you saying it's a factual assertion doesn't make it so. Ethan spreads overt misinformation, just straight up lies about Hezbollah and Ansar Allah, or the Houthis, in order to delegitimize their struggle against Israel's genocide. He cites baseless claims from Saudi state propaganda outlets to attack the Houthis. He also cites a documentary about Ansar Allah, which is used as a proof of the claims that they brought back slavery when the documentary wasn't even about the Houthis. It was about the Yemeni government.
Yo, thank you, my hawker, for the sub on Kick. I hugely appreciate that.
For the Houthi takeover. First of all, this is like 7 statements. This is like a long statement. I don't know if this is one statement. Maybe you could say this whole thing, but how is a court going to determine this? You want a court to decide as a matter of law what is and what is not?
Or even, thank you, Sissy Godova, for the gifted sub on Kick. Never mind. Pardon me. I've got to fucking fix that.
Not overt misinformation about whether it's true or isn't true,
Okay, bro, you're getting
that
too big
Ethan's
for your
attempt is to delegitimize the struggle of Israel's genocide. Have a deposition about that, and him say, I don't know what Ethan Klein's view is as to why he's saying stuff about Hezbollah and Ansar Allah and the Houthis, right? I think it's not to delegitimize the struggle against Israel. Of course, this is bombastic opinion. This is obviously he believes it. It's his view. He could even say it's a justified opinion. I'm not saying it's justified. But courts aren't here to determine the legitimacy of these views and these expressions of viewpoint.
You got dicked. Okay, bro.
I mean,
you're getting too
to
big
me,
for your boots.
if you take the view that this kind of thing is actionable as a statement of fact, where does it end? Think about it as a policy matter. Where does it end? So if I do like a laundry list of...
Wait, okay, sorry, I had to go into my fucking dashboard to check that out. I apologize. Thank you, Sister Godova, for the 5 gifted memberships. The 5 gifted memberships on Kick. I hugely appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Rob Noor is like, Rob Noor defends the corruption of the Trump administration. He defends all the horrible things that Trump does by not spending so much time talking about the Trump administration versus double standards of particular debaters.
You got dicked.
He's actually
Okay, bro. You're
trying
getting too big for
to
your boots.
distract people from all the bad stuff of Trump. Could Rob sue me for that as a statement of fact? When this is a political channel where we are opening ourselves to public debate, I'm not alleging that Rob did something in objective reality that I can perceive other than what I think is going on in his mind and my interpretation of his actions. Really think about it. If you think this is an actionable statement of fact, where does it end? Right? People don't, because they just think of this in terms of teams.
You got dicked.
Imagine if this were the
Okay,
standard.
bro, you're getting too big for your boots.
This would open up any kind of statement about the intent of someone else.
I like YouTube more, but I think Kick gives you better returns. It absolutely does, okay? I've got to say, my favorite people around are YouTube chatters who go over to Kick to be able to donate there. I hugely fucking appreciate it.
And complex ideas regarding the intent of foreign actors and the existence or non-existence of situations and fact patterns abroad in wartime. We want the court to spend its time inquiring as to the truth or falsity of those opinions. The fourth defamatory statement is
The thing is, as well, I think that it should be like, in my opinion, okay, the kind of precedent that I think should exist in this space is that people like me, people like Noah Samsen, people like Diorio, people like Pisco, okay, people don't come to us for factual reporting, okay? Occasionally, in the stuff that we're talking about, will be contained facts. You come to me for internet drama. You hope that I'm going to give you an accurate account of internet drama. But you could go and fucking look at that shit yourself, right? Instead of coming to me, you could go and just scroll on Twitter for the rest of your fucking day, and you'd probably get, I don't know, let's be generous to me, okay? Let's be generous to me and say 50% of the fucking drama that I cover, right? 50% of the facts that I talk about. However, the reason why you come to me primarily is because I'm going to give fucking opinions on it. I'm going to make jokes. People aren't coming to me primarily for the fucking facts. You're coming to me for the commentary. I'm a commentary channel, right? So I think broadly for like independent media, unless you portray yourself in a very particular way, I think there should be like broad protections that the assumption is going in as a viewer, you are going to get opinion-based content, right?
Samson's false factual assertion that he, Ethan, spreads long debunked Nakba denialist talking points that have been used for decades to legitimize Israeli colonization of Palestine. Same response as this one. It's his view that they're debunked. Is the court going to determine whether it's true as a matter of fact that the Nakba denialist talking points have been debunked?
Well, okay, that as well. Thank you, Anyaki, for the 2 New Zealand. Is that going to play?
Or the existence or non-existence of Israeli colonization of Palestine? The fifth defamatory statement is Samson's false factual assertion that Ethan cites sources that contradict his own claims directly, such as the UN report he claims proves the Hamas mass rapes allegation, which the report itself denies. I mean, how many... we could have the whole political debates about...
Nice.
We are here 'cause of the bad shirts.
Thank you for the 2 New Zealand, Anyaki.
This, and we've seen it on Piers Morgan. We've seen people on Piers Morgan debate this very thing, as well as the contention about the provisional measures, right, from the International Court of Justice, right? I think it's the ICJ, right? And about the best interpretation of these UN reports about the use of rape as a weapon or the existence, non-existence of rape on October 7th. People have different interpretations of the same document. We're going to make a federal case out of all these different debates, these public debates. And the expression of this view that the report contradicts the mass rapes claim, that expression of view and that one person has it is actionable as a statement of fact. The sixth defamatory statement is Samson's factual assertion that Ethan spends 20 minutes in the video smearing a...
I mean, I truly don't even understand how that could be like a factual assertion or like a defamatory factual assertion. That Ethan cites sources that contradict his own claims directly, such as the UN report. Like, the truth or falsity there is over the truth or falsity of the UN report and the characterization of it, yeah. I don't understand how there's a defamatory statement against Ethan.
As a statement of fact. The sixth defamatory statement is Samson's factual assertion that Ethan spends 20 minutes in the video smearing a 19-year-old survivor of U.S.-backed Saudi genocide in Yemen as a terrorist with zero credible evidence. The zero credible evidence bit, and this is the part where as soon as I saw that statement, I was like, this is ridiculous. This notion of credibility is awfully, sorry, cut. This notion of credibility is obviously an indicator that what's being expressed is Samson's own view on who is credible and who is not credible. Any person looking at this, right, is going to say, well, Samsen says they're not credible. Samsen is giving his account. Samson's opinion is that he's smearing this person. Samsen intended for statements to be assertions of fact. First, Samsen, and you can already tell where why this is something that the council is focusing on is because anyone who sees these statements, the first thing I think, if you have any training in this area, is to be like, this is obviously opinion, man. And so they have to, with another conclusory statement, Samsen intended for his statements to be assertions of fact. Also note what is not stated here, right? What is this essay about? What is this about? The YouTubers who backed the genocide. Give a full distillation of it. At least I think you should do that right at the forefront, right? To even understand these statements. I understand there's more sort of factual analysis later below, but to even understand it, right? The court admonishes us to read it in its context. You read that, right? I showed you that. Baker, totality of circumstances. First, you look at the words themselves, yes, for sure, but you have to look at the context in which the statement was made. The contextual analysis demands the courts look at the nature and the full content of the communication and to the knowledge and understanding of the audience to whom the publication was directed. The publication in question must be considered in its entirety. It may not be divided into segments and each portion treated as a separate unit. It must be read as a whole to understand its import and the effect which it was calculated to have on the reader and construed in the light of the whole scope in the apparent object of the writer, considering not only the language used, but the sense and meaning which may have been fairly presumed to have been conveyed to those who read it. Is there any during this video, and you saw it a little bit in the copyright claim against Denims et al., which I thought was a quite strong legal claim, that they were at least putting in that objective analysis about how much time is spent here. Right here, there's none of that at the initial outset. So you're just going into a video that where you don't have a good sense. Well, what did he spend time talking about? The first defamatory statement, as mentioned, the first defamatory statement is comprised of the thumbnail of the defamatory video and its title.
Why would they do that? I guess, why would they do that? Do they know that the entire context of the video completely cuts against the argument they're trying to make in court? Because if you go into it, I mean, I played just the first 2 minutes of it earlier, right? I unfortunately poisoned people's ears and eyes with the first 2 minutes of a Noah Samsen video. But I played it, and it's very clearly framed as a critique of the statements made by Ethan Klein, right? It's opinion-based, it's a critique, it's a characterization. If they gave the whole context of it, would that belie that actually this isn't a factual statement? It's wrapped up in a polemic critique.
The first defamatory statement is subject to being
That's very sneaky.
Proven true or false. Merriam-Webster defines the
If I was fuck, the problem is I've been admonished before, okay? For treating legal matters as rape reviews. But unfortunately, I am a man of a rape review, okay? I am a man of the rape review, and I can only treat things as commentary topics, unfortunately. But it seems incredibly fucking slippery and slimy not to give the full context of the fucking video if you know that that is going to be important by the fucking legal standard, right? Incredibly fucking important. If you've got to take the entire fucking, totality context of the video as described, and then you're holding that back just a little bit, you're not given the amount of evidence to be able to understand the full breadth of the statements made, right? You're trying to lie to the fucking court.
The verb to back.
Or at the very least, if you're not lying to the court, that might be going a little bit too far. You're making it so that Noah Samsen's lawyers have to go the fucking distance to be able to explain the full context. And then that's a disagreeable, argumentative point.
As to support by material or moral assistance. The term genocide is a crime, but of course he's not being accused of genocide. Whether Ethan provided material or moral support to genocidal acts by Israel is subjected to being proven true or false. If you construe every statement like that, it will result to the same. If you run everything like that, well, it's my opinion that Trump is a bastard. Well, whether Trump is a bastard is subject to being proven true or false, right? Whether Ethan provided moral support, well, the whole question doesn't really get at it's getting at whether or not what's being conveyed is properly understood as the view, right? Even if it's an insane view, even if it's an insane opinion that outside of the context of the court can be disproven, right? I say, black people, let's say white people, okay? For no other reason. I say white people are much less literate.
Oh, I think Pisco should have fucking doubled down there. What the fuck?
Then
it is sad to see. It is sad to see. As Pisco has left the GGG plantation, unfortunately, the black people analogies have gone as well.
Some other group of people. I caught myself in a trap there. All right. You know what I'm getting at. All right. And let's say that we can even prove that that's wrong. That doesn't make the expression of that view not an opinion anymore. It's about whether or not you would expect the viewer, the reader, to understand that what's being, even if it's a stupid opinion, even if it's an unsupportable opinion, whether or not that is a subjective view. As demonstrated in paragraph 16 to 8.
Almost pulled a Gavin. I've got to be honest. I'm glad that Gavin Newsom fell on that fucking grenade before I did, okay? I'm very, very glad. I'm very, very glad. Gavin Newsom discovered for me the treacherous territory of talking about your lack of literacy due to dyslexia in front of black people. I didn't realize as a white person that could be quite as fucking dangerous it was, but I'm glad that he discovered it for me.
18, Ethan does not and has never supported Israel's genocide of the Palestinian people whatsoever, in your view. To the contrary, he's expressly stated the opposite and supported numerous charities dedicated to helping Palestinians, right? On this view, you could never say that Ethan backed genocide implicitly, right? Which is a lot of these people's view, is that people implicitly back genocides as opposed to explicitly backing it. Or people have views that they actually support it secretly. You understand? That just because you say a statement, a self-serving statement, or even if you do something that most people would say isn't self-serving, that it was genuine, that you still couldn't have that viewpoint. It's not getting at the fundamentals here. The fundamentals here are, it's a political debate. It's an issue of public concern. It's a video essay. The statements here relate to opinions regarding creators and a conflict, where you would expect to see the kinds of statements here relating back to one's own interpretation of political events and the creators who cover them.
I mean, if you go back and take a look at the thumbnail that Noah Samsen has got, right? It kind of belies the fact that he means indirectly. So Destiny is a political content creator. Maybe that could be directly, right? Lonerbox is a political content creator. Maybe means directly. I would say Destiny, Lonerbox, and Ethan are all liberal Zionists, right? They hold sympathy for the humanitarian crisis of the Palestinians, and yet, with the way that they aim their criticism, maybe you can say that they harbor more animosity in their heart for people who are pro-Palestinian, but excessively pro-Palestinian, than for people who are excessively pro-Zionist, right? And so you can say implicitly, by kind of swinging against their own side, they've supported a genocide because they're infighting rather than talking about the actual fucking issue. However, if all of these people backed a genocide in the same sense, then why the fuck is Turkey Tom there? Right? People thought this was a fucking ridiculous thumbnail at the time because you included Turkey Tom in it. And it is fucking ridiculous because Turkey Tom doesn't talk about political topics like that. So if all of these people back a genocide in the same sense, then it has to be fucking indirectly. Because, for example, Turkey Tom doesn't make political content, right? But he mocks people who are pro-Palestinian because that's the fucking internet craze of the day. People could possibly say that I backed a genocide indirectly by the exact same fucking metric, right? But it's not a statement of my fucking views. They've never claimed that I've said that or said it directly or I've given money to these fucking people. It's you've got to understand it in the context of what's being said there. These people, as a group, in the same sense, backed the genocide.
That's the meat and potatoes here. If there were other allegations that, Ethan Klein has actually donated money directly to the IDF.
If I recall correctly, Turkey Tom just got thrown in there for refusing to talk about Israel-Palestine on stream at the time. I think it's the joke that he made. on Twitter, trivializing the issue. And then I think it's probably videos that he's made, taking the piss out of people who are pro-Palestinian, right? If I had to guess, based on recollection, that's what I'd say. But I'm not 100%.
Ethan Klein has committed the crime of material support to a terrorist organization. Ethan Klein has stated that he supports genocide. Ethan Klein has, these are all hypothetical. I'm not saying this, all right? These are just hypothetical statements that could be actionable, right? Which are statements of fact. Ethan Klein went to X settlement and was supporting genocide in the face of these people by yelling at them. Klein went and did a raid on a particular village. Those are statements of objective fact. How one would interpret that and say, well, when Ethan did this donation, it was self-serving. When Ethan says these statements about, he calls it a genocide, those aren't real statements because his actual support for a two-state solution by itself is genocidal because it implies genocide, right? Crazy. I don't agree with that. But that's a position that some people have, is that the two-state solution is inherently genocidal, that there's a one-state reality and that everyone who's supporting the two-state solution is just promoting genocide. You can say that's a stupid view, but it's the subjective opinion, and you're allowed to express it. Samsen knew the first defamatory statement was false. Samsen cites the nuke in the defamatory video and includes clips from it. In the nuke, Ethan expresses repeated condemnation of Israel's treatments of the Palestinian. We don't have a good sense of the context of which of the full video, and so again, I'm gonna see a hard time for a judge or any neutral fact finder to understand this statement in its context.
Okay, I think we went through the most interesting part of it, where it lays out in basic all the defamatory statements that it's talking about, right? All 6 of them. Yeah, I feel like getting into the minutiae of each individual defamation claim is not necessarily what I'm fucking interested in, but yeah, there we are. Listen, okay? Being 100% frank, I don't think I've got anybody in here still who kind of disagrees with this stuff, but if I do, okay, feel free to hop in the fucking waiting room, okay? Like, legitimately feel free to call in. None of that was interesting. Well, I appreciate you staying around for it, Pez, right? I appreciate you staying around for it. Clip in inbox. Okay, let me have a gander at this clip. What the fuck is this?
Why are you watching a shirtless man?
Thank you, Draftle, for the 2. Thank you, Draftle, for the £2. So that I can come... Jesus Christ. What the fuck? What the fuck? Dude, what the fuck? Shut the fuck up. Okay. Thank you. Do I really sound that fucking high-pitched? Jesus Christ. Are you going to cover Toastify's video? I'll do that tomorrow, 100%. Yeah, I'll do that tomorrow. So what's the conclusion? I would say, based on what Pisco said, I'm quite convinced that this lawsuit is not going to go anywhere, okay? I don't think that it's going to be legally, or found to be, kind of like legally reasonable. I think that I'm becoming more and more convinced that the statements that Noah Samsen made are going to be construed kind of unavoidably as opinion, okay? That's my belief. That's my belief legally. Where I can have a little bit more confidence, however, is my opinion on the fucking environment. I think that somebody taking a fucking, or doing a lawsuit based on internet beef is, by definition, a lawsuit, no matter what people fucking say about it, okay? I don't care if you agree, I don't care if you disagree, I'm just fucking correct. Especially given the fact that Ethan Klein has a 12 times more subscribers than Noah Samsen. He's a bigger creator. He's a bigger creator with a better reputation who's able to respond to these claims better than Noah Samsen is able to make them initially. Okay? The video was not was not well respected or well received at the time. Right? People did not agree with Noah Samsen at the time. Ethan's response was better received than Noah Samsen's original video. So Ethan's got the means to be able to respond to it, successfully responded to it, and not many people took Noah Samsen seriously. Why would this be deserving of a defamation lawsuit? This is not the kind of serious claim that I think deserves a defamation lawsuit. This is a characterization of somebody's opinion and a response to them. It's pretty clear that this is only done because of vindictive purposes, based on spite, that Noah Samsen, or that Ethan Klein, thinks that he can just cut against the rest of the snarkers, okay? Because being real, he thinks that it's this kind of sentiment in general which led to him receiving skulls and CPS calls. That's the reason why he's doing it. It's vindictive, it's collective punishment, it doesn't make sense, and it's going to have horrifying fucking implications for the space. That's the fucking truth of it. Like I said earlier, okay, it only takes the first person to do this stuff to then break the water, have a bunch of people support it, because it's against somebody they hate, and lay the groundwork for somebody else to do this in the future. To lay the groundwork for lawsuits to become a normal response that people have to internet drama. That can't be the way this shit works, okay? It can't be the way this shit works. It's going down a really fucking dangerous line. And here's the fucking rub. This is the worst fucking part, okay? Regardless of what I think about the fucking legal status, regardless of what the judge thinks about the fucking legal status, the fact that it was filed is the fucking chilling effect. Right? Right? This is not an allegation that somebody committed a rape. I've said, for Turkey Tom talking about the girl that accused him, if he wants to sue her, feel free, okay? You're talking about a factual matter that happened offline, away from us. We can't fucking look into it. If you want to sue over those statements, feel fucking free. Be my fucking guest, okay? I never bemoaned Turkey Tom when he sent that cease and desist. I think he's totally within his fucking rights. Launching lawsuits over things that people have said about you online, especially as a creator, with a platform when you were able to respond, is totally beyond the fucking pale. Okay? Billy Mitchell, when he sued Karl Jobst, I thought that that was valid. Why? Billy Mitchell's not a fucking creator. He's a personality who's known for his fucking game records, right? That's it. He might get a little bit of fucking press, but he does not have his own platform to be able to engage in this stuff. That's the standard. Do you have your own platform? Are you an internet personality? If yes, in my opinion, there's very few things you can ethically sue over. There are like direct claims about in real life behavior, but like fucking internet beefs where people are criticizing your fucking internet opinions. Get a fucking grip. Get a fucking grip. Get a fucking grip. You do not want to live in a fucking YouTube landscape where people are able to sue each other based off their fucking opinions. I don't want to live in that landscape. You don't want to live in that landscape. Noah Samsen doesn't want to live in that landscape. And being real, okay? Ethan doesn't want to live in that landscape either. Hassan defends China's war against gay people. Do we want Hassan to be looking at this video and thinking, damn, that's a cool 20,000 I'm going to make off that? Cha-ching! No, obviously fucking not, right? You want people to be able to shit talk, criticize, engage in fucking YouTube drama and beefs with each other, and chat shit about each other's fucking political opinions without worrying that they're going to get a fucking lawsuit through the fucking mail, right? No defense of this from any creator is justified. To the point where even Legal Mindset is saying, whoa, okay? This is the guy that is saying that Reddit could possibly be on the line for millions of fucking dollars in damages from people. Completely ignoring Section 230. This guy writes legal fiction. This guy makes a career of writing the fucking popular narrative against people. And even this guy is saying it's not going to pass the fucking, it's not going to pass muster when it comes to the fucking courts. If Legal Mindset is calling you out for having a legally retarded opinion, and you're a big creator with a good reputation, you are actually fucked, okay? The village idiot is calling you out. Yeah. H3 made a big error. I'm going to be honest, 404. It's fucking bigger than that, okay? Ethan has not made a big error. Ethan is malicious. Ethan has done a malicious action. It's wrong, okay, what Ethan's done. It's not an oopsie daisy. He's been tracking him for the last 12 months to try and find an address so he can, like, hunt him down and sue him, okay? Premeditation, it doesn't even fucking do it justice. This has been plotted for a year. He's had a year to think, fuck it. Is it worth it? Yes, it's worth it. It's worth it to be able to destroy Noah Samsen's fucking life. Yeah, fucking true, man. Yeah. I don't get the fucking appetite for defending the stuff. Unless you want to curry favor with a big audience out there who hates Hassan, hates anybody in Hassan's camp, and likes Ethan Klein. Largely, the support that Ethan gets online is because he's going against Hassan. People don't like Ethan in particular. The people who are backing Ethan up when he files these lawsuits are not the people who are watching his fucking live streams, right? Right? Nobody's watching that shit. Unless people are like parasocially attached to Ethan. And yet somehow that live stream gets 250,000 fucking views. Right? He's clearly got no fucking vim and vigor for this shit anymore. The stuff that he posts online is just sad at this point, right? It's just sad. He has spent the last 3 years litigating his personal drama through his, what is supposed to be a current events comedy podcast. And through the courts as well. It's doing him no benefit. It's doing damage to the fucking wider sphere. And to YouTube in general, it's probably gonna have knock-on effects as well. Right. Ethan sounded like he was gonna die in that stream. Exactly. Right? And just take a look. You can already see the effects that this stuff is happening on the fucking landscape. Charlie of Moist Critical getting a letter through his fucking door saying that somebody was gonna sue him for copyright. You remember that happened when 6 months ago, 9 months ago, something like that? The fucking weather clip, right? That he watched on stream. Would that have happened without the Ethan Klein copyright lawsuits? If copyright claims came down to a dispute previously, that stuff was handled through DMCA. In fact, one of the only times that it hasn't been is when Ethan Klein was sued. Then Ethan Klein announced that he's going to do a lawsuit against other creators. He's going to circumvent the DMCA process. He got wide support because it was against some people. And then apparently, we found out through the Moist Critical drama that legal teams had started coming into the space and saying, hey, don't like people using your copyrighted content? Forget the fucking DMCA. You can take him to court and you can give us shit tons of fucking money. It's not even legal precedent at that point, right? It's the strategy, it's the method, it's the social acceptance that's been fostered in the fucking space. Yeah? People love it when Ethan Klein does it against Hassan crew. Against the Hassan crew. People hate it when it happens against Charlie Moist Critical. Yeah? Yeah. He used his own precedent to sue them. That's why he registered it first. That's not true. The reason why he registered it first is to get statutory damages. That's the only difference that it makes if you register it with the Library of Congress. On the factual matters, it doesn't actually matter at all. In fact, Ethan had to overcome or argue against his own precedent, if you want to use that, to be able to do it, right? If you read the lawsuit, he is arguing through a lot of it about why his precedent didn't actually fucking count here, right? He's working against it. He's swimming against those waters. I don't feel it would have gone as far without his previous stuff. What do you mean? What do you mean it? And what do you mean previous stuff, I guess? But yeah. Yeah, I mean, this stuff is like totally fucking retarded. That's what I'm saying, you know? The reverberations of this shit is already being felt. And none of the fucking copyright lawsuits have even gone to court yet. Yeah? Yeah, because the Library of Congress, he had it sussed out. You can say that, but here's the thing. You don't need to go to the Library of Congress. You don't need to. You get statutory damages of it. But Charlie, Moist Critical, when he got the fucking lawsuit through, none of those people had lodged it with the Library of Congress. You don't need to. It makes it easier to win your lawsuit. Makes it easier to win the damages. But it's not necessary at all. You don't need to do that. You don't need to at all. So yeah. There we fucking go. Okay? There we fucking go. How would people like it? Legitimately, how would people like it if Tectone went around to commentary channels and started suing them for saying that he was a rapist? Or, okay, if we're going to allow for spite as a rationalization behind this stuff, why would people object if Tectone went to the people who called him a rapist and then found other things that maybe they got wrong in their commentary coverage to be able to sue them over? If you're not a defamation lawyer, then you should be talking about this with authority. I'm guessing you mean that you shouldn't, okay? On the legal aspect, I'm not talking about this with authority. That's why I went to Pisco to try and have a look at some of the legal coverage, okay? Every time that I give a legal take, okay? Well, not every time, but I make an effort to preface with, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not an expert on this stuff, okay? To be able to, like, appropriately hedge. But, yeah. 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 Also, what I was talking about there was fucking copyright, so fuck you, okay? Nice. What kind of tweaked me with these suits was he invited Hassan, which encouraged the others. That's also true as well. That's also true as well. But Hassan is another big point of this. So why isn't he going after Hassan? Because Hassan would be able to fucking fight back. That's why he's not going after Hassan. These kind of precedents that people are making in the space do not benefit big creators going after big creators. They benefit big creators going after smaller creators who wouldn't be able to like defend themselves, right? Yeah, I don't know. It's bad. It's bad. It's bad. What the fuck is this? Okay, is this a brand new sticker? Are we doing this shit? Are we doing this shit? Okay. No! Mocha Poker! Mocha Poker, no! Don't tell me that you're fucking falling for this shit. Hassan should pay for a lawyer for Samsen. Why? Why? That gets spun again and again and again. And it's not spun with fucking good faith. It's spun like, Hassan communism, Hassan believe in helping other people, These people doing it for Hassan, Come on. You're smarter than that, okay? The only reason people push that narrative is to try and get Hassan in a position where he has to pay for all of these people's fucking lawsuits and drain him and hurt him financially. Because all of this stuff is connected to Hassan, right? They go after these people because they can't go after Hassan individually. Oh, you're saying that it's to spite Ethan. Right. I get what you mean now. I understand what you mean. Yeah. Okay. There we are. I think that's the drama. I think that's the lowdown. Yeah. I'm not anti-Hassan. Listen, even if you are anti-Hassan, I would probably broadly characterize my opinion as anti-Hassan. Okay? I'm being 100% for real. I think that some of the people who criticize the anti-Hassan jerk wave go a little bit too far to like supporting the guy, right? I do think that 100%. I do think that. So it probably doesn't come out enough. I think I said over the Cuba stuff, the main criticism that you can give Hassan over the Cuba stuff is the fact that he's like whitewashing what is a communist despot regime, right? But nobody wants to fucking run with that. Because nobody's actually politically switched on in the fucking Hassan bad crowd to actually do that. That's a sensible criticism you can give of Hassan. And I did. But that's not where the conversation is. Because the conversation is in retard land, unfortunately. Man. I can't shake the feeling that Hassan is controlled opposition. Okay. Oh, fuck. One last thing that I wanted to go through before I fucking went. Okay. Quick seggy. Give me 2 seconds. Speaking about defamation lawsuits, ladies and gentlemen, okay, we've got one more, okay? Now, I want to say, before we go into this segment, all right? Before we go in and talk about it, I am a bona fide Karl Jobst hater. Bona fide Karl Jobst hater. And the reason why I say that is that as of 2 months ago, Karl Jobst knows who I am, and Karl Jobst knows that I hate him and think that he's an unreliable retard. Now, I know this through leaked DMs. I know this. I know this because of leaked DMs that somebody sent me after they were talking to Karl Jobst about me. So he knows who I am. He knows that I hate him. He knows that I think that he's a total fucking retard. Unfortunately, I've got to watch what I say, okay? Because that puts me on the chopping block for the next lawsuit. But Karl Jobst has filed a defamation lawsuit against Billy Mitchell. Jobst says Mitchell publicly accused him of criminal conduct and fraudulent fundraising. Now, this is off the back, about a year ago, of Karl Jobst getting absolutely thoroughly fucking raped by Billy Mitchell in court, okay? Now, I wonder if the claims are going to be around, fraudulent fundraising, the way that he sold this lawsuit and the fundraiser attached to it to the public. Yeah, so Karl Jobst got completely embarrassed. Absolutely. Had to go through bankruptcy court. Had to sell off part of his house to his wife in the bankruptcy proceeding. Yeah, that's right. He doesn't own his business anymore. He doesn't own his home. His wife owns both of those. Hopefully she stays with him. Because if not, he's double fucked. Jesus Christ. The business which controls the channel that he spent his entire fucking life building up. And his wife owns his fucking house. So if those go, he is truly fucked. Anyway, let's go and have a look at some of this stuff. So it's absolutely fucking vindictive. The problem that Carly Boy is going to have over this stuff, okay, is that Billy Mitchell was able to sue Karl in Australia using Australian law, which is a little bit more favorable to the person making the claim than it is to the defendant. However, if Karl Jobst is going and making the claim against Billy Mitchell in America, obviously, they're both public figures. Wonder how this shit's going to be turned out. I just think this is like the most pathetic fucking thing that I've seen, okay? People are acting as though this is like huge, big fucking drama. This is the last gasp of somebody who had their fucking reputation put in the toilet by the guy that he thought that he was going to dedicate most of his content creation career to A-logging and painting as a fucking cheater in pinball. Or whatever the fuck it was, Donkey Kong. Pinball. He got completely and utterly reverse raped by him after he went way too fucking hard with the A-login. And now he's trying to get some of his fucking aura back because he knows that he can't in the public sphere, right? That's what's fucking motivating this stuff. It's so fucking weak. Okay. YouTuber Karl Jobst sues Billy Mitchell for defamation. YouTuber Karl Jobst has filed a lawsuit against gaming personality Billy Mitchell, accusing him of defamation and sustained campaign to damage his reputation. What? What? I think Billy Mitchell spent like, what, 6 months dogging on Karl Jobst after the fucking lawsuit victory? How many years and how many videos has Karl Jobst made talking about Billy Mitchell? This is clearly been a one-sided beef for the longest fucking time. And as soon as it becomes a mutual beef, Karl Jobst got absolutely raped. And now he's deciding that he's going to go for the fucking legal route as well. That he bemoaned for so fucking long. The complaint was filed in United States District Court of the Southern District of Florida on April 8th, 2026, with Jobst also alleging unauthorized use of his likeness and intentional infliction of emotional distress. I know what image he's talking about. Wait. No. I know the image he's fucking talking about. Hold on. If I type in Karl Jobst now, am I going to find the image? Surely people are putting the fucking pieces together. Yeah? Oh, please. Yes! Oh my god. Let's go, Gibbs. Okay. I fucking love this guy. I love this guy, and this is why.
This entire act was all bullshit, however, because as soon as our trial ended, Billy went right back to his favorite pastime of masturbating to the thought of dead YouTubers who have made videos critical of him.
When he's talking about unauthorized use of his likeness, and when he's talking about intentional infliction of emotional distress, this is what he's talking about. He's talking about this image.
Clearly, Apollo Legend's death didn't quite satisfy Billy's sick fetish, and it even appears as though Billy has upgraded, because now it wouldn't be enough for me to just kill myself like Apollo Legend. In Billy's depraved fantasy, he gets to be the one who holds the rope.
Cry more about it, you little fucking bitch. Cry more about it, you fucking Albuno bitch. Oh my fucking god, it's so fucking petty. It's so fucking pathetic. Dude. Oh, man. Jobst, who runs a YouTube channel with over 1 million subscribers, claims his credibility is central to his business, and that Mitchell's statements harmed his income and audience trust. Now, I've got to fucking say, okay? I've got to say, it is not statements by Billy Mitchell that has damaged Karl Jobst's credibility, okay? It's his own fuck-ups during it. 100%. It's on him. Nobody trusts this guy anymore. He's absolutely been fucking clowned on to the point where the completionist has got an early ride in fucking returning. He showed his ass one too many fucking times, and now nobody fucking respects him. He still describes himself as an investigative journalist. No, this guy does no fucking investigations worth anybody's fucking salt. Okay? and doesn't deserve the amount of views that he gets due to how fucking retarded he is, frankly. Okay? But there we are. That's what he's fucking talking about. And he's got a fucking channel where he can talk about this stuff and earn a little bit of the fucking respect back. If everything was kosher. Yeah? If everything was above board. It is crazy that a gaming personality with a teeny tiny, relatively, little fucking Twitter account is raping your reputation this fucking hard. Put the fucking speedrunning video essays in the bag, bro. Go and tell me about that time that somebody cheated at fucking Mario Kart. Yeah? Yeah? Go and give me a fucking tutorial on how to do that jump back trick in Mario 64. Okay? I'm not fucking interested. Claims focus on fraud and bankruptcy allegations. So according to the filing, Jobst said Mitchell repeatedly made public statements accusing him of criminal conduct, including claims tied to his bankruptcy in 2025. One post cited in the complaint stated that Jobst had engaged in serious illegal activity before and during this bankruptcy process. Now, this is an interesting claim, because law heads will know that at the time, Billy Mitchell filed a complaint about this to the court. Yeah? In fact, Karl Jobst mocked Billy Mitchell for filing a complaint about this to the court because he said that Billy was wasting his own fucking money. Now, riddle me this, okay? How can Billy Mitchell meet the standard of actual malice, which means that he had a reckless disregard for the truth or intentionally knew that it was false, if he himself made the complaint to the court? Huh? There's ample evidence that you believe this to be the case. One post cited in the complaint stated that Jobst... Oh, I just read that. The lawsuit claims these allegations were false and points to the bankruptcy trustee report that said no offense had been identified in relation to Jobst' financial affairs. Jobst also claims Mitchell amplified accusations that he attempted to defraud creditors by moving assets, which the filing says never occurred. Okay. GoFundMe and fraud accusations disputed. Now, I'm going to say, okay, this is the section when I'm going to weigh in the fucking hardest. Because I 110% fucking believe that this guy lied through his fucking fat albino teeth. He did not make it fucking clear about the reason why he was being sued. And he did fundraise with the public having a wrong impression of what they were giving money to. This guy included news reporting in his fucking content, talking about his case in an incorrect way. And he knowingly included it, knowing that it was false. And he admitted to it later and said that he should be held accountable, and he apologized to his audience for it. How are you suing, though, bro? How the fuck are you suing? You included lies in your content, knowingly, as per your own admission. How the fuck are you suing Billy Mitchell over these claims? A major part of the complaint centers on Mitchell's claims that Jobst fraudulently raised money through GoFundMe campaigns. The lawsuit alleges Mitchell accused Jobst of misleading donors and taking around $200,000 under false pretenses, along with broader claims that he scammed viewers out of more than $500,000. Jobst disputes these claims, stating the funds were used for legal expenses. What was the case pertaining to, retard? I thought this was over Billy Mitchell's cheating. You said, Karl, again and again, that Billy Mitchell's cheating was a very core component of this case. What? Whose suicide? Wait, what? The case is over what? The case... Whose suicide? You said this guy killed a man? What? I don't remember that in the fucking GoFundMe. The funds were used for legal expenses, and the campaign details accurately reflected ongoing or threatened litigation at the time. The filing also referenced a separate 2021 fundraiser, alleging Mitchell falsely claimed Jobst misappropriated money intended for third parties, despite testimony that funds were distributed as intended. The complaint outlines multiple live streams, social media posts, and videos where Mitchell allegedly repeated fraud accusations, fuck off, and described Jobst as engaging in criminal behavior. It claims these statements were made with knowledge of their falsity or with reckless disregard of the truth. This is just actual malice, right? I'm a part of a broader pattern of conduct targeting Jobst. Jobst is seeking damage for reputational harm, emotional distress, and financial losses, with the filing also requesting punitive damages. This guy just cannot get enough, can he? He went in there once, he lost his fucking lawsuit, he showed his fucking ass. I can't wait for the fucking next time. I can't be honest. Sorry, I can't lie. I can't lie. I've got to be honest, okay? I cannot wait for when this guy shows his fucking ass again. It's gonna happen. There's no way that he's fucking winning this shit. Or maybe, fuck, okay? Okay? Anything can happen in court, and I'm not a fucking lawyer, okay? I should preface it with that. I would be highly surprised, okay, if Karl Jobst is able to win in court and meet the standard of actual malice, okay? I should say that. That's a more fucking fair take. However, I do have to ask the question. How the fuck is Karl Jobst being able to finance this shit? Because I do not think that he's got the money himself, which begs the question, or raises the question, has somebody loaned this money to him? Dude, imagine you right now. Imagine you right now. You're the fucking guy who loaned Karl Jobst money to go off and do a fucking lawsuit. Hasn't got the greatest fucking track record, has he? Let's be honest. You must feel like a fucking moron. That's a good point. Isn't Karl financially crippled from the previous lawsuit? Yeah? Yeah? I'm pretty sure this guy's got to do fucking repayments, no? Oh my god, but that's what I'm fucking saying. So has Karl, over the last year, been able to amass like a fucking, like a dragon's hoard amount of cash to be able to, I don't know, like fund another fucking lawsuit? Or has he gotten a fucking loan from somebody? Karl got a sugar daddy? Oh, dude, could you fucking imagine? That's the way that Karl's got the money. He's used his fucking pucker artistry skills to be able to swindle old ladies out of their fucking inheritance. He's got a recent wind rush. Yeah. An old lady close to his heart in his life has passed away and left him a shit ton of money to be able to go after Billy Mitchell. His mum? No, his mum's fine. Why do you ask? Fuck me. He still has Notch available? Does he? I don't know. Okay. Nothing is for certain, alright? But I think reporting at the time indicated that Notch was not on board with whatever Karl Jobst was doing at the time. He actually pulled out of supporting the lawsuit halfway through. That is why Karl Jobst had to go for another round of GoFundMe fundraising. Does he have Notch? Doesn't seem like he's had Notch for years. Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to fucking see. He's doing it without a lawyer. Now, I don't put it past Karl Jobst to do that, okay? He's an incredibly arrogant cunt, who I do think would actually trust himself enough to be able to do a lawsuit pro se. But, probably not. Probably not. We'll see. I wonder if he's just sending that as a cease and desist, as like a scare tactic, to try and see if Billy Mitchell will take it back. Maybe Billy Mitchell's blabbed his fucking mouth too much. We'll have to see. Took out another mortgage on his wife's house. Maybe he's asked his wife's boyfriend for a fucking loan. Possibly. We could see. This could be a fucking quartering situation. Not just with dogging, but also money attached. Basically, what I'm suggesting is, it could be the case that Karl Jobst is using his only asset left that he owns in an incredibly lucrative way. He could be leveraging his fucking wife's pussy. The only thing of value that he's still got to his fucking name. Could be. That's all I'm saying. It could be. This is a pure statement of a fucking opinion. Right? You gotta be careful with what you say about Karl Jobst. Just as you gotta be careful with Ethan Klein. And both of them equally pathetic, okay? Total fucking lawsuits. Alright. There we go. Okay. Who is covering what I've been covering? Okay. Fuck it. Or do we do a little bit on Kick? We can raid in somebody else. Wait. Okay, we can do something else. What about the quartering tweet? We can do the quartering tweet. Hold on, I've got a message. Give me a second. What the fuck? Okay. Holy fuck. Even after the drama is over with Cloudy and even after the drama is over with Cloudy and Falgi, somehow the leaks keep on fucking pouring in. It's actually fucking crazy. Hold on.
Dickers, buddy, how you doing?
Yeah, pretty fucking good, mate. Pretty fucking good. Message you sent was pretty fucking interesting. I can't lie. I literally just said to chat, even despite the fact that the Cloudy and Falgi drama is ostensibly over, somehow the leaks keep on coming through. Immediately pop you in call. How's it going?
Listen, I've sent you a link. I've sent you a link to my recent tweet. I feel like these are important allegations that I need to answer for. I just
Okay. One final piece of rumor I need to address. It was spread by Cloudy. I have to address the mummy kink accusation. To be clear, my love of ancient Egyptian history is my own private business. What the fuck is a mummy kink?
So apparently, I shit you not, she was telling people that because of my dead mother, I developed some sort of mummy kink and was DMing a load of e-girls. I just had to show my DMs with somebody to prove that, like, the word mummy didn't appear, and the only conversations I've ever had were literally about my dead mother being like, oh yeah, it's the anniversary of my mum's death. Apparently I'm being accused of having, like, e-relationships that have never occurred with people who I don't know.
Wait, you don't even know the people that you're fucking thirsting after calling them mummy?
Apparently not. Apparently one of them was Mally. Because, like, there's this ongoing joke in my chat that Mally is my, like, internet wife. But it's literally a joke. Mally and I are just friends. But apparently, no. I was actually e-dating Mally. And it roped her into a mummy kink of some kind, is, like, one of the rumors.
Well, to be fair,
so with mummy. Like,
if Kickin is donating to call you Daddy Beckett, I mean, what is the implication if you're married? You know what I mean?
Bro,
I'm putting two and two together.
Fucking insane.
Fuck me, man. What was your opinion on the fucking Falgi and Cloudy response? I doubt there's gonna be that much fucking light between us.
Like, yeah, I mean, it was just fucking terrible. I think Cloudy just lied, and only sort of addressed the things that she thought she had to. I just don't believe her. I mean, she lies so much. I will say this as well. I said this on my stream. When I went over her call, she was DMing somebody else, one of the people from the Yacht Block group, trying to claim that I was about to go after them and how they needed to start going after me to protect themselves. I've not gone after this person at all.
Interesting.
And they were watching the stream and were like, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm watching him right now. That's not what he's saying in any way. So yeah, even now at the end, she's trying to gay up and she's just very, very fucking bad at it.
I mean, she's like totally burnt her fucking reputation. I don't know what she's trying to fucking do with people. She's widely known as a petty, vindictive fucking, I don't know, like mean girl. I don't think now is exactly the time when Regina George can, like, open up a fucking burn bug. You know what I mean? Like, she's got no capital left to be able to do it.
Yeah.
Out of her fucking mind.
It's actually insane. As for Falgi's response, I said on stream, he did offer to show me a draft cut of it before he put it out. I said, don't show it to me because then I can't react to it. If I've given you feedback on it, I can't do anything. So don't do that. It was bad. It didn't really say much. Some of the statements in it didn't make sense. I think Anthony Gramigula messaged me halfway through stream and he was like, I don't know what the fuck is going on. I don't really know what's going on. I haven't been like sort of watching Malcolm cover it, but I'm more confused about this drama after watching Falgi's response than I was beforehand.
I'm telling you, that is 100% fucking intentional. The response that Falgi gave is supposed to intentionally dance around the fucking things that he's been accused of. So we can say that he's fully taken accountability, but for what? Nobody's quite fucking sure. It's 100% baked in, dude. It's 100% baked in. These guys coordinated their fucking response to the drama so that Cloudy's Google document, which is barely fucking legible, is the place where all the responses are fucking made.
Dyslexic. I thought I was fucking dyslexic, bro. What is this? I can at least
Dude,
write a
I'm telling
report.
you. Cloudy intentionally wrote that document to trip me and you up. 100%. I was struggling so fucking badly. So fucking badly.
Dude.
I skipped a segment. After the Cloudy and Falty drama because it would be more reading and I couldn't fucking take it. I needed a fucking rest.
So yeah, no, it's dire. I mean, dude, what else is there to say? I mean, the one thing I will say is because I said it on my stream and Himpleton has been like, because some people are like, well, has Beckett tried to like stop this coming out? Like I said, I was the one who got Falgy to get into a call with him. Him talked to me about this stuff. Falgy lied to me about it, to be clear, because I did ask him about it, I believe on the 1st of this month, around when this started, or when I first became aware of like some group chatty stuff that, like the group, the Beckett vent chat. I heard a rumor that he'd looked for info on Himpleton. I asked him about it. He was like, oh, no. That wasn't the intention. And when we did stumble across something, here's the Twitter DMs. So I told him immediately, that seems like a very rosy retelling, to say the fucking least. And it was about the Mishi stuff, from what I can tell. So, I mean, he's not even really being honest. It's not even what they found. It's the fact that Falgy was like burst in, was like, we need to do this to find Himpleton's info, apparently. And, you know, that's a problem. So, yeah.
I spoke to Himpleton about it earlier. Like, the call with Himpleton, even knowing, like, very, very little bits of the fucking lore, like what? It's difficult to even respect the guy when he's not being upfront about it. Because I'll be honest, okay? I said this when I was reacting to the fucking thing. Falgy could have said, yeah, I've got a fuck Himpleton, thread in my fucking server. Yeah, I joked about getting your fucking docs. Problem? Is there an issue with that? And it's like, whoa, okay, the guy's actually standing up for himself. At least there's some kind of defense being made for it. But he's like, I'm sorry, I don't know what I did. I can't remember. Yeah, I've got fucking dementia, but I still apologize.
Yeah, it's like
you had a fucking. It doesn't make sense to me because he had a fucking breakdown chat with Diesel at the time. You're telling me that one of your two main internet daddies are roping you in for a fireside chat, and you can't remember the fucking subject matter. You're out your fucking mind. You're lying.
It's just a little fucking crazy. It's like, again, you could sit me down with pretty much like the vast majority of research. It's like, okay, Beckett, why did you go through court records on the dog pack drama for James Warren? I can tell you exactly what I did. I can tell you the call I had with the lawyer involved in it. I can tell you the intention, because that's a very intentional thing to do when you're researching. And I said, like, a better response to some of this stuff, and generally, like, I use the example of some of the Destiny things that happened to me last year, where it's like, I unreservedly apologized to Pixie for, like, a couple of things, but there were other things that I was getting massive public pushback for, and I literally just said, I'm not apologizing for these elements because I completely stand by doing them, and I do them again, because, like, there are some things you just go, that's a fuck up. Other parts you go, listen, you may not like it, but this is what I'm doing. And you kind of like, because obviously you don't just apologize for everything, because there are some things you recognize as a fuck up, and sometimes you recognize as just the way you are as a person, and probably not going to change. And it is frustrating with Falgy because it feels like he doesn't recognize the difference between those two things. The only thing I've really seen him stand up for is defending Cloudy, and I'm like,
yeah.
It's like, well done. That's like it then, I guess. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I don't think the Himpleton stuff is the worst stuff in any of this. In my opinion, it's like a red flag, and it's incredibly fucking sus and sketchy that you're asking for docs information with no clear intent with it. Like 100%, 110%.
Yeah, and I've said before, like this comes down to Falgy and how he was like running and organizing his research. I've said before, the stuff like that shouldn't be in a fucking Discord server. You should be like, because it's not locked down enough. And you should be incredibly careful with that kind of information. But yeah, I mean, it's whatever. I think it's the final nail in the coffin, at least for me, because it's like, you fucking lied to me on the call when I asked you about the Himpleton stuff, like, what am I meant to do with this? You just like lied to me about it. I don't know how else to read it.
No, the response for me is got like even fucking worse. Like if he was honest with it, or actually, you know, even if he gave like a full mea culpa, and you can tell that he's taken the L on things that he otherwise, probably wouldn't take the L on. He probably doesn't think that he's done anything wrong there. But at least talk about the fucking drama, right? Like the way that I've seen these guys do it is they've coordinated a response where Falgi is saying, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. And then it's all the detail is in like Cloudy's documents. It's incredibly fucking slimy. It's insanely slimy. And if you read through it, I think Cloudy does say at the very fucking top. Now, what she means by this is possibly ambiguous, but the second line of her document is, I want to make it clear that most of these issues are my fault, and I apologize. Are they?
Yeah.
And then in the fucking video, Falgi's saying like, listen, even with the stuff that Cloudy did, it's still my fault because I didn't rein my woman in. Okay. There's a lot of fucking shit that you did in this stuff.
Yeah, it's like, and again, it's somebody asked me about this, and they're like, because there is a difference. I view Falgi as sort of snaky, pathetic, and petty, and there's like malice in there. But I view Cloudy as like snaky and malicious, and like these are two kind of separate things. Somebody actually asked me, it's like, well, did Cloudy make him do this? No, their goals just aligned. And it doesn't really make any difference. Both of them are responsible for their own shit. But it's together that they were a fucking monstrous couple, basically. And there is just so much shit here. I haven't talked much about the sexting stuff. It's kind of fallen by the wayside for me. But I'm like, as accusations go, especially in sort of this community, Falgi, I always talk about core pillars. Falgi is openly kind of a whore. Like, he's in an open poly relationship. I don't know how strong the accusations of, like, well, you were sexting this person are, other than the fact that you're, like, retarded. But the other stuff here, is fucking dire. He's done. He's gone. I actually don't think he can come back. I think it's over. I think
the response solidified it for me. I mean, possibly. I'm holding out hope, okay? There's a candle that I've still got lit for Falgi. He could respond to it adequately. In fact, I reached out to him earlier to say, hey, you know, if you want to actually give a good response,
so you can get on stream,
Well, you know, sometimes it is what it is. But at least giving him an opportunity to be able to answer things a little bit more fucking directly than just kind of dancing around at a YouTube video. Is he going to do that stuff? I doubt it, but...
So like, apparently this Thunderdome call isn't happening with Cloudy now, and I'm not in that space, so I don't know much about it. But I am depressed because now I kind of want to ask Cloudy about why she was saying that I had a mummy kink over my dead mother. I'd love an answer to that personally.
Am I in Thunderdome? Would I be able to see the fucking updates?
I don't know. I'm not in there, so I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not in any of these places, okay? I'm actually not that plugged in.
Fuck. I don't know if I am. I don't know if I am anymore. Shit, that's really fucking annoying. Okay. It is what it is. Never mind. Fuck, man.
But
yeah. I don't know what he comes back for. To be completely honest. He says he's gonna take time away from the internet to like learn about things.
What's he gonna do?
To learn about what?
Fucking
Frankly.
walkabout. Like, sorry.
I actually don't get the fucking purpose of it. Like, usually this is the point in the drama where somebody says they're gonna go away to do therapy and stuff.
Yeah, that's the like normal line, isn't it? I need to go and work on myself and talk to a therapist.
Yeah, but yeah. Like, the impression that I got, and I don't want to harp on it too much, right? I don't want to harp on it too much. But I mean, like, if you listen to his video, because I tried to, like, really listen for it. What is he taking the L on? What is he actually apologizing for? The two things that I got were, the way that he handled the firing call, right? And not being more honest with people. And then also for telling jokes, which seems to be either a reference to the Himpleton stuff or maybe the Malcolm stuff. And so it's like, there's like worse stuff in it, man. There's like way worse stuff in it.
Yeah. Yeah, there's way worse stuff on her.
But yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's a total fucking shit show. Do you know who ironically has a better response if you haven't watched it yet?
Go on.
Goat Caddo, who I can see in chat, has a better response than fucking Falgi. For a start, it's a minute and a half longer. Yeah, do you know why Goat's response, as insane as it is, and I mean, I say this because I laughed at it. I'm not like mad at it. I'm not trying to restate the drama. But Goat in her response is honest about things that no one even asks about. No one's even, Goat seems to be honest about at least addressing them. And it's like, the Goat response is crazy, but it's a far more honest response than the one Falgi gave. It's like, how'd you give a worse response than Goat, like, give an ant's girlfriend? It's crazy. It's crazy, bro.
You're really trying to push this fucking meme, aren't you? Yeah. I mean, I think a lot of comparisons have been made to like Himpleton. Well, you know, if Himpleton can come back, you know, Falgi probably can as well. I mean, especially after like really seriously thinking about why did Himpleton actually go down? I mean, you might be personally annoyed that he, in your words, I think, snaked you, or told Romantic Goblin like, bigger creators are forcing me to cut you off, okay? I don't want to, blah, 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 right?
Oh, that's what
but
he
that
did.
is like,
yes, I
that's like
remember
the worst thing. That's like the worst thing that he did, okay? He gay up Jar as well for his fucking response, which I mean is like very fucking
which was based,
touchy,
which was actually
and
based.
duplicitous.
I'm sorry, it was based. It was based. It brought good content. I take it like again. I said this at the time when I reviewed it. He knew what he was doing. Based.
You've got way too much hate in your heart for the fucking Just a Robot guy. You listen, I watched one of your streams recently where you spoke about Jar and watched one of his recent videos, and you said that it was fucking Cole. Just a Jewbot was fucking great. That was an amazing fucking video. He hasn't got it anymore. He hasn't got it anymore. What?
No,
I watched his video about Sector, and that was good.
You're fucking capping. This is ridiculous. No. Jar is trying. He hasn't even got his own personality. You can't cry on what, like fucking 11 days worth of calls about Leo Convoy, and then come and try and big man it back on your own videos. It's fucking crazy. This is nuts. I'm sorry.
A normal man can't. A normal man couldn't be able to, possibly. But Just a Robot absolutely fucking can. Your hate for him knows no fucking bounds. You're way too involved in this stuff, Becca. I don't know if anybody's told you that. But yeah, what I was saying about Himpleton is that Himpleton like showed his ass and he was fucking embarrassing, right? I think that's the main thing that came out of the Himpleton stuff. He's like a fucking schizo, kind of lolcow wretch, junkie, got raped as a child, but he's just like continually showing his fucking ass. And he just wasn't cool, was like the main thing, I guess. And it was a fucking laughingstock. I can't think of many issues with Himpleton that was like serious moral failings or like personality kind of like crises. Well, except for the personality disorders, but you know, like a lot of it was just funny stuff that people mocked Himpleton over. For Falgi, the mockable stuff, the sexting, is like, I don't know, like 5% of the drama, 10% of the drama. It doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's yeah, I just agree with you. I'm trying to think of another person who's sort of like fucked up like Falgi has. I think somebody during this mentioned Andy Warski to me, and I'm like, well, listen, Andy Warski did like have a stream where one of his friends pointed a gun at somebody and he screamed aim, 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 and got arrested.
That was funny. That was based.
But you know, it took.
That's an example of showing your ass, though. That's embarrassing. You're a fucking
even
lolcow.
With that shit, you know, like it is really hard to come back from anything like this, and because it's like how other creators can ever trust you. How are you going to get anyone to work for you as like an editor or, you know, a researcher or anything else when you've seen this shit? You know,
at this point, if somebody works with Falgi, they have to just kind of like accept that they are exclusive with Falgi, because he will not be comfortable with you working for somebody else that he hates.
Yeah.
And for any larger creators who want to associate with him, You have to accept that you're going to have like an annoying little pit bull who's going to follow you around and then get personally offended whenever you get slighted. What beef did he have with Himpleton? What did Himpleton do to him? I'll tell you what Himpleton did. Himpleton pissed off you. That was why he was so aggravated by Himpleton. It's the exact same reason why he was so aggravated by Sai to begin with. To begin with, he wasn't even part of the fucking drama.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And look, people get drawn into each other's fights. That happens. But
no, this is different. This is different.
Yeah, this is different.
When Diesel was going after Cameron, Falgi hated Cameron FTO5, right? As soon as Diesel pulled back from the situation and said that he didn't want to touch it anymore, after kind of, I guess I spoke to him and it seemed like he'd fucked up the story in important bits, right? All of a sudden, Falgi has got no heat for Cameron either, and is happy to collaborate with him and put him on the thumbnail art for his Scarlet Reaper video.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, which I always thought... I didn't really follow the Cameron drama. As you know, I've got, like, no strong opinions because I don't know anything. Other than, like, I don't know, I don't really want to associate with a guy who fucked a 16-year-old as part of the underage dev drama.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
That's like my soul. Like, I'm just like, I just wouldn't touch Cam with a 60-foot pole. But
Yandere devs grew him in sloppy seconds, yeah?
Yeah, it's like, I do think it's crazy that his hate for Scarlet Reaper was that fucking strong. It's just like, you know, if you dislike somebody, and you're claiming to really dislike somebody, I don't think, like, now, for example, it's like, oh, Sai hates Falgi, and I've fallen out with Falgi. I need to bring Sai back in. That would be fucking mental as a thing to do. It would make literally no sense. So yeah, I don't get it, and you can't survive in these spaces acting this way. You just can't. You're fucked.
Yeah.
So yeah, it is unfortunately that simple, really. But yeah,
I hate to say it. Rose Monet won. Again.
No, we're not doing that. Rose didn't win. Okay? That's not how this works. That's not how this works.
She's been proud around my comment section. Has she been proud around yours as well?
No, because Rose hates me. She thinks I'm the devil. She hates me more than she hates Falgi.
Yeah, she thought that I put a fucking rape threat towards her at the end of Himpleton's video. So she doesn't like me either, but presumably she's happy to fucking dance on Himpleton's grave a little bit.
Well, Rose and I have an understanding, basically, which is we agreed this a while ago, which is like, I just don't talk about Rose, and then she doesn't bitch about me, and I'm like, listen, like, Rose Malay is just not important enough for me to really worry about. I'm like, sure, if I don't have to fucking hear Rose talking anywhere near me, I'm happy. It's, you know, small bits of peace, basically. But yeah, so I don't know. She's meant to be bringing out this Mr. Beast dog pack video thing, and I'm probably not even gonna watch it. So
wait, hold on. I've got to read a couple donos. Luna Moon T, thank you for the 2 Canadian. Wonder if he called Cloudy as Harley unironically. Thank you for the 2, and thank you to 404 for the T Australian as well. Beckett is stoned. Can't convince me otherwise. Beckett?
I fucking wish I was. I'm just very tired. I'm very tired.
Fair.
That's how I am. This has been long and drawn out, and I've had enough.
Wait. On Rose Malay, one last question. Feel free to leave at any time. Have you heard the recent beef between her and Himpleton and what she's going to do on the upcoming dog pack video?
Is it public? Can we talk about it?
Yeah, that's all public.
Yeah, I have. So my understanding is that she's going to fucking sue him?
She's drafting up a cease and desist, apparently. Yeah. And she's going to put her own proprietary music throughout her entire video so that people can't watch it and react to it on stream. Yeah.
Dude.
It should be interesting. She's going to do a fucking funny. Ethan Klein. She's going to lodge it with the Library of Congress.
Interesting.
I don't know about that. I mean, I'm joking about the last bit, but I wouldn't put it past her. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, I mean, the truth is that I don't really care enough about the dog pack drama to really react to it anyway. But it seems like a really weird choice because it's like, okay, so you've got this new information you want to bring out. The way this information legitimately spreads is through streamers and content creators. You know this is why you've shopped your shit around to people. So now you've positioned yourself so no one can fucking react to it? Why?
I mean, I kind of said this to Himpleton, but I don't think the reason why Rose shops it around is because she knows how the game is played. The reason why Rose shops her shit around is because she likes it when people talk about her. That's it. She doesn't give a fuck about the video views. She cares if Dickers, Beckett, Himpleton, Chud Logic are talking about her and bringing up Rose Malay's name.
Yeah.
It's why she's prowling around every time that her name's in a fucking title.
Yeah.
She's like intentionally name searching it all the fucking time to find shitter streams to hop on. But I said to Himpleton, like, her foremost thing in life is getting attention from random niche internet personalities. And now she's made it totally fucking impossible. Because I'm not going to react to a fucking video. I don't think anybody else is going to react to a fucking video. Because she's threatening to fucking DMCA people over it. Who wants that?
Yeah, it's also, I mean, the Dogpack Mr. Beast drama is 2 years out. No one really cares about the resolution. The only time anyone's actually going to care is if a lawsuit kicks up. That's when people will give a shit. But the problem is, unless, I'll probably never know now, unless Rose has some brand new information, because I heard what happened to Dogpack after all that ended anyway. So I'm not exactly in the dark. And
is that public?
No, it's not.
Okay.
Sadly, I am very interested to know if it matches up with hers, though. That is true. I might watch some of that just to sort of confirm, like, because I know the stuff that I know is true because of who my sources were. So I'd be very interested to know whether she's got new information or whether she's like just spun some weird fucking narrative. Because it's not like I really trust Rose.
I mean, take a look at her videos on the fucking Beast games, and take a look at her videos on the whole Brad Taste the Music situation. Did she really have crazy behind-the-scenes information? Or was it just rumors that she heard and repeated?
The Brad stuff she did, because she was close to Brad. With the Mr. Beast stuff, not really.
Yeah, I know, but that's what I mean. With the Brad stuff, she heard rumors and repeated rumors. She didn't take any time to make sure that her exclusive was correct. She didn't validate any of her claims.
Yeah, absolutely true. She mostly just went after Brad's, the fucking victim.
Yes!
For some fucking reason.
She had exclusive retardation, not necessarily exclusive information. Yeah, and completely, like, misled the fucking story. Hit it off with a fucking bum note. She almost fucked that up pretty fucking severely. And if anybody gave a fuck about Rose Malay, they'd be a lot more fucking mad at her. But nobody gives a fuck to even, like, bring that shit up. Oh. Actually, one man did. One man did. But now he's been laid to rest, so... Shame. Terrible shame.
No. True. Sometimes, sometimes that's just how things work out. The darkest timeline. We need to, hopefully this is the last crash out. We've get like there's no one left. Everyone left is going to be fine. No one's going to crash. It's going to be fine.
So you're saying there's no Deadpool now? The Deadpool is empty. No bets are being made.
I do not trust it. I'm going to stop Chris from ever giving me his predictions ever again, because they're eerily accurate. I am worried.
Okay.
It's getting...
I'm gonna have to ask Chris. If you're not gonna place any bets, I've got to get the fucking insider knowledge from him, I guess.
He's got a really good eye for it, because he's just, he's got a really good eye for it. But yeah, we'll see. No more Deadpools. I'm sick of paying out. I keep losing. Okay, it's brutal.
What's the epilogue of this stuff then? So you've got Killjoy, you've got a few of the other Opblock guys. I haven't heard what the fuck they're doing now. Has Ash continued to work for Malcolm, I think. Killjoy is still on your mod team and works for you.
Yeah. I mean, mostly they're doing D&D. No, I don't think KJ is even really doing research anymore. He's mostly just running the clip stuff and doing his D&D shit. Ash is doing editing for people, and Hugh's just knocking around. He's not really doing anything. Greg's not really doing anything. Makari is, dying.
Literally, yeah.
So she's off enjoying her life, and she finally gets a little vindication, which she seems to very much deserve. The Observer is dead. I have stepped in to keep the Observer alive.
Why?
Mostly because there were drama threads in there, and knowing everything that's gone on, I want to give people the chance to look through regardless. So I've basically said, keep this up. They're not accepting new people into it, but like if people want to look and apply so they can dig through, then that application process is open, but it's a dead community, essentially.
Fair enough.
Does that make
You're
sense?
talking about the public drama topic threads.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I don't know if there's other things there, if like people talked about in certain dramas. I don't know if people want to go through and see what Falgi and Cloudy were saying in their own server. I don't know if people want to like dig through and see like what their moderation looked like, anything. I just want to make sure that that transparency exists for that public server rather than just going, well, the drama happened, delete the Discord, right?
I'm just worried that you're becoming like America propping up like a failed state in Iran or
No, I mean,
sorry, in Iraq.
It's essentially keeping it for archival purposes. The community is dead, and it's not like general access. Like it's like if a content creator, like I don't know, if Morale wants to look through it, he can apply, kind of thing.
Okay, fair enough. Damn.
Rather than just
Okay.
like shuttering it, and it'll probably go in like a month or something.
I guess to summarize it, I mean, it's kind of a shame that you had a few people who were actually like invested in doing research in the space. That because of the way that like Falgi's run his fucking channel, all those people have become super fucking demotivated to do any kind of like research work or work in any content.
There are like people around, like Nightmare, for example, who seems to be doing some really good work from the brief interactions I've had with him.
Yeah, Nightmare's good. I've spoken to him before.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't outsourced for a long time, and we don't take contract work anymore, and haven't for like 2 years now. But yeah, it is. It's rough. It's rough researching in this space because, it's difficult, and it's just thankless. And then people like this give a really bad name to it. That was a concern about Nanny when the Nanny drama happened. It was like I know that actually I don't know if I've ever made this public. When the Nanny drama happened, we lost contracts over it.
What? Because people didn't trust research in the space.
Yeah. We had some stuff lined up with other commentary channels, and they were like, "Nah, we've just seen what's happened with Nanny, and right now we don't really trust any outsourced stuff. We want to make sure everyone's like ironclad." So, I think we lost like $1,000 worth of work over it.
Jesus Christ! Okay,
so it
Fucking
wasn't
hell.
a minor thing. It was, and it's actually one of the big reasons we moved away from taking contracted work. Because we were like, well, we just can't operate like this. Because when we started, the research stuff we were doing was like making more than the channel did.
Fucking hell. And so you've just pivoted into making your own content.
Yeah, and then it just became, well, we'll just do it for ourselves.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I've got Leia asking in chat if Cloudy's still responding. No. Cloudy has responded. This is the response.
She's refusing to get into any more calls, apparently. But again, that's in spaces that I'm not in, so I don't know. I'd personally like an answer to the Mummy King accusations. And why the fuck she would say that about me. But other than that, I don't really care. Like she lies so much. It's crazy. It's constantly to different people. It's fucking ridiculous.
Well, broken clock. Yeah, it is what it is sometimes. No, okay. Can you please explain the whole mummy kink thing, please, says Morale. I don't know. Basically, apparently it's over Beckett's dead mother. That is apparently the summarization of it. Because Beckett's got a dead mother. Claudius said that he's got a mummy kink.
Yeah, so apparently, yeah, again, very simply, apparently there's an accusation that I was e-dating in the background, or like I was chatting up a load of e-girls, and one of my things was a mummy kink because of my dead mother. There is there's literally no evidence for this because it's never happened. I don't have a mummy kink, and I'm not chatting up a load of women. Like, again, I don't do this, not because, like, obviously I've e-dated before. It's because I know this stuff gets made public. So no, it's just not happened. Very funny, but also a weird thing to hear about yourself. Do you know what I mean? It's definitely one of those, what the fuck? Though, that said, if anyone does want to dress up in bandages, now.
Jesus Christ. Okay. Now, wait, are you willing to say who she told this stuff to? Is it multiple people?
So I'm not willing to say who she told it to. But I do know it is somebody who she definitely told it to. And it's not the first time I've heard something like this in the last 2 weeks, by the way. So I know that this has been circulating a little bit. I don't know how far it spread. I've got like no idea. So I thought I'd address it because it's funny. But if multiple people have heard this and just been like, maybe we shouldn't ask Beckett about his mummy cake. I don't have one, guys.
OMG,
it's fine. Just think it's funny.
So when these guys want to go after Killjoy, the kill shot for Killjoy is doxing. When these guys want to go after you, the kill shot is the mummy kink. That's what's really going to take you down.
To be fair, I mean, I don't know, having some bizarre sexual kink that I was talking to chatters about, I don't know, would be a pretty weird thing to find out about me. I'd admit that. Like, I know that the person who told me this was like, they found it a jarring thing to hear about me, and it like made them not want to talk to me. So, just
interesting.
Maybe she should have just led with that and spread that as a fucking rumor. Maybe it would have done more damage to me. I don't know what to tell you. But
it'll always be hanging in the back of people's minds. Why did she say that, though? Why did she say that? And she was very plugged into the rest of the fucking the Discord shittosphere. Is it all for nothing, really?
Yeah, so the thing is as well, there's no way she would know this because I wasn't close enough with Cloudy, and I've never discussed my relationship stuff really with anyone. I mean, I will say this openly. I have not dated anyone in the last like year and a half, whatever it is. I am very much single. I'm very happy being single. So there is no one. Which is again why I'm fairly confident in being able to talk about it. Because there are no DMs to leak on me. There's no secret sexting stuff. I'm sorry to disappoint people.
That's good. That's good. That's good. Becca advertising here.
Please.
Well. I think I heard you say this on your own stream. You're like, no, I'm lonely. I don't talk to anybody. I don't sex with anybody. God, I'm so lonely. Oh, that makes it sound sad.
Yeah,
we've got to find you somebody else, Beckett. We've got to find you somebody else. Is that the only way to coax you back to the normal commentary community? If we find you a bride over here instead of the ACC,
dude. I think if I'm going to date anyone again, it's going to be IRL and normie and somebody who doesn't give a shit about this internet stuff. I'm sorry. Look at the Cloudy Fauji stuff. It just goes horribly, horribly wrong. Everyone I know who's happy has relationships offline. Okay. Beckett would riz a librarian. Dude, yeah, that's not a terrible idea. I'll take recommendations of the sort of person I should date. Give me a normie to date. Sure.
I think the brutal thing about having dating somebody who's not only online but in like the commentary space is like it's kind of impossible to actually switch off from doing commentary. Like you are constantly plugged into the fucking drama space, which will make you go fucking insane, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Unless you like, I don't know. I've heard on the grapevine some people making strict rules that if they have a relationship with somebody in the space, when they talk privately, they just never talk about commentary. It's like a hard rule. when they do e-dates or like, chat together, that stuff just never enters into it. But that means you've got to start cutting off ties.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I don't want to say too much about my own experiences. But yeah, it is. It makes things really, really rough. It certainly caused strain for me. You just can't function like that. I think part of the problem as well is, and this is a very real concern, you have to be a very particular type of person to not get upset when your partner is being attacked. And obviously, I could deal with that when Queeman was attacking my partner and maintain a pretty friendly relationship with Queeman at the time. But most people would not be able to. And you fuck yourself and your partner if you don't. Because if you get involved in your partner's fights, you are going to make them look weak. You are going to you're all you're doing is turning yourself into a target to be attacked by the people who hate them. And ultimately it's not your fight. And very few people can do that. Like if you're dating someone in the space and they've got like shit a beef drama with somebody, are you really, I mean, look at Given Ant and his girlfriend. When she got attacked, he went fucking crazy.
Yeah.
He burned all his friendships.
yeah. Why do I feel as though Given Ant is a nom de plume for somebody other than Given Ant? The way that you fucking say it.
I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about, bro. That's crazy. What a crazy thing to accuse me of.
The sly disses are so unsubtle. Okay. The crazy thing is, though, okay, because you say a lot of that stuff as though it's like secret behind the scenes advice that the normies might not know or the chatters might not know. This is like basic stuff that you learn being like a functioning human out in the real fucking world. Do you know what I mean?
It's like secret stuff the normies and the chatters won't know. Do you know who doesn't know it? Most of the fucking content creators, dickers. This is a PSA to everyone who's fucking e-dating. Get your shit together and stop it. Fuck, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like, with the way that...
watched big content creators make this mistake, to be clear. Like,
Yeah. Yeah, but the thing that I still can't get over during, like, all of this is how Cloudy and Falgi thought that they could have a friendship group where... I mean, Falgi's already decided that it's his channel and that other people are just, like, friends of the show, essentially. And so immediately it goes from a friendship circle where everyone's working together to now everyone's working for Falgi. That's a weird transition, which is going to be difficult to manage anyway. But then you're going to have your fucking girlfriend in the group to be your little fucking mini-me, your little second in command. And think that somehow, I will just, I don't know, I'm generally a pretty optimistic person, okay? Who believes that with understanding and open communication, any social arrangement can work or any relationship. Nah, that's actually functionally impossible. You can't have that as like a business model. It can't work. It can't work. Either the business implodes or your friends implode. I mean, Falgi's managed to do both, and I'm not really sure how that was possible.
Look, I mean,
but yeah.
Okay, so there's an old rumor about Metica, and that I did think about like a few years ago myself. Whereas like, so everyone knows Metica is like with Jade, and Jade was like a 4chan girl, and they've known each other for years and years. But when they first got together, apparently Jim stopped Jade posting publicly. That's why she went quiet. Because even in that case, he was like, you need to chill, because you can't get into fights with people and then me come and help you. And that's one of the reasons Jade is so like quiet online. That's the rumor. And I'm like, if that's true, if even Jim himself cannot make this work, having sort of your public partner be public in online spaces like that, that's probably a sign. That's probably a sign this doesn't really work.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
or
yeah.
you guys have just got to exist in like different fucking spaces, talk about different stuff, and like direct your attention in completely different ways.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think that's how it happens.
Do that.
I think people bond over coverage and bond over being in a shared space and with like a shared topic. and it just kind of like condemns itself to ruin.
The more niche your interest, the more true that is going to be. Like, one of the things with my sector is lots of people marry inside the sector. Like, geologists marry each other, because if you're the sort of person who is obsessed with rocks, you're probably going to want to marry somebody who is also obsessed with rocks, so you can go on nice walks on the beach and pick up rocks. And the pool of people who will do that with you is very small. So the more nerdy you are, or the more special interests are, yeah, the more likely it is you're going to want to find somebody with those special interests. But, you know, in this, you can't do it like that, Tyrone. You'll find love back. I believe in you. Thanks. I appreciate you. But yeah, it is difficult. And especially if your partner is like stressed about a drama and they don't know how to deal with it properly, and you've got opinions on it or anything else, it's rough. I mean, especially like, and again, like, there were points with Dating Star where we would disagree on something in this drama space, and it was really difficult. It's really challenging, especially when she likes somebody I didn't, or vice versa. Right?
Vice versa?
Yeah. Yeah. Like, because Star used to like Woo, and I like Queeman. That was obviously a point of contention. You're always going to have those problems. And, you know, also you've got the final problem of, if you break up with somebody, they come out and burn you publicly. And whatever anybody wants to say about Stardust, she's never ever fucked me over publicly since the breakup.
Like, one thing, I think even mentioning your relationships is kind of like, it's kind of dicey, because then what? Do you also share when you break up? That's kind of like a fucking rough experience to go through.
Yeah,
well, I mean,
we waited.
It unavoidably came out, right?
Yeah, but not for like months, basically.
Yeah.
So by the time like it became public that we've broken up, we'd already broken up for a while and dealt with it. But
yeah, but even I'm saying, but even that information has to come out. But I'm saying for
eventually.
Like, but even if you're like making reference to like somebody completely fucking outside of the space, who isn't even like in this shit. Let's say you get like a normie girlfriend, you know, and then you kind of make offhand. Oh, fuck me, okay? I've got a fucking girlfriend. Make offhanded like references to her. Do you want to come on stream one day and say, like, guys, the dream is over. The dream is over.
What,
I'm taking tips from Morale on how to find the next one, you know?
Do the trivia review thing. Yeah, cry on stream. See,
but then you go to the other fucking extreme.
We've been drinking. You still never showed me a picture of her. You don't really talk about her when we're out drinking. I think you're just trying to persuade people that the shirts are, like, a choice. And not, like, some deep-seated, like, mental issue.
Shut the fuck up. I wouldn't trust anybody. I wouldn't trust anybody in this fucking space. No, you're probably right, actually. You're probably okay. You're probably right. But no, what I was saying is, like, you go to the other extreme of not just having, like, offhanded references to somebody IRL that the space will never know about, right? But then you've got somebody that you're having a fucking channel with, like Falgi and Cloudy, being on stream together. They're like a fucking pair. If those guys break up, what does the audience do?
Yeah.
They've come to be associated with, like, that couple, maybe the way that they interact, and, like, the intersocial dynamic between them. And then you break up, and then your content's, like, fundamentally changed. Your audience is, like, learning to kind of go for a new type of content. It's weird.
Yeah. No, I think one of the really interesting comments that I've seen constantly is, wow, I realized that I didn't really like Opblock anymore when it just became the Falgi show. Now I know what happened to the other Opblock guys. And even that, where you've got regular co-hosts and everything that step away without explanation, the audience feels it. The audience does feel it. So it is really rough. And I mean, yeah, I'd say keep your partners away from content. Always, especially if you've got a normie relationship. And I know some people who have relationships where their partner hates commentary. They hate this internet drama stuff. And maybe that's slightly better, if anything, because they're like, I know that you're never gonna get them involved in any of this shit, you know?
Mm-hmm. I make the most offhanded references, and all I get back is like a face of total disgust. Like, what the fuck are you telling me right now? What information are you trying to get me to fucking understand? But yeah, no, that's good. I like that dynamic. I do like that dynamic. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if have you ever tried to discuss any of the stuff we do online with a normie, like proper normie? Like, I've had like I think one conversation which went which made somebody laugh, which was somebody talking like a colleague of mine used to he's a musician as well, and he was like, "Oh yeah, I know YouTube. I used to watch Brad Taste when I was at uni," and I was like, "Bro, let me tell you about Brad Taste." While we were out drinking, and that's
the closest I ever got. The closest I ever got was like a group of girls that I was talking to, and one of them made like an offhanded reference to drama that Trisha Paytas was going through. It's like, oh wait, you know, okay, you know Ethan Klein, yeah, okay, and they knew Keemstar, and they knew nothing further. That was the most that they penetrated the space. They had like offhanded knowledge about who Keemstar was, which you know led to the obvious follow-up question. Oh, do you know Keemstar? I say no, I don't know. I don't know Keemstar. No, I don't know Keemstar.
I have been asked that before.
Well, do you actually know Keemstar? That's a question.
Not really well. I've spoken to Keem like once, twice in DMs. Keemstar doesn't remember who the fuck I am.
Craig Beckett?
He's like Keem's like watched my stream once, and like I'm in the Tea Party chat, but he doesn't know who the fuck I am, man. Like, and that's fine. That's fine. He's off doing his local live thing. That's just how Keemstar is.
Do you talk in that, to be fair?
Not really. It's like the Tea Party group chat is dead, really. It's not as a major thing. Even at the end, it was mostly like Xylee and Crest, and I just speak to these people anyway. And it's just like the commentary, like the Cabal's dead. It's been dead for ages. The last interesting thing that happened in the Cabal chat, in the Tea Party chat, was the Nick Chud fight. That was the most active it had been in like a year.
Okay. Yeah, because I noticed when I saw those group chat logs that I think Keem was in there, Augie was in there, Nick was in there, and Xylee was in there. But I didn't see you anywhere. So I've been like lied to about how deeply you'd penetrated into the commentary Cabal. I thought this guy was like well connected and shit. And now leaks have happened and he's nowhere to be fucking seen. What?
There is one actually, I think from 2 years ago, where Keemstar tweeted out Merry Christmas to Roseanne. And he tweeted the tea because Roseanne at the time was talking about the Tea Party to try and take shots at Keemstar. And he tweeted out a screenshot of everyone in there saying Merry Christmas, and I am in that screenshot.
Okay.
So that was a while ago.
Okay, you've got evidence that you were in there at some point. Okay, that's fine.
I'm still in there. I knew about the Chud stuff for ages. I will say, like, basically everyone asked Xylee to leak that shit because no one wanted to leak it because it was such a funny conversation. But I was laughing on stream while it was happening because I was like on stream reading the fucking Tea Party chat as Chud and Nick were trying to fucking murder each other. It's great.
I was trying to put out feelers. I was trying to put out feelers to anybody who wanted to leak the group chat because it was being discussed at the time, but nobody had the balls to actually like pull the fucking trigger on it. But the only people that I had that I was speaking to at the time was you, who will never leak, and I know you won't leak, and there was Chud, and if he leaks, the drama blows up in his fucking face. So I was kind of fucked with that one. I didn't have access to the real people who actually could get the info.
Yeah, it's so the only reason I really know Keem is because of the Mr. Beast stuff, where Keem like took a screenshot, like a clip of my video and put it out on my dog pack, and I did the Shadman list and some of the stuff there. That's the only reason Keem like ever knew who I was. But I haven't done anything that crosses over with him in like 2 years, so I doubt he remembers me. And the big thing now is like I'm just kind of seeing, I guess, is Chris the Narc's friend. That's like the way a lot of people are going to see me, other than people like Diorio who've like hung out with me. Because all the old groups like Now Recording are gone, right? Everyone's kind of dipped. Commentary is kind of dead.
Is there no aspirations to like bring that back or something similar? Because you
I'd
seem
like
to talk about it very fondly, and other people do as well. Well,
some of them do.
Not the chat, but the creators involved. They seem to fucking love it.
I mean, I'll be honest. One of the reasons that I always try and keep picking up the phone and talking to people is I think that we are better when we are making content together. Like we like having more crossover, having more people, like especially when everyone's like going after one story and working together. That's an awesome feeling because you're like have a load of other people who are really into a drama, who are creators, and you're talking about what you're going to cover and like which way, like you're gossiping about. The truth is, commentary is a bunch of gossipy women. That's it. And in the same way that I will phone you and talk about some fun drama, I miss that with commentary. I genuinely do. I think it was really, really fun.
So you're saying like a kind of commentary like community would be a pretty cool idea.
Yeah, some sort of commentary community. I don't know what we could call it.
Wait, hold on. Speaking about communities within commentary, at the very least, I've just forwarded the DM screenshot to you. As we were talking on this call, the Opblock server has officially been conquered and taken over by somebody called Pi, apparently. So the icon of the server is now changed to a pie, and the name is now changed as well. I've got no fucking clue who this person is. But they've taken over. They fucking... What the fuck? Announcements is now called Queen Pie Declarations. Who the fuck is this?
I've got no idea. I've got literally no idea.
What the fuck is this? It's been colonialized. I genuinely don't know who.
Pie is our queen? What the fuck? Dude, that's very funny.
Pie forever, I guess. Oh, I know this person. Oh, Queen Pie. They're like an admin. I only know them because I saw that they said...
Pie?
I only know them because I saw that they were saying like really stupid stuff over the Opblock drama, and I was fucking molding at them while trying to keep my distance.
Yeah, I've got no idea who that is, but I'm glad they're having fun.
Okay, fair enough.
Pie literally OD'd on canned carrots. What the fuck does that mean? We love our carrot queen.
This is apparently this is quickly becoming the this is fuck me. This is going to be the fucking background to the server now. Apparently, this is listen. It's in with tradition. It is totally in with tradition. You know, Falgi saw that there was a fucking power vacuum in the Opblock. He took over. Now, Falgi's brought in his own people, and one of his fucking generals has taken over, like, after he's died. They're carrying on the tradition. You gotta fucking respect it.
Et tu, Pie.
Nice.
Dude.
I'm just slightly bemused. I can't even say that I judged them that fucking harshly. Listen, so long as Falgi and Cloudy haven't got fucking control over this shit anymore, it is what it is, okay? The space is going to be eternally fucking improved.
Yeah. I agree with you. I absolutely agree with you. This is Kino shit. Fucking hell. I can't wait to... I'm covering the quartering at the weekend. I can't wait to get back to some of that shit. I feel like
that's been a fucking interesting drama.
Listen, I fucking hate Jeremy. I hope he ends up poor, homeless, and destitute. I hope he has to look at the window at his wife being fucked by the bull rather than from the cuck chair. This guy's had it a long time coming. I'm glad that he's pissed all his money away on a failed coffee company that was his dream. I live to see Jeremy suffer. Absolutely fucking based.
I mean, swinging has got. I've got to imagine swinging's got less of an allure when it's happening in a fucking trailer rather than a fucking 20-room mansion. You know, it starts to become very fucking seedy, very, very fucking seedy.
I mean, I cannot describe to you as well. I don't know if you know this, but like, I really do hate the quartering. I've hated the quartering since like 2016. I listen. I think he should just go back to making like fucking videos about arcade machines or whatever the fuck he was doing, like those fucking grabby machines. He sucks. He sucks. He literally only survived by being the most boring person in Sector, so no one bothered to murder him like 5 years ago. That's it. That's the reason he's still around.
Because he's done this shit before, right? This is kind of like who he's been. He was a guy who was doing like mass flagging campaigns and stuff. From what I'm aware.
No, that was Mundane Matt. He so Jeremy, whether he was mass flagging or not, there was something that he did where he went after people. And he's certainly always been a little soy crybaby bitch. There's this fucking amazing stream where Metica smuggles Keemstar into a call with him because he's demanding that Metica talk to him. So Metica literally calls into his stream and smuggles Keem in, who like just fucking rapes him. Because Quartering's like hiding from Keem because he's scared of him. It's fucking incredible.
Okay, that might be good retrospective content actually. You'll have to send me something
I've covered it before on stream. Funnily enough, Keem turned up while I was covering it. But yeah, there's some really good stuff. Monday Matt's back as well. I need to talk about this on the weekend. So Monday Matt's back and he's like attacking Critical Drinker and Wendigoon over AI stuff. It's really weird. Monday Matt's because like I thought he was reformed. Bro needs to go back to delivering Uber for a bit, clearly. He's gone
Can
crazy
it be that
again.
bad if he's going after Wendigoon? I mean, I've got like basically no opinion about Critical Drinker, but if he's going after Wendigoon, enemy of my enemy, no?
No, not with Matt.
Okay.
Not with it, like, again, Monday Matt's, like, here's the problem. Monday Matt's doing this thing where he's like, I can't believe all these people are doing this right-wing grift now. It's absolutely, like, fucking crazy that people are, like, buying into this, like, anti-woke stuff. Bro, that was your entire content for a decade! That's the only reason anyone knows who the fuck you are! And then you cried, said you were collecting a load of boulders, and flagged everyone's fucking channels! Fuck you! Dude. Also, he refused to have an interview with me, so fuck Matt Jarbo. Okay.
Wait, what were you? Why were you trying to interview him? What for?
Because I wanted to do a video on him.
Oh, and him in particular?
Yeah, I wanted to do a law video on him. So he's one of the 2 people who I've tried to do law videos on who've completely refused to have interviews with me, and out of the 2, he's the only one who I'm annoyed at.
Other one being
Andy Warski.
Okay. Fair enough.
Which I get.
Fair enough.
Which I get. Warski's moved on. It's fine.
Okay.
But yeah.
There we go. I think Toastify was in chat a little bit ago. Apparently, you told him that you're going to bed, and now you've propped up on my stream.
Yeah, well, I
So
was
don't think
going
he's
to bed,
best
and then I
pleased.
found out that apparently I had a mummy kink, so I had to come talk about it. I would have hit the go live button myself, but this has been more fun.
Okay, that's good. Okay, I'm glad. Yeah, I'm probably going to wrap up and maybe I'm probably going to raid into Gamma to try and see if I can raise his spirits a little bit, get him back, try and see if I can coax him back into
why is he
like
down?
creating content.
Why is he down? Why is Gamma down?
You know the argument that we had the argument that me and Gamma had like a week ago or like a few days ago.
Yes. Yeah.
I think it started a downward trajectory. He's had several crash outs after that point. Very sad, very sad. I've got several pings begging me to cover the Gamma immolation. And I've refused. I am unironically sweeping. But yeah, he'll be okay. He'll be okay, I think. It is what it is. It is what it is sometimes. I think he said that, like, oh my god, he's hopped on. Do you know who Jimmy is?
No.
Okay, well, there's a smaller streamer called Jimmy. and he's hopped on his stream to argue with a bunch of commentary Discord personalities about why he doesn't care about them. He doesn't like them. And if they want to go off and talk in Aiden's chat, he doesn't care. Because he doesn't care about them anymore. He doesn't give a fuck about what they think, and he will not follow them to Aiden's server if they want to go and talk in there. He's talking in his space and only his space, god damn it. And if they want to betray him, they can do that at their own fucking peril. But that's been kind of the theme of the last few days.
Okay, that's interesting. I mean, like, I can still remember Gamma way back 2 years ago where he was like, I don't want to talk to people on streams. I want to be really reserved because I don't want to burn bridges. I've seen what happens if you become a streamer. I feel like we broke Gamma. I kind of feel bad for it. Because
we need to wind him back. There is still time. There is absolutely still time to wind Gamma back.
Listen, no more. Listen, we can't afford to lose any more. Okay, Gamma needs to be protected at all costs. We can't lose anyone else. Total.
You realize that in like 6 months' time, somebody's going to play these statements the exact same way that people played statements of being like, I liked Falgi. Listen, Falgi's fine. I don't mind Falgi. Come on. He does good research. I feel like if Gamma could take like the 16 hours a day that he spends on Discord and put it into making video essays, he could be so fucking good. He could be so fucking good.
Well, I mean,
we need to get him back into daily slop commentary.
Listen. I mean, again, I've got no one who's as associated with me as Falgi was. So the next time someone crashes out, there shouldn't be a fucking problem. It should be fine. It'll be all right. So yeah, we'll get there. Anyway, right, I'll leave you to it. Thanks for having
a good one,
me.
mate.
And
yeah.
Peace.
Appreciate you calling in. Have a good one, mate. Chat to you later. Bye.
Later.
Okay. There we are. We've had like 5 New Year's curses back to back. No more crash outs. Yeah, well. It's what happens. During a fucking content drought. Every now and again, there's nothing to talk about, and so we just obsessively talk about each other. Been a little bit of a debatement recently. Well, actually, no, there's not, because it's been the Falgi drama, right? But there we are. He's on the other side, basically in ACC. Speaking for Gamma is crazy. Hengist, I promise you, I've just spoken to more people about the Gamma drama than would have ever otherwise known about the Gamma drama. Okay? That's the fucking truth. Gamma needs to, like, fucking sort his fucking shit out, get back to creating content, spend less time on Discord. Boom. There we go. I do think there is legitimately a fucking problem, okay, with creators who, when they don't have anything to do, they feel kind of lazy. The reflexive habit they do is, I'll talk in Discord. No. I would occasionally intentionally think, oh, what's going on in Discord? I'll go and check it out. But in terms of like messages sent, I just stay to my own shit, okay? I stay to my own shit. It's not the most active server. Mind. 100%, okay? I accept that. 100% I accept that. And that's the way that I like it. As of right now. We'll try and fix it out in time, okay? Anyway, I'm going to send you guys over to Gamma, okay? Gonna send you guys over to Gamma. Lyo says, I'll crash out next, majorly. Keep an eye out for Mushroom Cloud in the distance. I'm gonna bring back the dinosaurs. Nice. Your server's next, Dickers. Pie comes for all. Yeah, in time. Okay. Gonna raise you guys out to Gamma. I'll chat to you guys later. Have lots of fun, alright? Gonna give you an exclamation point Discord in the chat, and then I'm gonna read out some donos and thank people who supported the stream, okay? I want to thank Sissy Godiva over on Kick, okay? I hugely appreciate it. I also want to thank Potato. We love our Carrot Queen. Thank you for the 2. Thank you, Slug, for the 2. That face when Dickers has been good since our breakup. Okay, thank you for the 2. Thank you, Medley Sage of Winds, for the 5. Oh my god. Did they think you calling me Priestess was like that? Thank you. Okay, those are the people that we didn't play through. We'll read everybody else out. We have got 404. Thank you very much. No fucking way my shit is lagging this hard right now. Okay, we're going over to the other thing. I will make sure that I thank everybody. I will absolutely make sure that I thank everybody. Thank you, Anyaki. Thank you, Luna Moon T. Thank you, Sister Godiva. Thank you, Yun Shorts. Thank you, Radical TV. Thank you, JG3. Thank you, Brett. Glenn Tranzig. Your local cryptid. And if I missed... Oh! Little Fly. Guna42 and Draftle. I think that is everybody. If I missed anybody, I sincerely fucking apologize. My Chrome is shitting the fucking bed right now. Okay. Nice, 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 nice. And thank you to Roho Remixes at the very start of the stream. I remember you bought a membership. Thank you. Okay. Holy shit. That was more raids than I thought possible. Okay. Bye. Chat to you soon. Won't be tomorrow. Will be the day after. Okay? Lots of love. End